And you feel like you're nothing, but you wanna be something. Yeah. Well, all you really need is hope. I just want you to trust me if you wanna be something.
That's right. Let's go. Yeah, when you're feeling down and you're out, like you got nothing but doubt, you're alone in the crowd, just trying to figure it out. All of this cloud and this money got you feeling left out. Listen up to me now, every word that's out of my mouth. Wake up, it's me. You're gonna follow your dreams, or are you just gonna be another cog in the scene? You feel the hope in this beat, yeah, the hope that you need to proceed and be exactly what you want it to be. I feel right and I'm proud, hype and I'm loud. I'ma shout all about how I feel in the now. Ain't nobody ever gonna try to change me till I'm dead, pushing up daisies. I'm alone in the crowd, I won't feel down. I got hope right now, and I know I'll be found. I don't really care just what all other haters gotta say. I know everything I do is gonna make them fade away.
And when you feel like you're nothing, but you wanna be something. Yeah. Well, all you really need is hope. I just want you to trust me if you wanna be something. Yeah. Then all you really need is hope.
Let's go. Yeah, it's what you need when you're down, need when you're out. It's what you need when you're sad and when you feel left out. You feel an energy drought and then creeps out, but with a little bit of hope you can figure it out. Keep your head high even when you're down inside. Through the pain you fight and through the painful nights you keep striving, keep trying, keep driving, rising, keep thriving, surviving. Nothing's in your way but yourself. Don't need nobody's help. You can make it through this hell. Take it one step at a time, one step as you climb. If you fail you'll be fine. Get back up to the grind and never lose sight of your mission. Be driven. This life is a prison if you don't have vision. You're in it to win it, so get it, don't miss it. Your chances now, so be something somehow. Don't let yourself down. That's right. Sometimes all we really need is hope.
Good morning, everyone. Sorry about that. I was literally sitting here like, why hasn't the music started yet? And I'm like, just what's going on? Then I'm like seeing BC put the tardy slip in, and I'm like, oh my god, I didn't hit the button. I forgot to hit the start button. We're already bickering between the two little kids. So that's exciting. Should be an interesting day. As far as how I am feeling, obviously I still sound awful. I'm not that bad though. Really, guys, it's my allergies, it's the pollen, it's all of the stuff making my sinuses go completely insane. And my throat is about 1.5 million times better. I just can't breathe through my nose at all. And so, we're there. But good morning to everyone who came in to join us. And I'm looking forward to court today. We're going to have an hour and 14-minute video first. I know I still sound terrible. You want to say good morning? Yeah, allergies are bothering everyone. And it's ironic because yesterday we had appointments at for my son for his allergies, and the doctor was like, he looks great, his nose looks great, but you on the other hand sound awful. And I was like, oh, I know. I know I sound terrible, but really it's just my allergies. So we will get through it. Just got to get them calmed back down, all the things. Yes, an hour. Well, it's not going to be of Letecia, Emmy. We're going to hear from Maria this morning, from my understanding. Good morning, CDT. So this morning is supposed to be Maria. From what I believe they said, Dr. Torres will go right back on the stand, and they're going to play the hour and 14-minute video. The prosecution said after Dr. Torres, after they finish up with her, they only have one more witness. And I have no idea who their last witness is going to be, but I just have a gut feeling that whoever the last witness is, that it is going to leave us with this feeling like we can't do anything but guilty. They have left every break and every weekend with thoughts in our head about something that just leaves you thinking. And so I personally think it's either going to be Lena or Landon or somebody else who can do like a huge emotional testimony to put our emotions and anger back at Letecia, back on what she did to this child, and make sure that the jury finds her guilty. And I think that that's what the prosecution will do just before they rest. That's just my opinion. I don't know for sure. I hope it's not Lena. I hope that if I had to choose between the two of them, that it would be Landon, just because of Lena's age and things like that. So, but we will see what ends up happening. But they said that they will either, yes, she is on the witness list, logical one, they both are. But there's so many people who are on the witness list that may never testify. We may never hear from any of them. But they said that they may finish up with this doctor today and call their last witness. It's all going to depend on what the defense does cross-examination wise. And so we'll see what happens, right? That's all we can do is wait and see what happens. You think it's going to be a pre-recorded video, CDT? It could be. They said that they're going to have several more pieces of evidence to admit through their last witness. So, but I think that they're going to put us with something that brings us back to the emotions and the anger about what she did to this child, what she did to Gannon. So that's just my opinion. And then, of course, then we will get the jury instructions, the judge said, and the defense should be taking over this next week coming up, either Monday afternoon or Tuesday morning. And we will have Dr. What's her face? Dr. HBO Dr. Lewis. I couldn't think of her name for a second. Dr. Lewis will be on the stand likely Tuesday based off of what we heard on Wednesday. So likely Tuesday of next week is when we will hear from Dr. Lewis, if not the end of Monday and going into Tuesday, because I'm sure that there's going to be a lot of cross on whatever she says. So. Yeah, she is. She's on a whole nother level of manipulative and calculated. She might think she can outsmart everyone. Exactly. Well, they have two doctors. They have the other doctor as well on their witness list that they didn't endorse until it was like mid-March. But I believe that doctor is likely the one who was prescribing Letecia for her anxiety, like a pre-existing doctor. Yeah, Dr. HBO doctor. I know. Some mornings I just can't brain logical one. Today is it. Teabag needs to take the stand. We don't know if she will or not. We don't know if she will or not. So, all right, let me pull up the court because they should be starting any second now, and we will see what they do, what they have to say today. Okay. One thing I do want to say though, guys, is remember T was never able to get the MRI, and the Dr. Lewis believes that MRI is one of the things needed to diagnose DID. And so I don't know if she's actually going to be able to diagnose DID or if she's just going to be able to talk about how T shows signs of possibly having DID, but it's never been able to be confirmed by MRI because they never scheduled it with all the time they had. So that'll be an interesting way to see how they approach that, because without being able to confirm it through the MRI, can she say for certain that she does in fact have DID? Or is she just going to be able to come up and talk about her expertise surrounding the diagnosis, but not be able to say
Right.
that T has it for sure?
We're having a delay this morning. I guess we'll just see what the physical condition of the defendant is. Did you get to talk with her at all this morning?
Briefly, like
On the way down?
on the walk down,
Okay.
he appeared pale to me.
Okay.
Um,
Okay.
Drink some water here quickly and there's no problem.
Okay.
He's faking sick, it sounds like. They said that she's
I
extremely
guess we'll see
pale.
where we are. We'll give her some time. We'll see where we are, and this morning maybe touch and go, and probably need a high sign of some sort if she needs to leave quickly.
When Deputy Roberts in the back, I'll work
Yeah, we'll
something that signals her and I'll.
Yeah, we just need to figure something out.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. Then court will be in recess for indefinitely, I suppose. Hopefully just only a few minutes, and then we'll see where we are. Is there anything else that we need to take on?
Just so the court knows, we're going to be playing lengthy clips this morning. I think one's an hour and 14 minutes, one's just under an hour, and then the rest are shorter clips. So I plan on playing those longer clips straight through and then asking questions afterwards. So Dr. Torres probably will come back here like we've been doing in the past. So if something happens during a clip, I don't know,
Yeah,
just let me know and we'll hit pause or something.
that's what I'm trying to. Yeah, because it sounds like that first one would be, and we play that first one, and then that would be about break time.
Yeah, I've got some introductory questions. We'll play the hour and 14 minutes, and you're probably right. We'll probably be close to a break.
Okay. I guess tell the jury that it's gonna be a while, but a little bit.
No, I was gonna go back. I want to go back and check on something else.
Right, we'll be in recess then, and go from there.
Last day of the sweater vest.
Might be.
Until
But this is
fall.
not a sweater vest. This is a full sweater.
Well, but you know what I'm
Yeah,
saying. It's,
yeah. I was freezing here on Wednesday.
Yeah.
Well, I don't feel like it's.
But you're right. It probably will be, but looks like it's going to get warm.
Thank God.
Oh,
Smaller.
We're gonna, like March,
We'll see.
it was
nothing.
nothing. Yeah. That's all right.
It was gonna be a,
Yeah.
it was gonna be a, I think a past fire year.
Yeah. Yeah. But hopefully this is getting us out of that.
Yeah, because we weren't even supposed to get that way.
It was, we were up at we live up in London, so we were
Right.
supposed to get some.
We're,
We getting snow?
I live in a more bluffs area and they didn't say anything about it. It's supposed to get windy and kind of cloudy last night. We got a ton of rain last time.
Did you get snow?
A little bit, it was about 35, 36 degrees, so it didn't fit.
Yeah. 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 Oh, we are sure. Thanks. Okay.
Can you hear what we're saying? Can we have them turn them off? Those are on.
Yeah.
Okay.
I just got a. Red. These are red. Off.
Yeah, something was,
I don't know, they're off.
yeah,
I don't
people
know.
from my office are letting us know this would be hot at our table.
It shouldn't be.
They're red, they shouldn't. That's,
Let me,
The lectern is still on, but that has to be,
Yeah.
but so they may see, if they're hearing Mr. Young, that'd be
yeah,
accurate.
they heard me. I was talking with Will, close to our table, but
They shouldn't
the
be.
only one on is the podium.
say something into that, Mike.
Oh. Mr. Allen,
Yeah, no, that's not on.
sweater.
Ms. Gratiano, you say something into that microphone?
Good morning, Your Honors.
Yeah, no, they're not on. If you want, you can put them on the floor.
Okay, I just sent them a text to see, they just called me and said.
You can still hear them when
Yeah,
they're, sitting there, cause I heard both sides.
yeah,
Put them on the floor.
I just got a message.
Okay, just put them on the floor. But unless it's,
It can't be.
unless,
See the mic from the podium.
No, it was.
Yeah.
We haven't had the issue yet.
yeah,
They're on.
they should be off. Well, they are off.
Yeah, that microphone's on and the podium's on. That's it.
Okay. That should resolve that. Okay. Okay. Court will call 20 CR 1358. People versus Letecia Stauch record should reflect the jury's not present in the courtroom. Couple of things before we start. I think the plan is that so the prosecution knows what the process is going to be. If Mr. Tellini asks to approach while the video is going, stop the video immediately. I'm going to excuse the jury. That's sort of a sign that Ms. Stauch is not feeling well, may need to be taken out of the room. So that's the process that we'll have. Don't wait until the last minute, okay? Because it's going to take a few minutes for all of that to happen. So, and I know that you may not have control over it. I get that. You're not feeling well. I understand that. But if it feels like you're going to throw up or something like that, you need to let your attorneys know when that feeling's coming on. Okay. Okay. Anything else?
Just one other issue. I'm not asking for the court to make a decision. Just started thinking about it. I did contact Ms. Strobel, Patty Strobel yesterday. She did confirm that she has documentation that she visited out on March 20th over WebEx. Our intent would be to call her just to verify that she had a visit, but not to go into the context of that visit and what it's about. I do not believe that would be a waiver of attorney-client privilege or open the door to you. And I'm just putting so that the court can consider this, and obviously the court's decision on the degree of waiver that would be is going to make an impact on whether or not we call Ms. Strobel or not. She is currently up in the write-in office of the public defender's office. She would be available, but just notice as soon as possible.
Sure. Well, and I've been thinking about it, and here's what I can tell you, because this is it's a first as far as I know, because of the COVID impact and because of WebEx, because prior to 2020, there was no WebEx at the jail. And then once COVID started, there was some. I might be inclined to allow testimony only that a visit occurred, for the simple reason that if this had been in 2019 and the issue had been raised and Mr. Young had come forward with the visitor log, it would have showed a visit. And I don't know that that necessarily would have waived attorney-client privilege. However, if there is any testimony that they found Gannon's body in Florida, I think that that likely would, because it conveys two facts. Number one, Gannon's not alive. And number two, Gannon was found in Florida, which brings in all kinds of issues about, well, when was the last time that the defendant knew that he was alive? When was the last time, or where was Gannon the last time that the defendant saw him? So that may be an issue. It's not something I'm going to decide today. I know you'll want to have an opportunity to make a statement on it as well.
Yeah, if you wouldn't mind, I'd like to make a brief record about that.
Sure.
This whole thing comes up based on the questions of Dr. Moore, in which the defendant was notified that Gannon's body was found in Florida. The gist of the statement that the defendant gave to Dr. Moore, whether she knew about Gannon's body being in Florida yet or not, is not really material. The material part of that statement is that she said she was never in Florida.
Right.
That's the important part. The subsequent cross-examination from Mr. Cook says, hypothetically, what if her attorneys walked in, which led to that whole thing about a walk-in visit. The issue of a WebEx visit is really immaterial, and the relevance of the statement, again, is her denying having ever been in Florida where Gannon's body was found, and we've obviously heard testimony that she was in Florida, very close to the place that Gannon was found. So I think going into a position of potentially piercing attorney-client privilege opens up a huge problem potentially for this case, 35C issues potentially as well. And I think because of the issues that I just laid out, I think it would be not a good idea for us to allow that kind of testimony in this case, given the circumstances that we've got here. Obviously, you've got a decision to make as to whether you allow a late endorsement or not, but I did want to lay out that factual basis as to why it's really worth going down that path with as much danger and peril that it would pose to what we're doing here.
Well, and I'm glad that you raised the argument in that fashion, because some other factors that I was considering here were, number one, throw out the evidence that that potentially places the defendant in Florida at the time that this occurred. There's also evidence that she was in Florida on other occasions.
Exactly.
So to state, I've never been to Florida. I mean, a jury could disbelieve this trip thing after Gannon's disappearance and still believe that she was in Florida some other time. The other issue is that when Mr. Cook was attempting to state certain facts, and I said, you can't do that. And he asked the hypothetical, if she had been there and if her attorneys had told her that Gannon's body was found in Florida, would it make a difference regarding your opinions in this case? And the witness said no. So I just have to weigh all that out.
And I understand what Mr. Al is saying as far as I get our position would be more that we were inferring that there could have been an attorney visit before. And then the way that the redirect came across, that the log showed that it wasn't there.
Right.
Well, it was.
Oh, I know that.
It was an attempt to make us look like we had been, dishonest with the jury regarding that. And so it would be more of a correction of that as far as and I understand it may not be the most relevant thing of all, but because it appears now that we were, intentionally trying out a possible attorney visit, that would just correct that aspect.
Yeah.
And it would be solely for that. And I agree, it's a little tangential. But that would be what it would strictly be.
Yeah, and do they have records of the time?
So we have that, Judge. So there was a WebEx visit. It was at, I think, 12:30-ish in the afternoon on March 20th. For purposes of laying out that timeline, the media started reporting on it at about 12:15-ish. I'm giving you rough estimates here. Seems difficult to believe that they were able to get that information that quickly, get a WebEx set up, and then do all those things, but it could happen. The point, though, is still that Mr. Cook, I don't think he was intentionally trying to mislead the witness. but he still used specific words, which was, what if her attorneys walked in? That's the
No.
And the other thing that it is verifying there was a WebEx visit by her attorneys at 12:30. The other possibility would just be a stipulation to them that her attorneys did have a WebEx visitor at 12:30 on 3/20, and then there's nothing else other than that. And I think that would solve, the issue. But part of, the thing is that things are fluid.
Right.
And we're getting information in proceeding on it. And the time frame and how we're presenting the questions is also different. Generally, generally it would be a walk-in visit. So if you're given information that there was a visit, and then the question is phrased that way because somehow I blocked disassociated that we get WebEx back. But so I don't think it was Mr. Cook doing that. But like I said, I think the judicial stipulation could solve all of the problems and not present some of the issues that we have. But I'll let, I said, that's just something to think about.
I think it's something that everybody can think about over the weekend.
Yeah.
And obviously the other issue would be, I'm sorry, I'm blanking on the witness's name. That was Dr. Moore. Dr. Moore, I don't know whether she has the date, but I don't know that she has the time. She must have, because it's been referenced in in a lot of other questions. So there must be a time as to when she had this conversation with Ms. Stauch. And again, it wasn't immediately obvious to me at that point in time whether or not that conversation would have occurred before the WebEx or not. But there's a lot of things, a lot of moving parts. I think we can talk about it further on Monday. It's not a decision that has to be made now. It looks as though Ms. Stauch is feeling better. So I think probably our time would be better used by moving forward with what we have as opposed to debating what we might do.
Yeah.
And go from there.
Just to clear up your questions though about
Yes.
timing of everything. The WebEx visit on WebEx that day on March 20th was at 12:35. Dr. Moore's notes is dated March 20th at 6:27 p.m. So it would be after the visit from Ms. Strobel.
Thank you.
The one thing that I want to just have as a point of consideration is that if we then go into a stipulation or the court makes some statement to the jury about that there was a WebEx, there's no indication, and nobody's alleging this from defense, but we also don't want it to appear that we were misleading the jury, which we weren't.
No, I know that.
And if that sort of a stipulation comes in, that potentially could lead to a juror thinking that we were intentionally misleading the jury. And I know that's not Mr. Tling's intent. So we just need to think about those dynamics as well.
No, and I think that's fair. So we'll
Maybe I'll talk to Mr. Allen. Maybe we can come up with something.
Yeah.
Something that can satisfy both of us. Something there was a WebEx visit, but the log that Mr. Young was looking at didn't reflect that. So, and we'll talk, and I think maybe we can come up with something to take this out of the courts.
Yeah, and I know that see 320, that would have been right on the precipice of all of the changes. So it was new for everybody.
It was.
So okay. Let's go ahead and bring the jury in. It sounds like you're going to ask Dr. Torres some questions. Dr. Torres, if you would resume your seat in the witness stand, I remind you, ma'am, that you're still under oath. Does he have a trash can? Does he have a trash can? Okay. Okay. All rise for the jury, please. Tolerable. Thank you. May all be seated. Court will recall 20 CR 1358 People versus Letecia Stauch. Record should reflect the jury has returned to the courtroom. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Sorry for the delay, but has anything occurred since we were last together that causes any of you to believe you could not continue to serve as a fair and impartial juror in this case? If so, please raise your hand. No response. All right. When we took our break, we were in the midst of the testimony of Dr. Torres. That's where we will resume. Mr. Young.
Thanks, Shannon. Good morning, Dr. Torres.
Good morning.
We're going to show a longer clip here of your forensic interview with Ms. Stauch here shortly. But before we do that, I want to ask a couple questions about the forensic interview itself. And you as a forensic interviewer, a forensic psychologist, what are you trying to accomplish, especially when you ask an individual about the reason why they're there, the crime or the event that happened that puts them in that situation?
At this part of the evaluation, what we're trying to do or what we're trying to get at is the defendant's story, their perception of everything that had happened to them, what they were thinking, what they were feeling, what actions they took. This is important to an evaluation of insanity because as an evaluator, we are trying to get at what symptoms of mental illness, if any, might be impacting those emotions, those behaviors, intentions, motivations, and the perception of reality at the time of the actual offense. So it's important for us to get from the defendant's own mouth their story.
And so is part of that role where you may ask them questions, much like a lawyer might do in a cross-examination? Wait a minute, you said this on such and such day. Now you're saying this. What do you mean by that? Is that something you would do in a forensic interview?
That can come up, and it's going to depend upon what the inconsistencies might be. There can be inconsistencies that are maybe less relevant to the particular issue of sanity, in which case we might not ask questions about that. But if there are inconsistencies that are important to our understanding of what they're trying to communicate to us, then we will ask about it.
And in Colorado, would it be common practice to have an attorney present during this forensic examination and the attorney cross-examine the subject on inconsistencies and things like that?
That is not common practice.
And why is that?
I believe I may have mentioned it the other day, and we don't allow attorneys to be in the evaluation room, particularly because we have concerns that they might try to interfere or try to influence the defendant one way or the other. This would go for defense or prosecution. Since we're there as neutral evaluators for the court, we want to have our own opportunity to ask the defendant questions.
And during the course of a defendant, and we'll just talk about Ms. Stauch for now, as Ms. Stauch's telling you the circumstances surrounding the event, and then the actual event, according to her itself, are you or Dr. Gray suggesting potential mental illnesses that may have occurred during that event?
No.
Why?
Again, we're not trying to feed the defendant or Ms. Stauch any particular information that she could then give back to us as it pertains to issues of mental illnesses, diagnoses, symptoms that might be present. We want to get her version as purely as she's able to give it to us.
And would that be standard practice for forensic psychologists, forensic psychiatrists? Friday. In Colorado, not to do that, not to suggest diagnoses to the subject as you're interviewing?
Correct.
And so with that, Dr. Torres, we're going to play this video clip. It's about an hour and 14 minutes long. You're more than welcome to sit back here during it if you like. But Your Honor, at this time, we would be publishing People's Exhibit 725 in its entirety.
Over here.
Yeah, we're going to play it from over here.
We heard.
All right, so this may be the most difficult part of the day. To talk to us about what happened on the day of the event. Maybe things leading up to it.
Where do you want me to start out?
Well, where do you think it begins?
Well, I already told you guys before that I was going to leave, right? And I was just waiting to get everything in order. Get back somewhere else where I could be, mentally okay and not have to deal with like these people that wanted to find out about this car accident. So I had to escape from them. So I started planning to get a place to stay. I was going to work as a flight attendant, get all that information like I told you guys for landed back. Then stopped working at my job. I thought I was going to again. I was a job for it. I wasn't because I still live in Colorado. So no matter where I went in Colorado, the mob, the mafia, I got people looking into it, investigator to find out where he's from, but I had to get away from him. So I got a new job and all that, was getting ready to go work as a flight attendant. It came back in January, I think it was around like the 9th or 10th, I think it was, when I picked them back up from the airport. That was that, like, transition period, getting everybody back, in the mode, in the routine and all that was. Then we went on this cruise. We went on a cruise on January 16th. Me and Albert and the kids stayed at home by themselves with Harvey and the babysitter. And it was weird because, well, I get to the port from Lauderdale, but they had lost my bags. So I was like freaking out thinking that one of these people had took my bags. So I changed my whole route from where I was going. So instead of going on that one cruise, we hopped on another cruise because I didn't know if like they had got my itinerary or where I was going. And the kids were at home, you know what I mean? So I changed my whole itinerary to go to Palm Beach. I really went to Fort Lauderdale. And I kept telling Albert, I was like, I thought I saw that guy, like, I know they're following us. And he was just like, no one's going to go to that stream over a car. Right. So we ended up going on the cruise. I changed the whole route and everything. And we come back from the cruise. Well, the moment I get back from the cruise, Andrew approaches me and he says, he was like, your friends came by in that black car looking for you. So I started freaking out because I know it was the same black car they came to Red Elementary in and search and find me. So I told him, I said, look, I said, can you explain what the car looked like? I wanted to see if it has a black car too. So I was like, well, it could be Edgar's car, you know. So he explained the car, and it definitely wasn't Edgar's car because Edgar had the Beamer. I just started getting my paranoia was getting really bad. So I wouldn't go to the mailbox. I wouldn't go wherever. I was going to work, and I was putting, like I said, the visors up in my car because I thought that they could see me. I'd go take breaks at work and freaking out because I just started this job at District 20, and I didn't want them to think, you know, like I was just losing my mind or something. So I'd go to my car and try to like figure out what to do. So fast forward, those were like 2 or 3 days. It was Nina's birthday, January 22nd. So, you know, we're celebrating her birthday. Well, I rode all the way to get Albert's mom because I was scared to stay at home by myself. Like, I didn't know if they were going to clear our house or not. Prior to that, like, I got in trouble with the Colorado Sheriff's Office because I made a call to 911 and told them I thought somebody was in the backyard. Well, they send people out and they find out that there was nobody in the back. They say there's nobody. I don't believe it. They look at my alarm status and they're like, you could get in trouble for making false reports to the police, right? This is right in that time frame. And so I rode to the airport to get Albert's mom on Lena's birthday, and I basically wouldn't like leave out of people's sight. You know what I mean? Like people that could be around that I knew could help protect me or whatever. Fast forward on a couple of days, you know, I was trying to go to work. This would be all over the place, you know. And so January 26th, that was the day that Kobe Bryant had died in a helicopter crash. And we were going to go to church that day. Well, there was this guy who was saying he was Michael the Archangel now. That's why we didn't go to church on January 26th. It was a Sunday. Now, first of all, I told y'all where my faith is with Jesus. We had a business card that said Michael the Archangel. So I'm like thinking, I even asked my, attorneys this, and they got some back and forth, like, why do you think this man was doing this? He was trying to keep us from going to the church, you know? Turn the car around. And so we're just gonna go on a hike because, Kobe Bryant died. I love Kobe Bryant, we'll just go on a hike instead. So we're on the hike on January 26th. And I'm like talking to the kids about everything, and the woman was wanting, he knew I was packing boxes. As he knew about the flight attendant or whatever. Wanting to go with me. I said, geez, you have to wait till Wednesday. I said, because I'm gonna talk to your mom to make sure the flight attendant goes through whatever. Well, when we were on this hike, as we were talking about this, like I think that happened earlier with the whole Michael the Archangel. That's when something started telling me that we don't have to be a white family to jump, because if it be a black family, it would never make TV. Which you guys know that would be definitely true because there's a lot of racism still in this country. You know what I mean? So throughout the day, like this kept happening with the whole Michael the Archangel guy, And I'm like, why is this? I didn't know if the people were getting him to come and pose as Michael the Archangel and get him to come there. If it had anything to do with the side of the accident, that was a leg accident or what. So finally I told the kids, I said, look, let's just go on home. You know what I mean? Like the day's been too much of a hard day. Let's just go. Hannah was complaining with his stomach because he had like food all over. Whatever. Yeah, like I told you, his back on a problem. Well, we get ready to go home. Realize I hadn't gotten dinner yet. So I leave him and bathtub, he's taking a bath or whatever. Me and Lena go get food, do whatever. Probably was at work. So we come back, feed him, do everything, like a normal thing. My mind is still sitting there about this whole feel like it was God trying to tell me something, this whole arch. So my mind was stuck on that. So I was like, let's call it an early night guy. It was just, prior to happening today with the whole helicopter, it was just like not a good day that normally we have on pilot. So then we leave. I'm like, we'll go get happy, let's come back. Call it a night. And I'm in the bed, just like relaxing or whatever. And I hear the alarm on fire, 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 fire. So I just immediately freaking out. The next 30 minutes of that, 30 minutes-ish, was a glare. Like a glare. So like, where I went, like I went into protection. And I got the dogs, Lena, and took her outside because they were the first people I saw upstairs, you know what I mean? So I was thinking get the safe people out first, But I'll come back and get ready to run down the stairs to go back to get G, and I had socks on. So I slipped down the whole stairway or whatever. That's how my blood gets on the baseboard. I bust my head against the baseboard because I was running so fast down the stairs to get down to where I see smoke at this point. As soon as I see the smoke, I go into panic mode. Like, I have a flashback for, like all the fires I've experienced. I went back upstairs, went back out the front door again, and then realized Shannon's downstairs. Go back downstairs. And then I went back down the stairs again, and Shannon's on the sofa, and the fire is around the sofa. So I reach over to grab him, and when I do, he was like wrapped in the covers. So I grabbed the covers, I pulled the covers, and when we both go back on the fire, the last part of that was just being down on the fire. I didn't remember anything again until we were in the truck, but all of us were safe in the truck. So like, I don't remember running out at that point in time. I know that I did because the alarm doorbell camera showed that we run out the house. But I don't know if I just associated there, if it was just so traumatic. I don't know what happened from the time we went down in the fire to going out to the car, except my doorbell, the cameras and stuff. So they have camera footage. Go out, we get in the car, and I just pull off. Because again, you know me, I'm a runner. That was it, to just run away. He's hysterical, Lena's hysterical. I'm trying to figure out what is going on. Is the house burnt down? Do we have a house to live in? You have to remember, for me, a fire is this size, and it's huge to me. So I go back to this house because there's fire. But the gas tank was on empty, but someone kept telling me, just keep driving. Your car's just going to go on empty anyway. Just keep going. Don't worry. Your car's just going to keep going. Don't worry. Somehow, in between that time, I end back up to the house. Again, that was a gap that I don't remember. But I text Harley according to the messages and says, it's okay. There's a fire. Everybody's okay. And I send her a picture of the fire. Harley's freaking out, like, okay, I'm on the way home. Is Gannon okay? I said, and I wrote her back on the message, and I said, he has some burns from the fire, but everybody's okay. So Harley comes in, the house is like, smelling like smoke or whatever. We're opening windows or whatever. Harley basically took charge on that part. She started just opening windows. I'm like, Mom, it's okay, calm down. No, I was all hysterical all over the place. And they all wanted to, like, everybody just be together, because to me, all I could keep thinking about was if I couldn't have got to Gannon, he'd have like burn up on the fire, you know what I mean? So I was just all over the place. Well, we all decided to lay on the sofa together. That was on January 26th. So we're all just laying on the sofa together, just trying to like figure out the plan. Like I said, it's okay. I said, I'll have one of my friends. He goes by the name Guam. I'm not going to give his real name. I was like, I'll have one of my friends Guam get somebody to come over and fix it. Not going to be a big deal or whatever. And then that's where this whole like video goes on. And then about the fires, why did he said it, you know, whatever. I remember I told you earlier, I record everything. I wanted to have that too, you know. I didn't know how it started. I was upstairs when it started. And so he's telling me that he set the fire, but he didn't mean to set it. It was like all of that. We're just trying to come up with a plan to fix it. Now, you look at the video, people took it out of context. When I say we can sell the sofa, I don't mean you can look at our house. We have plenty of them. You guys need the country flame top, meaning we can get a new sofa. And so that got taken out of complete context of what we were saying, which I think I meant to say I was all lyrical. Well, we all were just on the sofa. I was like, I'm gonna get someone to come fix it or whatever. I told you. They brought the number to the garage. I said, hey, I'm going to go to work tomorrow, kids be going to school. If you could get someone to fix it, just replace the carpet, whatever, I'll pay you whatever. So like, I have memory, you know, out and in up until then, right? But where the gaps came in was what happened during that time frame. So I hear the garage open at some point during the night. And I don't know if I was having a nightmare, or I don't know if the garage is really opening. I don't really know because I was so heightened about this fire. So I kept going through the house thinking that there was someone in the house. And I kept running up down the freaking garage, kept coming open. I'd open the door to the garage, nothing. I didn't see the garage being moved or anything. Again, I don't know. I remember coming back in the house and I was just like, I woke up again. I guess that's when I text my boss. I don't remember this part. The message went to my boss that said that my stepdad had died. I remember my stepdad died when I was 19. But I didn't snap back out of it until later on. That really wasn't the same day that my stepdad had died. Right? But then I think I hear somebody in the garage again. Okay, well then I go out to the garage and I tell Harley, I said, Harley, I'm going to shut the door to the garage and lock it, you know, because if you shut the door from the inside and you come in through the garage, like nobody could get to the inside. And I was like that paranoid, you know. So I don't remember, but the doorbell cam, I'm like walking out, I guess looking in the yard, just trying to figure out what's going on. But then I remember being in the garage naked. And so I don't know who was in my garage. So when I talk to police, that's how all this stuff came about being raped and stuff, because I having a flashback of that. I don't know if someone was really in the garage. To me, someone was in the garage because I was naked. And when I say naked, like I was in like an skinny bra, like, you know. And I knew the door had been closed earlier, but why was the door open that I had locked earlier in the day, like early in the night? But when I get like that and I think somebody's around or whatever, I go into protective mode and I'll walk the whole time and I'll watch the yard and I'll be like on the zone of thinking someone's coming in the house, you know. I don't know any neighbors in Colorado. Like I knew in California where I could call a neighbor, you know. And so the next thing I remember is Lena coming back in to brush her hair, which would have been at least 3 hours later. Okay, I'm basing this on my cell phone records. You know what I mean? I snapped out of it when Lena asked me to brush her hair. Now you got to remember, Like when Maria comes, not, they're in that world, but like they're not, like, it's protected. You know what I mean? I don't remember sending anything to the boss about my stepdad. You know what I mean? It was 3 and 4 o'clock in the morning. So Lena gets up and I make her brushing her hair and I come back and I'm like looking around and I was like, oh, there was a fire. Why was I in the garage? Why was I this? That's when it started being like, did I dream this? Did this really happen? You know what I mean? So I go out to the garage. You know what I mean? That's when I grabbed my head and there was like matted blood on my hair. So I knew that I had really fell down the stairs. Like I had thought I fell down the stairs. You know what I mean? And so the matted blood was on my hair or whatever. So I just kept like messing with my hair, like trying to figure out what had went on. Well, I knew Gannon had burns on his arms. I evaluated him that next morning when I snapped back into it. I didn't think that it was enough to go to the hospital or whatever. Because I was leaving, I had an extra cell phone. It was the phone I put in the dog food when I got arrested. So on that phone, I called in. That's how the call came in that Gannon wasn't going to school that day. They couldn't figure out like where this call came from. That's because it came in from the extra phone. Told him that Gannon told me he still was doing he's upset. He doesn't want to smell around the kids when he has this accident. So we stayed out for the day. I realized on my phone that I had sent that message to the boss, and I was just like, what is going on? Like, I didn't remember sending it, but I don't know why was I thinking about my stepdad, what was going on. And I kept having these, at this point now, became flashbacks from the garage. And I was like, who was in the garage with me? But the whole time it was about Eduardo, which is the guy that Guam got to work, fix the carpet or whatever. That's who I kept like having flashbacks with in the garage. So we go forward, whatever. I told Gannon, I said, he said he wanted to stay home. I said, no, you said my friends in the car came by. I don't want you here by yourself. You're going to go with me. I said, go grab your cover. You're going to go with me for today. I don't want you here by yourself. Now, typically, I let the kids stay home by themselves because I researched Colorado law and it said that it was up to the parents and their discretion of how it had to be when you had to stay home. So I never had a problem with it. They would get off the bus before I get home. No issues. We had an alarm. You know, they had cell phones, everything. But so my paranoia was so bad that I was like, no, they're going with me today. So we did the cover. I moved the cars. And don't remember that part, but it's on the camera. Moving the cars. And I drive the truck for the day. I go get a bike. Part of the moving process will be boxes like that. So I was glad that the truck was left for me to use. You know. So me and him get in the car. I think it says around like no, before we get to 10 o'clock. Albert never writes us back at all that night about anything. So the next morning, and he's like, oh my God, you're fired, right? And I looked at my phone and I didn't see anything. So that's why at first I thought, did the fire really happen? Because I never got a message back from Albert, you know. But then that morning, he messaged back, and I said, yes. I was like, he's okay. So that's when I sent a picture of Gannon in the bed that morning. Okay? So I was like, yes, he's fine. He's laying down. You know, he didn't go to school today. I called it in. I'm not going to work. I didn't go into explaining to Albert about me sending a message and losing my mind. Don't know what's going on about. I don't want him to be like, you know, freaked out 1,000 miles away. So I told Gannon, let's just go out shopping for the day. Remember, we go get coffee that morning. We go get like Dunkin' Donuts. I think they had me at Dunkin' Donuts. I don't remember going to the gas station, but they had me at the gas store. Just basically going about shopping for the day. However, when I get to the PetSmart, these black cars from my PetSmart, and you'll see cars on the freaking camera at PetSmart. Gannon's got his switch in the car laid out. Remember, I told you he had burns in his arms and see right here now. And I say they were very small. We're talking like centimeters, okay? They were anything that you would think that they needed medical attention. The car comes by PetSmart. So you see me on the cameras at PetSmart running back to the door, like looking out. My first thought was I wanted to make sure G was okay in the car because he was playing a switch. Well, the car came back by. I go back into PetSmart, come back to the door, and like if you watch the camera footage of the PetSmart, you see me going back and forth to the door. Like, how did they know where I was at this point? And that wasn't Edgar's car because Edgar has a Beamer, and it was not a Beamer. So I leave the PetSmart. I think they said I bought something again. I don't remember. I leave the phone. Now this is the only phone I had, which was Gannon's phone, because I was trying to hurry out to the car. So I leave the phone at the PetSmart according to the GPS on the phone. So we go out, finish the day, we get Valentine's candy, and I'm like questioning Gannon the whole time of like, what did they think else when they came to the house? What did they look like? You know, like trying to get the best information I could get out of him because he's pretty good at like his age, like you know, like okay, he's literally. If you say, was it a purple shirt? And no, it was not purple. It was blue. Purple shirt. That's you know, so I knew I could get good information from him. So then we were driving on the back road. Okay. The only reason we took a back road was because this called 25 was backed up. And so we took a back road to go to Castle Rock. And this guy lived in Castle Rock. We go up on the site. And we're going to ride by this address that was on that police report. And I was going to ask him to please stop. Like, whatever he wanted. Did you want money? Like, I didn't do anything to your car. I wasn't involved in this accident. Like, you have all my information. Now, the insurance had already deemed I wasn't responsible for it and that I was on a plane. So I was going to think about talking to this guy. I probably would have chickened out when I got there, but that was my mindset. So we go on this back road, which I think is called County Line Road. We go on County Line Road, and Gannon talk about with the castles. And so I'm like looking for the castles to try to like show them the castles because there was like some castles that are like. Then I got mixed up, and I was like, oh shoot, I don't have a cell phone to see how to get out of here because I need the cell phone. And so I couldn't figure out how to get out there. So I'm like doing U-turns, V-turns. And then I freak out because I thought the guy walking was my stepdad. That's why I was telling the police and the people that I was trying to like back the car up and go back forward because he could be dead. And I don't know if it was just from that morning because I sent my boss that text message or what, but he was on that road. So I backed the car up, go back again, and I'm freaking out because he's dead. This point is when I realized I'm not stable enough to be in fights, just going to talk to people or anything. So I park the car for a minute, take a break or whatever. I don't know how long the break was. I remember taking the break. I remember him tapping me on the back of the shoulder, like, T, we gotta go, like, gotta get late from school. That's when I snapped back into it. And I remember driving the car back out the highway, like out of the county line road to go back to the house. I remember I told you I was talking again throughout the day. You said something about these kids that were bullying. Not him, but Lena. And Albert wanted him to go do something to these boys. Him told that Lena got hit with something. I was going to go talk to that kid. That kid's mom lived on Wando. So we come back into the neighborhood, into the part where Wando Drive was at. Now, Rewind a few days prior to that, him and the kid had been called. They're like the Smartie candy and the like rolls. Well, they had been called a few days prior, like fashion the Smartie candies, and like they were doing drugs or whatever. My opinion was he should not hang out with kids. Different. So I was going to go try to talk to this parent. But once I had this whole like, my stepdad was on that road, I freaking stopped the car at Wando. Said, Bannon, how about you do this? Because he wanted a video game. I said, why don't you go to the mailbox, get the mail, and do your lap, and I will buy you that $60 game you wanted. Because they know we have been shopping and I only bought him at $20. So I told her I'd do points. And I was like, give you points to give you the $60 game. So go to the mailbox and do your laps or whatever. So I don't know if Gannon got back in the car with me then or Gannon walked back to the house then, but we end up back at the house on January 27th. So if you see the videos, you see me like pull in, drive back, do all this stuff. I don't remember all that. I don't know if I still thought that I was trying to like, what was said that. I just remember I went in the house and I just sit down and was like, this is crazy. You know what I mean? The alarm says I kept going to the back door and all over the house and like up, down, and around, and whatever. Well, what threw me off was when I got back to the house, right? The alarm showed there was motion in the house, but there couldn't have been because I set the alarm for I left, but I put it on alarm stay. Because the dogs are in the house, people would say that could have been what triggered the alarm. No, our dogs are in crazy. That's not what triggered the alarm. Couldn't have been. And so I ran downstairs thinking, okay, well, maybe Guan had Eduardo come over here and fix this, carpet or whatever. So I ran downstairs, whatever. At some point in time, like I said, I don't remember getting walked back in the house and drove back with me. But he then comes back into the house. Said he's going to go play on the game. And I said, did you do your laps? And I remember us having that conversation. Then I go back upstairs to work out. What the police have about January 27th, absolutely not true because it's January 28th. Okay? So the day goes on through that, right? Everything happens. I don't know where Gannon's at. I called the police. All that was going on. Everything that happened on that time was going on. They came in our house with, I think it was like a 15, 20 body cams. You can clearly see, and I've watched these body cams until I've made myself sick, that you can see these body cams come in and nothing is out of order. Nothing has happened. Nothing is wrong at all. And I've watched them over and over and over until I've obsessed on them, When Harley comes home, Raina come in that day, we were going to go eat sushi. Gannon is not a fan of sushi. So at this point in time, I'm like, we'll figure out something else today. Gannon usually is home by the time that if the sun's not down, it'd be 6 o'clock. But it was raining. So we get in the car, they have us on the car raining, like leaving in the rain. So right there across the street, ask this neighbor if we've seen him. No, we haven't seen him. So we pull back up. I start freaking out. I'm pacing the house. I'm doing this. I'm doing that. Because I'm like, he's doing this flipping hiding challenge. Now, reverse back to this hiding challenge. They have a YouTube channel. Their mom and stepdad made. And like, if you find their YouTube videos, Cool Kids Tube is their YouTube channel. They would do these hiding challenges where like Elena would be in the box. And they were pretending like they were getting shipped all these places. We went over to the mom. Nothing we thought was bad about the kids wanted to do YouTube videos. Flashback forward. So I said, he's doing this hiding challenge. So at first, police were talking to me. I'm just sitting there like, man, he said, do you want, and I know this because I saw it on the video, do you want me to check the house? And I said, yes. Because I knew the hiding challenge police had trained. You can't tell me Disney police came in the house and didn't find him. You can't tell me that. That's because it was not true. So they did all this, whatever. The night goes on. Robert calls me back, and I'm a wreck at this point. I'm telling him about this craziness, and I'm telling him about the garage. It's all over the place. All the stories, it kind of like started like throughout the day. It was convoluted. Rain was all over the place. And I'm going back and forth like this and the fire. So he sends the officer back to check on me. According to the report, the officer comes back to check on me, and at this point is when I got scared. At this point, I know Gannon enough to know when his meds wears off, he's gonna need everything. At this point in time, we haven't even eaten dinner. I haven't even fed the kids. We never even made it to our dinner trip. So that's when I became really, really, really worried. All of us are in the house, and they went on different searches, whatever. I stayed at the house to make sure of anything, if anyone called, if anyone done anything. That was the last thing on January 27th before it hits January 28th. January, you'll keep on January 28th now. Do you want to keep on January 28th or did you need it? Okay. So then January 28th, which would hit 12 a.m. in the morning, right? The January 28th comes on. There's people like whatever, there's a knock on the window. My bedroom window, right? All of us had decided that we were going to all sleep upstairs. The reason for that was I get paranoid like that, and the only way I can protect Hardy and Lena is I have them near me. You know what I mean? So I'm like, look, all of us are sleeping up here. We're gonna all be up here. I knew I wasn't going to get much sleep, but for the kids, they were going to sleep upstairs. I dozed off for a minute. There was a knock at the door, being at the window. So the knock at the window happens, and I literally go to the window, but I don't see anybody. I remember getting in the car, driving out, because maybe that was Gannon, maybe it was. I drive, video shows me driving out of the neighborhood, out of the yard, but coming right back, or whatever. Or I can't remember. I don't remember that part, but I do know the video shows me going out to the car or something. And I come back inside. I keep hearing the same loud noise. And so I laid out like this, hearing the same loud noise, and I know Edgar was on his way back over. Edgar wasn't going to be there when the police was there. Because he didn't want any problems or whatever. He was like, I'm going to just go out and look. What does the black car look like? I knew Edgar was going to be on his way back over that morning because they were going to help me move all the stuff to Florida. That was his whole plan, to show back up that morning anyway, not even knowing what that Gannon was missing. So Edgar was coming back for that morning anyway. So I thought Edgar was getting there early or whatever. But I didn't see him out there outside. When I laid on the sofa like this, heard it again, I forgot. At this point, I think someone's in the house. Now, I didn't have my handgun on me because when the police came earlier, if you look at the footage, they had my handgun was in the car. They searched the car, searched everything on the body cams. And this is what we came up with between, me and putting details together on my team. My handgun was in my car because it was on the video. So I don't know if I went the back door or if he came in through the garage. But I kept telling him, I keep hearing someone in the house. And he was like, no, you're just paranoid. You're just afraid. You don't know where Gannon's at. So again, me, Edgar, Angelica, that's Edgar's family, and Lena were all in the house. Harley, Lena, I think Angelica was laying down, and Ty was on his way back. Ty goes to school in Florida. Ty was on his way back here. Whenever that noise again, I realized my handgun is in the car. I said, I never drove my car. It was in the car all day. Me and Edgar jumped up, okay? We hear it, and I start going down the stairs slowly, and I run back up the stairs. And I was like, down the stairs. Now, I don't know who's downstairs, what's going on. I don't even know if anyone's in the house or if it's just the people looking or what's going on. When we go back down the stairs, Edgar has the other handgun on him. Crossing over the front stairwell, it's someone in it looks like a cape. Okay? So it's like a cape wrapped around them. Goes straight into the back bedroom. As soon as I see him go to the straight back bedroom, I'm going to instantly go into protection mode. I went to go grab the gun off, like from Edgar, because I thought the person in the cape. I didn't know who it was. I happened with the whole Michael, the archangel, the whole thing had happened with my stepdad, and when I grabbed it from him, the gun hits me and then hits the person in the cape. At the time, I didn't know who the person in the cape was. Oh, standing on top of the bed. I didn't know at the time it was standing on top of the bed until later on when I sat down with my attorneys and we put it together and realized it. I didn't know until that point that it was Gannon standing. Because prior to that, I thought the whole like chase thing. We've put it together over and over and over, and I sit and I cry with them. I did this with them and everything. The only thing that comes to my mind is that the way the cover was wrapped, that's what had to look like the cape, was the way that he had the cover wrapped around him. They can see what they want, whatever about me. I never was purposely hurt Gannon or hurt anyone that I would have thought it would have been Gannon. Never in a million years, okay? Never. I've had these kids all over the country. If I was going to do something like that, it would be somewhere in another country. Like, come on, like people want to kill people doing it because they want to take someone's life. That's not what happened. They paint me as this monster and I did all these crazy things. I never once knew it was Gannon. I, in fact, didn't even know it was Gannon until later on. The reason I did is because Lena, I guess the noise woke Lena up. If you read the report, Lena told you that she helped carry Gannon's body. That report in her interview, she says on that Gannon's body's not moving. That's because she was there and she helped carry Gannon's body to the car. I couldn't get him up the stairs. I didn't even know it was Gannon at that time until I moved the cover. I lose it. Like I am all over the place, like screaming, crying. That's how Lena hears me. Lena tells me now Harley's still asleep. She hasn't woke up to read any of this. It's a hard sleeper. Lena helps me tote Gannon up the stairs. I'm throwing up like blood, the side of him. Like I'm literally going, Gannon is still alive. Gannon is barely talking. We try to get him up steps, which we did. We take him up. I'm like all over the place. We get out the garage to go to the car. Not blank out. Because at this point, I think I was in complete and utter shock. And I know I'm throwing up because I see all this later. So when I tell you I know I'm doing something, I sit back and written a timeline and look at every piece of evidence, figured, this out because I was just on it. I remember being in the car on the passenger side, and we were taking Gannon to the hospital. But I was on the passenger side, okay? Now my leg's bleeding, which if you look at the footage from the hospital, you can see where I got hit with a bullet. Okay? So my leg's bleeding. And that's probably why there was a little bit of my blood on the car. I don't know at this point. I don't know if she went back in the regular party. I don't know anything because I remember waking back up in the car and being like, there's no palm trees. Now you say, what is palm trees? In South Carolina, when you go to the hospital and those palm trees, it's on the Grand Strand. That's why it's called Grand Strand. The beach, and then there's palm trees. I didn't see any palm trees when we were in the car, so I didn't think I was on the right road. But I was in the passenger seat, not in the driver's seat. Next thing I know, when I wake back up, I hear a loud noise, like a howling noise, like the noise, and it reminds me of like when my grandpa died, and he made like this noise. That was the noise I heard when I wake back up and I'm in the garage, in the car. Now we look at camera footage, and my car does go out 5 minutes. So leave the neighborhood. So what we put together is that it must have been when I went out in the car hearing the noise, that must have been when Gavin took his last breath, and I was still out of it. Go back in and park the car. So, or come back to until Lena must have came back outside to the car, and Lena's asking what's going on, what's everything. I go in the house, Harley's face, Lena's face, they're all just like white, like they've seen a ghost, like they don't even know what's going on. Police, like the whole world, as if this ain't really going on. Like there is no way this happened. Like there's nothing wrong, y'all. Everything's fine. He's gonna be fine. He's gonna be home. That's when I started going through like all the motions of, you know, going to go get this part, because to me it wasn't really going on. Like this was, you can't even compare this to a nightmare. To have gone through that, you can't compare it to a nightmare. That is far from a nightmare. And to know that he was speaking to me and Lena as we were trying to take him off the stairwell. And then it was like none of it was real. So I just started going into different personality of like, this ain't really going on. We gotta find him. We don't, I don't know what to do. I guess somehow I go on to the airport. I don't remember any of that, but I'm on footage going on to the airport. I'm on footage just talking to people and saying like, you know, we're gonna find him. Like I don't really like remember that vividly, but I know I did it because I've seen it. I'm not gonna lie and say I didn't do it because it was there. Like me talking to people, me doing everything. It was, I got just disassociated, and I was like, this is not real. That there is no way this happened. So Edgar, another male, is a family member, and I'm not going to say their name. Somehow during this mix, when I was like going crazy trying to go get Albert, and I was screaming, everybody talking about it's an accident, it's an accident. I think they have one of the things reports where I was like, I didn't ever know it was Gannon, because I really didn't. It was someone that came. The reason he was taller was because the bed was sitting, like, you know, you think a twin bed, he was standing on the bed. So to me, or to whoever I was, thought that was a person in a cape. That's the only reason. At all, that the gun would have went. That is the only reason. And like I played this back, like I said, 50 million times in my head. Like, was I in the right mind to turn the light switch on? No. My mind was in the protective mode because he wasn't there. He wasn't there. He wasn't there. Where was he at? Like, this was somebody in the house. It was probably someone trying to molest him. It was probably someone trying to hurt one of us. So what I was already going through with my stepdad earlier in the day, Maria could have thought it was my stepdad. He could have thought it was anyone who was trying to hurt anyone else in the house. She's going to protect. That part of me goes in protection mode to protect everyone else around me. So there was never a moment. So there's no murder. There's no hurt. There's no intent. Look, I had everything I wanted in my life. Career, this, that, you name it. There was no reason to hurt anyone in my home. I gained absolutely nothing out of hurting a child. But abuse, negativity, shit, crazy as an evil stubborn, I took care of this kid and it wasn't child. So to like go through that. No, I had to carry him upstairs and he was dying. I could never in a million years tell anybody what it was like. I was not okay. I was not before because I felt working down with someone in a cape. Like, how do you even explain that again, small, that you think it's someone in a cape? You can't. You know? But then what happened after was even worse because I never even moved again. I'm not going to incriminate anyone, the male person. I'm not going to do that. Because it wasn't any intent there to harm anybody. There was no intent for anything. I went crazy thinking I could raise him in the bed. I was driving him around with the Burger King, trying to get him Happy Meals. I freaking took him back to GameStop to get that $60 game that I told you about that I told him to get earlier. That's how freaking crazy I was going. But I was like, he's going to wake up. You know, I don't know if y'all know Andrew Womack. I tried to find Andrew Womack's house. But he brought his son back from the dead from 5 hours at Memorial. And I grew up watching the Daily Gospel. And Andrew Womack, so I just kept thinking, like, God gives people power to bring it back from like this is not supposed to be happening. All I feel not even believing this is even happening. That's how my mind shifts. Older male person finally at some point told my mom that I had completely lost it because I told you my mom came out here. My mom, brother, they were all like, you have lost it. You can't bring somebody back from the dead. They already knew, but they weren't going to, involve themselves in it. Like, you are going crazy. You need to go to a hospital. I didn't have anything to do with body being moved. I really kept saying he has to get back to China. That's where his grandma and grandpa have a farm. That's where he was. It was like the person left me. Couldn't carry him anymore. And the whole thing was him to be buried in South Carolina. It wasn't to be like, something else. That was the whole thing. I was not well enough to get him there. That's why the male person is the person who tampered with evidence and who tampered with the body. That was not me. I'm not going to sit here and tell you that. They know with him and fired weapon and did this part. I'm telling you. It was him. I started the person in the case that goes in the house. And then freaking, you think about a cape. What if cobalt colors are on a cape? Red, black. What do I think about? What was going on in my mind during the day for my stepdad? If someone was trying to molest him, if someone was hurting these kids, just going through my brain. Or I didn't even have my own handgun on me. I don't even like guns. I can't even shoot a gun. Not even me. Maria can shoot a gun. I can't shoot a gun. So yeah. And if someone to get to hear the truth of it, it's like the hardest thing because people were like, oh, why didn't you turn the light on to see if someone's in a cave? What do you mean? Like, I sit there and told my therapists and people that, like, do you think I had that thought process? There was never even a thought to be like, hey, that's not even a thought I had. The different thought is when Maria comes, it protects whoever's in this house. That's exactly what happened. There was no intent. There was no hurt. There was no ill will. There was no anger. There was no passion. I looked up every definition they have in this book because I was just on it. None of that is right. That's not what happened. And you can't even say like there's no self-defense because you don't even know. I thought this was someone else. Like, how do I know who this is? I'm not in the right mindset to decide, to make that decision. I didn't know right or wrong to who this was, what I was doing. My mind goes to there's kids in this home, there's Lena, there's Carly, and one of my kids are missing. That's the mindset. That's the truth. So I don't know if you've heard, read, seen, whatever. But that is 100% true. It was on January 28th, not January 27th. I don't know why they're all wrong.
And so we don't know how body ended up in Florida. Am I correct?
No, so, okay. So leaving the, okay, so police came, they helped me pack. So, because people were going crazy in the neighborhood, they were like threatening to kill me, like all this, but the police allowed me to leave. They came and helped me pack. There's body cam footage of them packing the van up with my clothing and the police are there. They allowed me to leave. Okay? I'm still in that mindset of like, I don't know what, like, this can't be going on. This is worse than a nightmare. This, in my mind, it kept being like, I'm going to wake up and this is just one of these bad dreams. Like, that's how it kept saying, like, this is not happening. Like, there's got to be some camera pops out any moment for some show or something. I don't want to call it denial. It was more so of like, it was not reality. That was not. So they helped me load the car up. There was another male person who, and again, I'm not going to say their name because at the end of the day, they're still my family. He was trying to protect me and was like, you need to stop. You need help. Like, you've lost your mind. He was trying to protect me. I'm trying to protect him. I just kept saying, I'm going to Florida, and I'm going to drop my stuff off, and then I'm going to go to South Carolina, because I knew that's where LaRonda and Mac lived. And I just kept yelling at them, LaRonda and Mac live there. I got to go talk to them. And I know this only through their interviews, what they've said to my people. I just kept yelling, I get to LaRonda and Mac. Somewhere in my brain, I guess it recognized LaRonda Mac or my parents' mom, dad. And like, oh, those are only people that ever helped me. So like, one part of my brain was like, just kept that I gotta talk to them, I gotta talk to them, I gotta talk to them, you know. So I get in the car. I don't remember really driving. Like, they have me on stores where I go in like stores to buy stuff and I swear on my breath, I don't even remember one of these stores. I just drive. I'm not even a driver. I ride on planes. So for me to even be in a car that long, that's how much I was out of this world. And then at some point in time, I'm supposed to like meet them, and they call me and they're like, "You're losing your mind. We're not going any further. We're not going to South Carolina." I could not pick them up, very him. Because my mindset kept saying, I'm taking him to South Carolina, to his grandparents' farm, so he can have a proper burial. Because if he would have been buried, like, if Albert would have had control of it in Colorado, he would have never, like be involved in anything. You know what I'm saying? So, like, I just kept saying, let's go to LaRonda and Max. They can make a good decision. If they don't know what to do, they can help me bring you back to life. That's when the mill person intervened and kept saying, you're losing your mind. You can't bring somebody back from the dead. And I have to protect them too, because I'm not going to go out saying their name. Common sense, you can put two and two together, the mill figures that we hear, but you never hear it out of my mouth. At the end of the day, still. And he was just trying to like figure out why I was going crazy and help me at the same time figure out like this is really reality what's going on. But that was the only reason he ended up in Florida, because when they left me, he never wrote, like, his body was never with me, his body was never in the car. They pulled the whole van apart and seen that there was no DNA evidence at all. And then that's because he was never in the van that I drove on myself. Never. Ever. It wasn't until I get to Florida and I'm telling everybody, like, we have to bring back life, LaRonda could help. Those individuals who flew on an airplane and went to Florida after they got off the airplane, listen, I could not pick them up to carry him anymore. That is the only reason. Or else, I don't know, investigators have asked me, what was your plan? Was you just gonna pull up at the farm in South Carolina? And I said, I didn't have a plan. There was, in my mind, that's probably what I was trying to think about doing, is getting to Rhonda and Max, but like, there was never a plan. Like, I don't know if I was gonna pull up there and, you know, lose my mind, tell them what had happened. I didn't know. I just knew running has been part of my life. So running always makes things disappear. Like, it's not real. So I was under the impression that this was all just a nightmare, that as soon as I got away from this, I was just going to snap back into it, and this was not what it was. But it never happened that way. Then I started, like, when I was in South Carolina, I was telling people crazy stuff. I wasn't eating, I wasn't sleeping. I just kept saying to people, it's not what you think, this is not what happened, he's gonna come back to life. And like all my friends in South Carolina kept being like, what do you mean he's not gonna come back? He's gonna come back to life. What is going on? And I know by this point, I'm no medical professional, but I know for a fact that I was in a form of psychosis, because I never in my life have been through hallucinations. I never in my life have been through the things I was going through to explain that. To think there was a person in the cave. To think that this person was harming somebody. Never had been that height. And it caused me the ruin. I can see it's not about me, it's Landon's life. Luna's life, Harley's life, like I don't know. One decision that wasn't even right. Every single day. So yeah, to me, sometimes I do check in our reality. They're like, this ain't real. Be back. And with all my heart, I took care of it. Oh, literally gave him enema. Freaking took him to school. Did homework. Did everything. What? If anything, you know, whatever was weight loss to you. And people make up these things about stab marks. It's not stab marks. Those were from the fire. I've looked at the autopsy report to the point that I've memorized it. They say like 1.2 centimeters, 1.4. We're talking centimeters. That's from the fire. I don't care what they say. There was never anybody doing anything, slicing, dashing, whatever the hell the news puts on there. And that's not true. There were marks in the fire. Which was exactly what I told them. They were on the arms and chest. Just what I told them when I was going through these stories and my brain was so convoluted. It all went together. And I was talking about the rape. I was talking about the garage. I was talking about marks. I was talking about the bleeding. Like, I was like shocked that all of it went together in these crazy. It was almost like I was talking a word salad all over the place. Nothing was coherent with any of those things. Didn't really understand what was going on. That ain't no approach that people take to get out of crimes. I've never been a felon. I've never been a madman. You don't just wake up one day and decide to start murdering people. It's because it was not meant to. It was missing. Everything in my mind was bad. I was raping him, so I was molesting him, so I got him here, so I got there. I watched this body cam footage so much that like everybody's like, well, where was he at that night? They opened the closet with the ornaments and stuff. I swear to you, I see it move. I see it move with the cover. And I'm telling everybody on my team, I'm like, y'all don't see that. Y'all don't see that. That's where he was hiding at. That's where he was at the whole night of the 27th. How did that guy miss him? How did he come in there with freaking body cams, trained to find people, trained like his hiding, trained at that and miss that? How? That's why I go back and forth with everything they have. Because had he not blaming this on him, because God knows I would never blame them, someone else like that. Had he done that, the outcome probably be different. Yeah, absolutely. How am I supposed to know that it's not some person in the house getting ready to take another kid? her niece, her that Maria thinks like that. She doesn't think rational. She doesn't think let's do this the right way. She thinks I'm about to hurt anybody that's about to hurt the people I love. Wow. Her being pain like you just don't know how bad I just be wanting to sit down with Landon. I can't change my mental state. But you gotta know in your heart it was not her getting it. I didn't go my whole life teaching kids. Never heard like I have no history of anything. Like even the FBI testified on the stand and the prelim was like, there's no history of any kind of abuse. She did not abuse these kids. They said like because I was the one that always came to rescue them for everything. And now I don't even get to like even tell Lena goodbye. I don't get to say anything. And they have to, she has to think that the world I are her brother. Like, come on. Like, not what happened. But I was in autopsy report and like within the jaw, and it was like far away. And I'm like, but I always keep like try to sit there with them, try to piece together any of these pieces I'm missing. Like what point am I missing this part? I'm missing this part. Everything is like the evidence is all consistent. You're gonna listen if you're gonna kill somebody. You don't shoot them in the jaw. Murderers kill people. Most female people who kill people are psychopaths and they poison people and they do all these harm. When not even knowing it's them and it hit them in the jaw. And they paint it as this murder. Just listen, or like some children, like, come on. Never had a scratch on their body. Ever in their life. Ever. So this is happening. And try to get these people to like understand that is the hardest thing ever. Because had I not, maybe if I hadn't been going through it, I was going through the day thinking my stepdad was still alive. Maybe like trying to replay everything. Maybe if like I wasn't worried about these people and I let him stay home that day. You know, maybe he wouldn't have left because I thought the whole car situation, people trying to follow me from the stupid car accident thing, like, and I tried thinking that might have switched, that might have kept me from being at the state I was in. And then they like painted this whole thing about cleaning supplies. If you guys have seen the receipt, the carpet. I mean, I've memorized the receipt. There's trash bags, carpet powder, candy, nothing in there ever sent anyone to get cleaning supplies. Pull up the receipt all day long and say it. It's not true. Right?
I understand it's a lot. Also had a very long day. We'll probably be stopping here at this point in time. A little late.
You guys hear like a lot of like stuff known to like what people do and stuff. Whatever you do, please just don't ever take the whole mindset these people took. You won't ever find it in my history. Ever. You said ever, nothing like that comes to children.
I do appreciate you all for
Worked pretty hard to consider all of the
Because they know all, but I don't deserve this. At all. Some people would just be like, oh, I have nothing to do with it or none of that. From the beginning, I got in and out of it at CJC in the beginning, and I kept being like, this is not real. But at some point, it hits you, and you're like, okay, no, those cameras aren't coming out. No, this is really going on. And people just got to see me, and they're like, wait a minute, something right. Like, you are like, always follow rules. You don't do this, you don't do that. Like, just don't make any sense. And so, I know last time you guys know that they were like, I was part of the jail, but like, once they got to know that that's not who I am, things got easy. Like, they weren't, I say easy, but you know what I mean? Like, they didn't think of me like, of how this is. They started more and more being like, there's something we're missing, and I always just feel like you just have no idea of what is actually missing from it. It's not because someone, that's not true. Whether you want to call it that on paper, that someone I ended, there's 100% no determination. Me not turning the light switch on or turning it on, off, on. Me determining who was there, who was not, caper, under the cape or not. There was no determination of black after that. And I've read that, every part of that book I told you I read it. There was no determining black or not. Because in the reason is this, in this house, they need to be protected. So that, like, whether he was alive that day or not alive that day, I still struggle with that. Like, I'll still be at the jail, like, thinking he's there, having these nightmares, or whatever. And I'm like, I don't even know when this will stop. Like, I don't even know if it'll ever stop. Like, he's dead in those things.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, I think we'll take our morning recess. If I can have everyone back in the jury room at say 10 till 11, we should be able to start on time at that point. Again, don't discuss the case with yourselves, don't discuss the case with anyone else. And we'll see you back at 10 till 11. All right, for the jury, please. You may all be seated. Record should reflect the jury has left the courtroom. Is there anything we need to take up outside the presence of the jury at this point in time? Prosecution?
No, Your Honor.
Yes. Okay. All right. All right. Court will be in recess then.
All rise.
Everyone take a deep breath. My goodness. Whew. All of you recappers, I do not envy having to recap that whole mess because wow. That was a story. That was really a story. Well, Amelia, are you running to the store? Oh, Snickers for everyone. Oh, Emily wants 3 Musketeers. When she talks, time goes slow. Yeah. You know, in chat, when they're back, you're going to go listen again. It was an hour and 14 minutes chaotic, so we only got a 20-minute break. I need to listen to the whole thing again. I also need to listen to her again. There was just so much. And I don't know if I quite grasped the concept of what she's trying to say. The sound and audio honestly needs cleaned up. The video needs cut aside by itself and just played with it being neater and cleaner audio. That's honestly what needs to happen. So my throat feels fine. It's mostly my sinuses, to be completely honest. Yeah, that story. Yeah, Gray will clean it up, no doubt. Yep. It was hard to follow. I can honestly see what I can do with it too. Clip it out and play it by itself or upload it by itself. I can't do that obviously right this second because of being live doing the trial, but you stole a handful of someone's jelly beans. Oh no. She shot at him 3 times, but only 1 bullet hit him. Chopper, it's not going to let you post a link. If you want to tell me about what it is that you're trying to send me to, I can go look it up, or you can email me the link, but it won't let you post a link. Everyone think about her adding Lena to these stories. It is disturbing, Kim, and that makes me wonder again, who is going to be this last witness? Are they going to put Lena on the stand to clear up the fact that she did not help carry Gannon's body? Because I don't think there's a chance in heck that she involved Lena like that. Not even a little bit. There's no way that she trusted an 8-year-old to keep a secret like that. Yeah, if Lena knew, she would have told exactly Holly. There was such a lack of emotion throughout the entire thing. Still no remorse shown, even if it was dissociated. She would have shown remorse once she realized what she had done. Right. Yeah. Harley and Lena both were not involved. There's not a chance. Transcript would be nice on it too. Yes. Yes. You're writing all this down, Avery Shannon. I know you have the capabilities to do this. Avery Shannon could probably make us like a whole little like computer animated video of the entire story as she's telling it. She's good like that too. You think it would have made much more sense to hear this at the beginning before we heard from Harley or her brother. Yeah, I'm kind of surprised, honestly, but I think they wanted to keep all of what the doctor's evidence was going to say towards the very end so that the defense didn't have more time to get their doctor to be prepped for what they were going to say, right? Jenny Haynes, the 60 Minutes video. Okay. You'd survived child abuse by developing 2,500 personalities? What? What? Okay.
You could.
I'm gonna play this. They're gonna end up striking me, but I'm gonna play it anyways. I'm interested to listen to this. So this is the shorter of some of the videos there. But this one, she apparently pulls up some of her 2,000 plus personalities to speak with 60 Minutes. And so credit 60 Minutes for this video. Here's the link for it if you guys are interested in seeing it and all the things. Whatever, they're going to take my ad revenue. Not a big deal. Let's do this. Let's watch this.
Well, we prefer multiple personality disorder. We understand that some people prefer the term dissociated identities, but no, mine aren't dissociated. It's not like we woke up and said, oh, I have to do something unpleasant. This is my job. I don't want to own that, so I'll push it away. That's not part of me. That's not how we worked. I was born and then I was removed by Symphony. And after that, and I shall ask her to come out and tell you this, because after this, it all gets a bit blurry for me.
Sure.
Hello.
Oh, I'm assuming that this is one of her personalities coming out now. You've seen this story, and that's how you were able to tell Letecia is full of poo. Yeah, I will, Emily. I will. But so this is her pulling out a teensy bit of a different personality. And I'm sure we're going to see this quite a few times in this video. It's interesting, though. I can't picture having 2,500 different personalities. That's a lot. I could see like 1, 2, heck, I could probably even take, say, 5, 2,500. Ooh, buddy.
Hi.
I'm Symphony.
Hi, Symphony.
Hi.
Symphony, you're 4.
Yes, 4 going on 50. Yes, I've got to be 4 because I'm hoping that when I get to testify that I can grow, because I've got to stay this age because I've got to tell about Daddy.
She's got to tell about Daddy, so she's staying 4 until she tells about Daddy.
You are in charge of those facts.
Yes.
You know what happened.
Everything that he did after I took Jennifer away, he did to me. So every single bit of abuse I have experienced, that's my job. My job is to deal with Daddy.
That job was a big...
That's freaking sad. That's freaking sad. I don't know. Child predators like make me sick.
job.
It was enormous. The first person I created after me was a man called Eric, and Eric is our organizer. So as people were created, Eric made them an internal landscape where they live, and he gave them their list of rules, and because everybody's got rules.
There are some very strong personalities in there. Some people
Yes.
who are with you
All the time, yes.
all the time. Tell me about them. Let's go through some of those.
Okay, let's start with Muscles.
Let's.
I love Muscles.
Is this lady like implying that she talks with all the different personalities? Is that what I'm understanding? That she has one that literally keeps them all in line and has rules and things like that. She's implying then that they all communicate within themselves. Very interesting.
Actually, I will ask him to come and talk to you, if that's okay.
Yes, of
Yeah.
course.
Oh, okay. Good pants. Thank God. Thank God for pants. Hello.
Hi, Muscles.
Hi.
Muscles, you take on a whole demeanor, don't you? You've
If
arrived.
you're going to be here, you're going to be all the way here. There's no point being a half-ass. Just be here. Yeah.
Your role is protection.
Yeah, my role is complete protection. I'm not the kind that sits back and goes, oh, all will be fine. I'm much more of a get up and do it kind of a guy. And I wanted revenge.
Who are the others in your repertoire of friends, your personalities who are important to how you function?
Oh, Volcano. Volcano. Leather god extraordinaire. You want to see him walking around in his leathers.
And what does Volcano do?
Volcano does not do what you think he's doing. So everybody goes, Volcano, that sounds dangerous. He is a total sweetheart. His job is to tell you, you are allowed to feel what you're feeling. What you feel is absolutely appropriate. He has a sense of what normal is.
Who else are strong, important?
Judas. Judas has been trying to tell. Actually, he is sitting in the background, agitating. You're telling, that's my job. That's my job. He's 7 going on 8, and Judas does exactly what his name says. He is Blab. He will go and tell you anything.
Now that you know this war is over, are you not able to become one, Jenny?
No, because it came out of the back of my head. I don't know how to put them back in. You see, everybody thinks that Jenny has alters.
Right.
You've got to understand, Jenny's an alter.
Yes.
She's just as much as an alter as Eric or Muscles or Linda is.
So you can't become Jennifer?
Oh, gosh, no.
That's
no.
done.
Yeah, that's done. Yeah, can't do that.
But you will always be Jenny.
I will always be Symphony.
You will always be Symphony.
Yes.
Yeah, so I don't know. I don't know how to feel about this. Yeah, what she is implying it doesn't feel typical for DID from your understanding of it. It doesn't seem typical for what we have heard from, well, two of the different specialists that we've talked to, and also what they've described. Like, I thought that it was one of those things where they didn't speak with each other, they didn't, like, they coexist, but they don't take part in each other's lives, and this seems like she is able to have full-blown conversations with her other alters, like, to the point where she described a gatekeeper. 2,500 is a lot. I understand the theory and the trauma and stuff that's behind DID and, like, how it's supposed to split whenever you're young and stuff like that, but I don't know. We'll discuss that more in a little bit, though.
Take up at this point in time, Mr. Young.
No, Your Honor.
Yes.
Tell you something about this morning. I came in.
All rise for the jury, please.
Dr. Torres, that's probably here in the microphone.
Thank you. May all be seated. My bad. Sorry about that. All right, court will call 20 CR 1358. Letecia Stauch. Record should reflect the jury has returned to the courtroom. Mr. Young.
Thank you, Your Honor. You might be surprised, but I have some questions based on the last clip that we just saw. So the jury understands, is this the last time that you talked to Ms. Stauch on March 24th, 2022?
That was the first time that we spoke to her for our sanity interview, because we saw her again in June.
I meant because we saw some other clips that took place, and it looked like there was breaks and sessions where she would leave. Is this the last session on that day that you talked to her?
Yes.
Okay. And at the end, you said you're going to have her come back, and we're going to talk about June in a moment. But did she eventually come back and you asked her some more questions?
She did.
Now, in this particular clip, you and Dr. Gray didn't ask a lot of questions. I think Dr. Gray asked one with about 20 minutes left. And then you said some things towards the end there. Was that unusual?
It depends. Every case is different. Some defendants give practically a full account, almost in the way that Ms. Stauch did the first time that we asked them to explain it to us. Some defendants give a very brief account and require a lot more follow-up questions. So given that she spoke so much, there was a lot to process and a lot to think about and a lot to go through before we could ask further follow-up questions.
But as she's telling these things to you on the clip that we just saw, Were you thinking that whether or not that was consistent, what you read in discovery or what you've seen other statements that she made about this incident?
Yes.
Why didn't you ask her those things?
During the first recounting, we usually don't like to interrupt. We like the defendant to just let us know the things that essentially they want us to know. When it comes to things of inconsistencies, that can come up the second time we go through it, or in this particular circumstance, we ended the evaluation that day because I think we had already been going for about 5 hours or 5 hours and a half. In some sanity interviews, we'll ask follow-up questions immediately based off of the notes that we're taking.
Is the entire contact that you and Dr. Gray had with the defendant, Ms. Stauch, on March 24th, 22, was that video recorded?
Yes.
Did you ever talk to her at any time off camera?
No.
During the course of her statement, she alluded to the fact that she's read discovery or read police reports. Do you recall her saying things like that?
Yes.
Do you recall her talking about the body-worn camera that she reviewed and things like that?
Yes.
She also alluded to the autopsy and said do you remember what she said about the autopsy?
I believe she said she had obsessed over it.
She memorized the autopsy report?
Yes.
Was that unusual in a forensic setting for someone that you're evaluating in an insanity evaluation, for them to be verbose on discovery and know everything that was been discovered?
Again, this is one of those, it depends. Sometimes people are more aware of what the discovery says in their particular case, and sometimes they're not, or they have less of an idea.
Do you recall her using terms such as psychosis, disassociated, things like that?
Yes.
And are those terms commonly used in your everyday conversations with people?
Not in everyday conversations with people.
She indicated a couple times that she's read the whole book and things like that. Towards the end of the interview, she indicated that I know right from wrong. I read the book from cover to cover. Do you recall her saying something to that?
Yes.
Did that give you an indication that perhaps she may have reviewed the DSM-5?
I had wondered, but I don't know if she did.
May we approach?
Okay.
I apologize, Dr. Gray. Sometimes we have to have conversations with the judge.
Yeah.
Dr. Torres. I apologize for that as well.
I look a lot different than he does.
Okay. So we were talking about her knowledge of using words like disassociation, right from wrong, and psychosis. Are those not necessarily the right from wrong, but is disassociation a term that is in the DSM-5 in regard to dissociative identity disorder?
Yes.
And does it state in the criteria in the things that might be apparent in someone who suffers from that mental illness, the terms of people may disassociate?
Yes.
And what does disassociate mean in general?
Disassociation is it's a term that is used when a person is no longer able to integrate things like memory, perception, awareness. It can be seen in a few different ways. I mean, we talk about dissociative amnesia, so not integrating memory, forgetting that you've done things. We've talked about more normal components of disassociation that we just reference as absorption. So like when you're so absorbed in a task that you are not really aware of what's going on in your surroundings. But pathologically, there's amnesia, there's derealization, and then there's depersonalization. Derealization is more of a feeling detached from reality. Things seem more like a dream than they do actual life. Depersonalization is almost as though you are in your body observing yourself, but you don't feel integrated.
This is going to sound like I did this on purpose, but I didn't. But for instance, when I called you Dr. Gray, is that a form of disassociation?
I would not say that.
Okay. I'm not going to ask you then what it is, because I'm afraid of what the answer might be. The fact that she gives you this version of events, and we talked about how as she's giving it to you, you may be reflecting back on the police reports and the discovery, thinking that it's not consistent. Do you remember talking about that?
Yes.
When she brings up this thing about going to church, kind of at the beginning of the interview, based on what she's telling you happened on January 26, 2020, do you recall that?
Yes.
Are you familiar with that? There's police reports that indicate
Stating facts that are not in it.
Well, the question's not all the way done. So let's wait until we get to the end of the question before we take the objection.
Yes, sir.
Are you familiar with the police reports in this case that talk about surveillance video in that neighborhood and monitoring 6627 Mandan Drive during this entire time frame?
I'm aware of them, yes.
Do you recall reading them?
I likely read them, and I don't remember very specifically what those might have said.
But needless to say, there's reports that talk about movement from that house during a specific time frame. Do you recall reading that?
Yes.
And certainly, if she had gone to church that morning, we would see the vehicle leave on the video camera. Is that right?
Yes.
And you probably don't remember if you read that report or not, but do you remember reading anything about her leaving the morning of January 26, 2020?
I don't remember that.
Okay. The other issue is, are you familiar with reports with regards to her vehicle, the Tiguan, and the GPS data that was on that Tiguan?
Some of it.
If she took the Tiguan to church, would that be reflective in the GPS data?
I would assume that it would be, but I don't remember specifically reading that.
Well, what do you do as a forensic psychologist when someone's telling you something that you know is not consistent or is flat out not true?
Occasionally, we might specifically ask them about that particular point. As I noted, it depends on the relevancy to the question that we are trying to answer, which is what is her mental state at the time of the offense? So this could be an example where what was happening the day before was less relevant for us. as evaluators, we're not there as investigators. We're not there to fact find. We're not there to find out, is what she telling us the truth or not? But we are paying attention to whether there are inconsistencies in self-report from one conversation to another, as well as in the other data that we have, because that speaks to issues of credibility.
Well, I'm assuming when she brings up about this Michael the Archangel handing out business cards, and that's what caused her to go on the hike, that something may have been going on there. What was your take on her telling you that?
You know, that particular point, I did have a question about it, but ultimately I don't think that it comes down to very much. It doesn't seem to be an issue of psychosis or dissociation. If it is true that there was an individual there handing out cards, it was just another point in her day.
Okay. Do you recall her talking about the video? The court reporter needs to take a drink. Wait. Okay. Do you recall her talking about a video that she made with regards to the burns on Gannon? How she video recorded everything?
Yes.
Is there any significance as to when the video stopped recording?
I don't know.
Do you recall the video?
I don't recall that video specifically.
If I told you, and this is to get what your opinion is of it, okay? Is if the video stops after Gannon says, "I'm worried about my burns," and then she says, "Well, tomorrow," stops. Is that any significance to you in your evaluation?
For the purpose of our evaluations, it just helps corroborate that there were burns on Gannon. I don't know about the severity of the burns, but it's interesting that he was worried about them. And then in terms of stopping it at tomorrow, I wouldn't know what to make of that.
Okay. She alludes to her stepfather several times during her narration here. What did you and Dr. Gray take from that?
The references to the stepfather, to me, sounds like she's trying to tell us that she was having flashbacks of her stepfather. At this point, I think we've established her self-report that she had an abusive childhood. So that is our take specifically whenever she mentions him, is that she's trying to make that point.
And does she refer back, as she mentions her stepfather, as to why she would text her boss at 4 a.m. or close to 4 a.m. that morning saying, "I'm not coming into work because my stepfather got killed in an auto accident"?
Mm-hmm.
What was your take on that?
I think it's curious that it happened at that early in the morning. When Ms. Stauch was talking to us, she told us that she doesn't remember specifically doing that, and that she knows that that happened because it's in discovery.
And that was going to be my next question. Did Ms. Stauch appear to refer to things that are in discovery as she's explaining her accounts?
Yes.
And in that particular moment, did it appear to you that she's trying to explain as to why she would say, "My stepfather just died, I can't come into work"?
It's possible. I would say that whole interview, the first time around, we had concerns that she was explaining evidence more so than trying to give us her version of what occurred, which is something that we tried to address the second time that we spoke to her.
And we're going to play that later, maybe this morning, maybe this afternoon. During the course of her interview, she repeatedly said, "My team, my attorneys, we came up with this." What was your take on that?
Again, it was concerning for us as evaluators because we picked up on that language as well. As I noted earlier, we are trying to get a pure version of events from a defendant during sanity evaluations. So when she says things like, this is what we came up with, it does make me wonder a bit further what that means, because it does sound like, again, trying to explain the evidence that is available.
Is it consistent with how she did on the psychological testing that stated she was exaggerating symptoms?
I don't know that I would say those two things are specifically consistent, but I think that throughout this case, there were concerns about Ms. Stauch's credibility, whether it was in regards to the way that she told us what happened that day, given the inconsistencies, in addition to the exaggeration of mental health symptoms on the testing that we did.
She talked to you about falling down the stairs. Do you recall her saying that?
Yes.
And then later in the interview, she talks about being in the garage naked and noticed that her head was matted with blood. Do you recall that?
Yes.
Did you recall reviewing a report by a SANE nurse in this case by the name of Van Ness?
Yes.
And were there pictures associated with that report as well?
I don't remember.
Do you recall the SANE nurse mentioning anything about any injuries to her head?
No,
Did she have any injuries to her head?
not that I'm aware.
During the course of the interview on several different occasions, she wanted you to know that Gannon was killed on January 28th and not January 27th. Do you recall that?
Yes.
From reviewing the police reports, what is your understanding as to when, at least from the police reports, the killing happened?
The police report suggests January 27th.
And would that have been sometime between 2:30 to 3:15 that afternoon?
Sometime in the afternoon.
And so it's real clear that she's telling you it didn't happen then. It happened the early morning hours of January 28th, sometime after midnight. Is that what your recollection is?
Correct.
Which would mean the police had already been in the house. They looked around the house. She told you she memorized the body worn camera as well. Do you recall her saying that?
Yes.
What was your and Dr. Gray's evaluation of that?
For us, again, the timing of it was less relevant to the question that we were trying to answer. We do note that there is that discrepancy in terms of what the police reports say and what she is saying.
Was part of her, was your opinion was that she was trying to convince you that the police had it wrong?
At least in terms of when the killing actually occurred.
And is that something that if someone truly suffers from dissociative identity disorder and they're having some kind of amnesia because they go into a different state of mind, would that be consistent with that?
I would expect if somebody was dissociating, there would be more of that loss of time and potential disorientation, switching from one state to another.
Would that individual make it a point to say the police are wrong, they got it all wrong, this is when it actually happened?
I think that's going to be an it depends.
Okay. I seem to ask a lot of those questions. I apologize for that. Now, when she's talking about the incident that she says happens on January 28th, 2020, sometime after midnight, just so we're in reference here, she talks about we all decided that all of us were going to sleep upstairs. Do you remember her saying that?
Yes.
And she's referring to herself, Harley, and Lena?
Yes.
And then she goes into the details as to what she thinks happened to Gannon.
Yes.
And she somehow says, or she tells you that a person by the name of Edgar comes by,
Yes,
and Edgar has a relative named Angelica.
I don't remember.
Okay. Again, from review of the police reports and the surveillance video that's monitoring 6627, did you ever see a black BMW show up with two individuals come out and go into the house?
I don't remember seeing that.
She talks about her and Edgar going downstairs. Do you remember that?
Yes.
And what do you recall her saying that she sees as they're going downstairs?
She says she sees someone in the house, someone who's wearing a cape.
And in your expert opinion, is that when, if it happens, a triggering event occurs and she changes into Maria Sanchez?
It's a little hard to tell from her self-report. It seems as though that's what she's trying to imply to some degree, because she talks about going into protection mode, and she often references Maria as the protector. And at the same time, in her self-report, it seems as though she's explaining what she is seeing, presumably as Letecia Stauch, in terms of seeing someone in a cape.
And that's what I was going to ask you about is someone who has dissociative identity disorder, are they going to be able to recall what happens as a different person? I know that's a weird question, but I think you understand what I'm saying. Once that triggering event happens.
In terms of how Ms. Stauch has explained her dissociative identity disorder, she doesn't have access to Maria. She can't tell us what Maria is thinking at any point in time. So I would think that if Ms. Stauch had dissociated into Maria, there would be a lack of awareness or understanding or memory for that period of time from Ms. Stauch's perspective.
And would it be common if someone is truly legally insane at that moment? Would it be common for them to say, I blacked out, I don't know what happened after that moment?
That happens a lot.
Does that happen a lot in criminal cases? Where
I suspect it
insanity-
happens often enough in criminal cases.
Where insanity is an issue.
Where insanity is an issue, it's common, I would say, for people to have periods of not remembering, especially if they are having some sort of acute mental health crisis at that moment.
So in this particular case of Ms. Stauch, if she had dissociative identity disorder to the point where it turned into a severe mental disease or defect as defined in the insanity statutes, would you expect her to have recall of the events that took place after she went to a different persona?
I would expect her to report more loss of memory for those things.
I think that answered, I think we're saying the same thing. So you wouldn't expect her to give you details about Gannon standing on the bed with a blanket around her.
Not if she was dissociating at the moment.
And did she ever explain to you and Dr. Gray how she could go from protected mode, where Gannon was part of this protected mode, to killing Gannon?
We never asked her that question specifically. However, her self-report to us implies that she didn't know it was Gannon and that she thought it was somebody who had come into the home, possibly an intruder.
But as she talks about Maria, is it clear that Maria Sanchez, based on what Mitch Stauch is telling you, knew who Gannon was and that she was there to protect him?
That's my understanding.
And as she's telling you about this tall person who she perceived to be tall because Gannon's on the bed, do you recall her mentioning that that's what she talked about with her attorneys and that's what her attorneys told her?
I think she did make mention that that was part of the conversations that she had with her attorneys.
And you know the circumstances of how Gannon was found in Florida?
Yes.
Do you know the bedding material that is wrapped around him in this suitcase?
Yes.
Is it consistent with what she's telling you he has wrapped around him, this red and black blanket?
I don't remember the colors of the blanket.
At some point, she says Lena wakes up. And she says Lena actually helps carry Gannon after he's been shot up the stairs, the car, and the garage. Do you remember telling you that?
Yes.
Did you review the interview that was conducted with Letecia Stauch with regards to this investigation?
I did.
Do you recall the last time she said she saw Gannon?
I don't recall the last time she said, but I don't think it's consistent with being present or carrying a body up the stairs.
If she would have said that in her interview, you think you would have remembered that, especially when Miss Stauch says it here?
Yes.
Do you remember other interviews that Miss Stout gave where she talks about Lena coming home from school and that she had to do her laps and went to the mailbox and rode her bike and didn't come into the house?
Yes.
She goes into the fact that she tried to bring Gannon back to life. Do you recall that?
Yes.
Is there any significance to her saying that to you?
We considered that. So I would say that it does have some significance. However, as it pertains to the issue of insanity, again, insanity is such a narrow focus. This is stuff that would have happened following the actual shooting. So it doesn't speak so much to the time of the offense as it pertains to the issue of a murder. In terms of the charges of tampering with a deceased human body, it has more weight on that. So it was interesting to us that she said that she took the body from one place to another and then even was hopeful to find this Mr. Womack to have some sort of resurrection.
And do you recall Lena saying anything about that in the review of her interview about them driving around trying to bring him back to life in the car?
I don't remember her saying anything about that.
Do you remember reading any police reports or seeing any surveillance video of that happening?
No.
She also tells you that she got hit in the leg with a bullet. Do you recall her saying that?
Yes.
What was that all about?
I don't know. We didn't follow up on that.
Had you read or seen any medical reports or anything that said she had been shot in the leg with a bullet?
No.
At some point, she says that Harley and Lena's faces are white, like they just seen a ghost. Do you remember her saying that?
Yes.
Would you expect Harley to recall that if that actually happened?
Yes.
Would you expect Lena to recall that if that actually happened?
Possibly.
When she was talking to you about Gannon talking to her and Lena as they're going up the stairs, do you recall that line of questioning?
Yes.
She said that she was switching or she was having different personalities at that point. Do you recall her saying that?
As they were going up the stairs?
Yes.
Vaguely.
Any relevance to that, to your opinion?
If the events occurred as Ms. Stauch has said that they did, to me, it would not surprise me that somebody might go into some sort of shock. And if she had a mental illness like a dissociative identity disorder, it wouldn't surprise me if that would cause some sort of a reaction or exacerbation of symptoms. And at the same time, it's unclear to me from Ms. Stauch's report who she was dissociating into, or what exactly was occurring, how much of it was her or one of the personalities that she shares worlds with, as well as when events occurred, when she looked at the body to find out it was Gannon's body, given some inconsistencies.
I'm going to use the word you used, if this happened, if she's switching personalities and going through this disassociated state, would a family member notice that right away?
I would think so.
Would Harley notice that right away?
I would think somebody would see something.
Would her brother Dakota Lowry notice that right away when he got it?
Potentially.
What about Al Stout when she picks him up at the airport hours later? Would he notice something like that?
I would think so.
In fact, in the DSM-5, does it not state that family members would certainly notice something obviously strange with an individual who suffers from dissociative identity disorder?
I would think eventually, if it was a severe presentation of dissociative identity disorder, we've talked about how sometimes it's subtle and it's not readily visible to other people when somebody's switching from one state to another. But that being said, family members might notice a loss of, well, family members might notice that person reporting a loss of time or even seeming to forget things that happened in the day, potentially even forgetting who they are. It just depends on how the specific illness presents in that person.
She talked to you about not knowing how to shoot a gun. Do you remember her saying that to you?
Yes.
Was that consistent with what she told you earlier about how she took the gun away from Edgar and shot this intruder?
It is somewhat inconsistent, and at the same time, I could see somebody saying that they don't know how to shoot a gun, but still being able to carry out that act.
Is it common for people who own guns not to know how to shoot them?
I would hope that people who own guns know how to shoot them.
Do you remember saying that she memorized the autopsy was wrong, it was only one gunshot?
Yes.
You remember attributing the stab wounds to saying they weren't stab wounds, they were burn marks?
Yes.
What was your take on that? Her inconsistency with what actually happened in the death of Gannon Stauch?
Again, it was noted that her self-report of the events didn't line up with the police reports or the other evidence available.
And did she ever mention to you anything about blunt force trauma to the head that was in the autopsy report?
No.
She goes into talking about whether or not she moved Gannon's body afterwards. Do you recall that?
Yes.
She said she didn't want to incriminate anyone, and so I'm not going to tell you a person's name. Do you remember saying something like that?
Yes.
Did you see any indication in the police reports or anything that you reviewed indicating that someone helped her move Gannon from A to B?
No.
Is it pretty readily noticeable in the police reports that Gannon's body was taken to the Palmer Lake area first?
Yes.
That his body was then picked up?
Yes.
And then later drove to Florida?
Correct.
And did she tell you, did she at any time explain how all that happened?
No.
In fact, Dr. Gray, I believe the question that was asked with about 20 minutes left was, so you don't recall going to Florida, or words to that effect? Do you remember that question?
Yeah, he had asked how the body ended up in Florida, or we were trying to clarify her statements because she seemed to be suggesting that she was not involved in that.
And again, she indicated that she wanted Gannon to have a proper burial in South Carolina on his grandparents' farm. Do you remember saying that, her saying that?
Yes.
Is that inconsistent with not moving the body to the East Coast, I guess?
It would imply that at the time of the shooting, or around the time of the shooting, that she had some thought that the body should go to South Carolina. We know it didn't end up there.
Okay. But in your opinion, is that kind of inconsistent? One hand, she's saying I didn't have anything with moving the body. The second hand, she's saying I wanted to have a proper burial in South Carolina.
Again, I feel like both of those things could exist separately from one another. It's just interesting to me that she would have had the thought that the body needed to be moved, given the circumstances.
And do you recall her telling you and Dr. Gray that a male person, a family member, helped her move the body?
Yes.
And do you know who that family member was?
No.
Did she ever tell you who that family member was?
No.
Do you know who the only male family member who was here at that time was?
I think it might have been her brother.
And would that have been Dakota Lowry?
Yes.
You just have a second, Your Honor. At some point, she says, I know I was in a form of psychosis, hallucinations, person in a cape.
Yes.
Is that common for someone to say those words if they are truly, in fact, experiencing a psychotic event?
Only if they have good enough insight after the fact to be able to relay that information.
And she said that she read certain books cover to cover. Do you remember saying things like that?
Yes.
In specific, when she was talking about, I didn't know right from wrong, I read a book cover to cover. Do you remember saying that?
Yes.
Did it lead you and Dr. Gray to the understanding that maybe she did some research prior to coming in and giving you this statement?
The verbiage that she used during the interview suggested that.
And when she said that, is that when she said, I'm telling you the 100% of the truth? It was on January 28th, not January 27th.
Yes.
She showed emotion, what appeared to be emotion during the video. Do you remember that?
Yes.
Did that happen when she would talk about what others were saying about her?
Yes.
Did she show any emotion when she talked about bringing Gannon up the stairs and his last breath that she talked about?
Not in the same way.
Does that contribute to your initial diagnosis of, correct me because I'm going to wing this, is it borderline narcissism?
Yes, a personality disorder.
Is that the narcissism you're talking about where she cares about herself?
I think it can be expressed in that manner.
She talked to you about CJC, which is the jail, right?
Yes.
Not being real. Do you remember her saying those words?
I don't remember that so clearly.
We won't ask questions about it, or I won't ask questions about it. Towards the end of the interview, she says, females who kill people are psychopaths. They poison people. Remember her saying that?
Yes.
Do you recall from the autopsy whether or not Gannon had quite a bit of hydrocodone in his system when he died?
I remember reading that somewhere.
Now, she comes back on June 29th, 2022, correct?
Yes.
Was that date already in plan, or how did that date come about as for her coming back for you and Dr. Gray to interview her?
That was the soonest that we could set the interview, given some vacation time, but also we were waiting for some documents, I believe, from Mr. Tellini as it related to possibly interviews with family members. We were waiting for something else in addition.
Okay. And so up until this point, had you made an opinion with regard to Ms. Stauch's sanity?
Not yet.
You're still gathering information?
Yes.
Okay. So at this point, I'm going to play a portion. Let me see how much time we have, Your Honor. Do you want to start it now, or do you want to wait and?
Counsel, approach for a minute.
Yes. We're going to go ahead and start the video, and then we're going to take a lunch break. So if you want to have a seat in the back, you can do that. And so for the record, Your Honor, this is going to be People's Exhibit 728. We're going to start it at 57 minutes and 33 seconds. And we'll stop it when I see you look at me and tell me to stop it.
Around dark, Charlie comes home, we go to stuff we're supposed to get or whatever. And at some point, we were gonna go eat sushi. That's when we started. Would have been Friday, maybe 5, 6 p.m. or whatever. So then we started looking for Gannon. One was text Albert. I don't have any of the contact numbers of anybody that was. So when the police come out, which was not till I thought must have lost track of time, but I was just confused because he was doing the timing challenge. We would pull him out hiding by dark because he would have to eat his dinner. We just wasn't there, so I was just so confused. Like, I know him well enough to know he was going to be dinner. So that's why I didn't get worried. So when it got really, really dark, because at that point in time, I'm like, hold on, but then it was raining outside, leaving. Wasn't sure why maybe didn't walk home, so we tried to go find him. But that's when we called the police. The police showed up, which would have been hours late, but they know I never left the house. So the cops came out, looked around the house, they did interviews, because I couldn't figure out where this hiding spot was at. Because when we did this, whenever all the YouTube challenge rules, we went over like, don't do this, don't do that, don't hide in certain spots that you can't breathe, or don't, you put yourself in a bind. And the kids have their own YouTube channel, so they did this when they went to their moms too. So. It almost felt like this wasn't really going on, because I'm like, okay, now how in the world did you hide? And the cops have came in here, they're looking for you, they're looking through the house, they went in the cars, they're like, we need to go in the cars. I gave them permission to go to the house. So if anything out of order, they walked in every room, anything out of order, anything here, anything there. Because nothing happened if it was out of order. So that's when I just started being like, okay, where's this hiding spot? I thought at the time maybe it was just like at a friend's house. And then my friend knows that guy had people going to that junior kid's house or whatever. So it gets dark and we're all just sitting there like trying to figure out what's going on. I was in a little bit of a shock because it wasn't like, if this would have been Lena, like who went to the person's house, those are strangers or whatever, then I'd have been like, it wasn't a shock to me. But it being Gannon going to a stranger's house, that was very shocking too. So I couldn't really figure out why. So please come back out to check on me, because that's when I started panicking. However, send the police back to check on me. That was late night, like 11-ish. So please come back to check on me, and I'm just in a panic at that point in time. And he's like, well, we're going to put people all around the house. There was like, and this had been going on hours of searching the house. We're all upstairs because I told Harley and Lena to sleep upstairs with me because I didn't want them downstairs. I wanted them in my stuff here. But I remember going on the sofa. I don't know how long it was I was sitting on the sofa. I kept hearing knocking sounds. Well, if you ask for like the one footage of where my car just goes out the driveway and comes back in or whatever, that would have been around the time of the knocking sounds when what we put together. That was our time when we put together. So I heard the knocking sounds and I kept trying to figure out whether there's someone at the door, because I thought they were trying to, if I had walked out to the garage to leave at some point, but then if they'd have been knocking on my door, on my window, who would have known that was our bedroom window? Like, why were they trying to get me to go outside? I just kept going up and down the stairs, going in the room checking. One of the times I fell down the stairs, that's how my blood got on the stairs, because I would like hit my head with socks on running downstairs or whatever. That's how my blood got on the stairs or whatever. Kept hearing knocking, I kept going and searching, I kept asking the girls if they hear that. Then Kai's dad came by. We're still coming during the night, like during the late night or whatever. At some point I remember laying back on the sofa and just kind of like dazing out for a while, because honestly I thought this was all just like from the nightmare I was talking about. But then, hear the noise, I run down the stairs. I don't know exactly how. So my handgun was inside a car. I had already, like, earlier, like, is this your handgun? Yes, I told him, no, be careful, there's a handgun in the car, like, all that kind of stuff. So I don't know if he had the my possession, that I got possession of them. I said, I don't know, at some point somehow I saw come across the like vision down the stairs. It's like someone's shadow. I seen a shadow running across. I ran back up the stairs, started freaking out, and then came down the stairs. There's a shadow, there's some moving object, body moving in the house or whatever. Then I didn't hear anything, and I heard a loud noise when I was back upstairs. If you've seen the views of the house, there was top floor, bottom floor, so I was going up and down trying to figure out, you know, where these noises were coming from. So I heard the loud noise upstairs. And his room was in my room. So when I was in my room, I heard it again. At some point in time, either I grabbed it from Edgar and it moved like someone in a cape. Or he was there. How I have. I said I used to wear these like are you familiar, if you're familiar with like the Native American culture, they wear these like regalia things. He had this whole red and black thing. Dad's shirt killed his mom. And it was like someone in red and black. I don't even know how quickly it happened. I just kept hearing Ecclesiastes 3:3 in my head. Ecclesiastes 3:3, Ecclesiastes 3:3. I'm still, like, you know. Because obviously, my stepdad, when he died, he got carried 602 feet on the car. He got hit and died. I thumbed around the road. I'm sure it was fast. But that was just what I kept saying in my head, make it fast. Ecclesiastes 3:3. I don't know how long had transpired after that, but when I came back through, Lena was freaking out. She was just standing there. I don't know what I said to her, but then she tried to help me take Anna upstairs, take him to the hospital. If you look at Mimi's report, you'll see she talked about trying to help carry Gannon. We just had her days all running together because it was very traumatic for her too. But when we tried to take Anna to the hospital, to the car, and look outside, I don't know how long I was sitting in my car. I just was in the passenger. Like I was in and out. One minute I could see myself on the passenger side. Next minute, I couldn't figure out who was driving the car. And I didn't see palm trees when we tried to pull out. And that's why I think I must have thought I was in Carolina, because there's palm trees going to the hospital. If you've ever seen a picture of like how like Rodeo Drive goes down with palm trees, that's exactly how it looks in Carolina. Then you go down to the beach and there's Grand Strand Hospital there, which I've been to many a times. Yeah, that's Grand Strand. Then on, I think I was completely shocked because I was trying to like get a better life. But if you think about it, like there's a lot it went on in the Bible where Jesus was able to Jairus' daughter bring her back to life. Many situations where he gave his disciples the ability to bring people back to life. I know at some point in time during that, Maria felt a threat of what she does. Child molester, someone who hurts children, someone who rapes women. Not to mention what was going on in the garage. That's the way she protects me. Eliminate a threat. But we're me and Lena are sitting there trying to go to the hospital. Like, I'm realizing like what is going on. Mode kicked in of the I tried to get them through. Even when at the GameStop, they tried to get the footage from GameStop. I don't know if they got it or not, but I was trying to get in the game. I already told him I was going to get it for $60. Edgar was with me during that time, but I don't know where he went during that time. Well, going back through and I was sitting in the car again on the passenger side. I go back in the house and everybody's just like, Lena's like white, like a ghost, like she's seen a ghost. Just kept telling everybody he's gonna be okay, he's gonna be fine, and they're just asking me questions like, where he's scanning at, he's gonna be fine, find him. Because I didn't, what had happened during that traumatic experience, I wasn't real to. You gotta imagine if you were just somewhere and all of a sudden you're trying to bring somebody back to life and then now you don't know where he's at and you're telling everybody it'll be okay. Coherence, a gap. A little bit of coherency, a gap. As you can see, if you look at the evidence from then on, it just spiraled. Telling people about getting me. What was going on? I was trying to piece together what had really happened. You know. At some point, I know it was Maria telling them about Mike was dead. That was what she would have done. Eliminated someone through the molesting. So the stories that are on the evidence are all over the place because I really didn't know how to put together the pieces. I had time memories here and time lapses there, and then visions here, visions there. One minute I was in Carolina, one minute I wasn't. And I thought it was just a nightmare I was going to wake up from. I thought there was going to be cameras just pop out. Like one horrible, cruel joke, you know. Talking in like word salads. Talking like this, that. Going to Disney World and like, so I have no idea I even done that. I have no idea what I was talking about. Talking about like the evidence somewhere it has searched on my phone. I think it was February or January or something. Trying to find what to do and from get shot and went to shock. Like I don't even remember even putting any of that stuff in any of the searches, but all of the things that had happened over my life just all goes in one, in and out, doing this, doing.
And I stopped it at 1:13:41 just because I thought that might be a good spot.
Okay, all right. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we will take our lunch break. If I can have everyone back in the jury room a little bit before 1:30. We should be able to start on time at that point. Again, don't discuss the case among yourselves. Don't discuss the case with anyone else. Don't do your own independent research about any aspect of the case. If you go out for lunch, try not to get blown away by our Colorado breeze. And we will see you back at 1:30. All rise for the jury, please. Thank you. You may all be seated. I wanted to make a record about a couple of things. Get to it. Nope, I guess not. I already made the notes. Exhibit 728, 727 and Exhibit 728 have been officially admitted. When my court reporter came in this morning, she gave me an extra sheet because mine ended at 726, so I was adding some things in.
That
but it
was the
looks like
sheet
I
that
got
came
them.
from us, Judge, just so that
Okay.
you were tracking with that, yeah.
Okay. And we have not yet gotten to 729 through 734, but it looks like those are Dr. Lewis's, so we'll deal with that on Monday. So I'm okay there. I just wanted to make sure we were all on the same page regarding exhibits. And then I wanted to talk briefly about something that occurred. I don't remember what time it was. It was about an hour ago. It was when Mr. Young had asked to approach the bench. This was after Ms. Stauch had responded no quite loudly in response to a question that was asked of Dr. Torres. Ms. Stauch, it's been a long trial.
I'm sorry.
And I
couldn't hear I didn't.
Okay. Okay. Well, let's make sure we're all on the same page. It's been a long trial. I know it wears on everybody. And I know that it has to wear on you especially. I also know that you're not feeling well today. So I do know that too. But remember what I told you a couple of weeks ago about the conduct I expect in my courtroom. You can't just blurt out comments or express your disagreement with someone. I've already given you an advisement of your right to testify. You do have a right to testify. And when it comes time, you can testify if you want to, and you can tell the jury what you want to tell them. But you can't do that while you're at counsel table. You just can't start talking from counsel table. You can't express disagreement with anything that is being said by a witness, or even agreement with anything that's said by a witness. So just be careful going forward, because again, I could have you removed. That's not in your best interest. It's not in your lawyer's best interest, but it can occur. So just remember that, and I'll leave it at that. Is there anything else that we need to take up at this point in time? Prosecution?
No, Your Honor, thank you.
Defense?
Yes.
Okay. All right. Court will be in recess then. Thank you.
All rise.
I'm seeing a lot of you guys asking questions. Yes, I can go right back to where it is. I know where it is. I'll show you guys. Hold on. Because it was like right in the middle of the questioning that he walks up to the stand and asks to go up. I know exactly what they're talking about. So give me 1 second here. I posted the link to Louisiana girl.
Hey, how are you?
Doing good. Sorry.
I missed the last video clip. So what did I miss? What did she do?
Sorry, I was getting an echo of myself in the background. I think I'm still getting an echo of myself in the background. I don't know why. Jukebox, what's up? Okay, so wait, let me get this clip that they're talking about, because everybody's like wanting to know what and when she said. And I just gotta go backwards and I will get it for you guys. But I didn't catch what happened at first either. And I'm not sure if you can actually hear her, since they put those stupid microphones on the floor again.
Gotcha.
So, let me see. only a couple minutes into questioning her whenever out of nowhere they asked to go up front. So I'm just trying to find it.
Yeah, Amanda Page, I'm on my back porch. It's a beautiful afternoon, so I can't bear to be inside. So I'm sorry about the birdies.
Come on, guys. Okay, that KK, I also put the link, I sent it to you in Discord. And then anybody else from the mod team or from Discord that wants to jump up and join us, if you guys want to, feel free. Let me play this clip real quick though. And we will go from there. So here it is. Right here. And I'll leave the closed captioning on because I'm not sure if the closed captioning catches it or not. We'll watch from right about here.
Was that unusual?
It depends. Every case is different. Some defendants give practically a full account, almost in the way that Ms. Stauch did the first time that we asked them to explain it to us. Some defendants give a very brief account and require a lot more follow-up questions. So given that she spoke so much, there was a lot to process and a lot to think about and a lot to go through before we could ask further follow-up questions.
But as she's telling these things to you on the clip that we just saw, were you thinking that whether or not that was consistent with what you read in discovery or what you've seen other statements that she made about this incident?
Yes.
Why didn't you ask her those things?
During the first recounting, we usually don't like to interrupt. We like the defendant to just let us know the things that essentially they want us to know. When it comes to things of inconsistencies, that can come up the second time we go through it, or in this particular circumstance, we ended the evaluation that day because I think we had already been going for about 5 hours or 5 hours and a half. In some sanity interviews, we'll ask follow-up questions immediately based off of the notes that we're taking.
Is the entire contact that you and Dr. Gray had with the defendant, Ms. Stauch, on March 24th, 22, was that video recorded?
Yes.
Did you ever talk to her at any time off camera?
No.
During the course of her statement, she alluded to the fact that she's read discovery or read police reports. Do you recall her saying things like that?
Yes.
Do you recall her talking about the body-worn camera that she reviewed and things like that?
Yes.
She also alluded to the autopsy and said do you remember what she said about the autopsy?
I believe she said she had obsessed over it.
She memorized the autopsy report?
Yes.
Was that unusual in a forensic setting for someone that you're evaluating in an insanity evaluation, for them to be verbose on discovery and know everything that's been discovered?
Again, this is one of those, it depends. Sometimes people are more aware of what the discovery says in their particular case, and sometimes they're not, or they have less of an idea.
Do you recall her using terms such as psychosis, disassociated, things like that?
Yes.
And are those terms commonly used in your everyday conversations with people?
Not in everyday conversations with people.
She indicated a couple times that she's read the whole book and things like that. Towards the end of the interview, she indicated that
It's coming right here,
I
guys.
know
I
right
promise.
from wrong. I read the book from cover to cover. Do you recall her saying something to that?
Yes.
Did that give you an indication that perhaps she may have reviewed the DSM-5?
I had wondered, but I don't know if she did.
You know, I mean, we approach.
I played that whole part, but see, I played that whole part because it shows like his line of questioning up until what happened. And you see him say that she read the DSM-5 and she immediately looks up and turns and looks at her lawyers like, what did he just say? Or she says something along those lines. I can't hear her though. And so they immediately called for them to come up.
I totally missed that.
Yeah, I did too.
Me three. That is wild, y'all.
I wasn't sure why they called everybody up, but now we just heard the judge address it at the end there. You know, you can't be having outbursts in court. So I wish that they wouldn't have sat those stupid microphones on the floor right about now. But
yeah.
And
she's in vampire mode today, logical one. That's why her face is so pale.
And I'm sorry, just because she doesn't feel well, that's not an excuse.
Absolutely not.
No, it's not.
Y'all, I am blown away that she pulls in Lena and Dakota. What is happening?
Hold on, is she breaking up or is it my headset?
Your headset.
Okay.
I'm confused on the whole Lena part at the end, like how she helped her bring Gannon's body up or something like that.
Yeah, Gannon, she couldn't help pick up Gannon. I mean, she's full of it.
But is that what she was alluding to?
Yes, that Lena helped carry Gannon's body up the stairs.
Oh my God.
I really hope that they did it's not just an interview on video, because the only way that I can see that Lena doesn't take the stand is if they did a full, direct and cross on video. Because if the defense wasn't able to cross her, it's not coming in. There's no way. And she has to take the stand.
I don't think that they need Lena, but they may put her up there, but I don't think they need her.
Probably not. Wow.
And she's too young.
Yeah. Yeah.
Like, to make her relive that. Well, not relive it because we don't really even know what she saw, but
it's still traumatic regardless.
Yeah. If y'all hear snoring, sorry, it's my pugs. They always make an appearance. But I want to know who the last person they're going to call to testify. I really want to know who it is, because like Sleuth said last night, they always leave the weekend with like a bombshell.
Mm-hmm.
And I just feel like the last person to testify is gonna be like this, like everybody's gonna be blown away by that, and that's why they leave them as the last person to testify.
Absolutely.
And I want to know, Sleuth, do you have the witness list for the defense?
She might have needed to step away.
Yeah.
I don't know. I haven't seen the complete one.
Sorry. It's like Harley, Dr. Lewis, and there's a doctor from
Colorado Springs.
Yeah, from Colorado. Yep.
Okay, so they're not going to pull up the person that did her ex-husband's autopsy.
I'm honestly not sure. Let me look and see if I can find a complete list for the defense.
Because I swear, the minute Harley said that she found out a week ago via the internet, that's how her dad died, my mind instantly went to, oh my God, they have to reopen that case.
He was out of state working and staying in a hotel with a bunch of coworkers, and he got some drugs and overdosed.
Right.
She wasn't anywhere near it.
Okay.
Right. She was actually already with Albert whenever he died.
Okay.
Right. And wasn't he in like Ohio or somewhere? I think. And they weren't still in South Carolina? I can't remember where they were working out of. But yeah, it was a complete different state. I remember reading the autopsy, but I can't remember where it was from. Yeah, I'm wanting to say it's somewhere in Ohio. So, I mean, not even like North Carolina, like a state over. You know what I mean? There was a significant distance there.
Just the way that, like, it was the same story as someone broke in and robbed him and murdered him, and that, like, just the way that she told Harley he died, it was just all too coincidental.
Sure. Well, I mean, maybe she made that story up to tell Harley, so she used it again. I don't know.
Could be, yeah.
She seems to recycle her lies, so high
Yeah.
window.
Right.
She's not the smartest cookie in the cookie jar.
No, she's not.
Sharpest tool in the thread in the shed.
Well, she is, but she isn't. She's scheming, but the thing about people with narcissistic personality traits, they get off in fantasy land and they get delusional. Like, you will believe everything that they say, and if you don't, something's wrong with you. How dare you? And they just assume everybody's always going to believe it. And that's where it goes wrong. They're generally smart people, smarter than anybody ever gives them credit for, but they get delusional about their lies and what people will believe.
Will they, does gaslighting go hand in hand with people that are narcissistic?
It can. It definitely is a common thing.
Okay.
It's very common. Matter of fact, now that I think about it, I haven't anybody with a narcissistic personality that I've ever heard of always had gaslighted somebody.
I was gonna say, yeah, narcissists are like gaslights, like their middle name. Honestly.
Yeah, they're
So
pretty
this here
much
is a defense,
thing.
one of the defense endorsed witness list. So this was from February 13th of 2023. And this one has Dr. Dorothy Lewis. Sorry about the whistle in the background. Dr. Dorothy Lewis and Kyle Varville, which it says forensic social worker services. Caitlin Kreck, which is an investigator. Laura D. Leach, which is a clinical psychologist. Kenny Ray Harden, Amy Lowry, Deborah Locklear, Harley Hunt, Katrina Locklear, Brenda, Amy, and Dee Dee Moss. So that's as of February 13th. And then they endorsed Dr. Niederheiser since that as well. But so basically her family and then some doctors. And which makes sense because they're going to want her family to be like, yeah, no, she's crazy.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, Dakota basically said that she's not crazy, right? Like he was like,
But
I
at first
thought
he said that
I
she
thought she
had to have been
snapped.
crazy to do this. But then he corrected himself later and said he thought that at first, but now no.
Yeah. Oh, that broke my heart.
Yep. Between him, that outburst at the beginning, why, Tisha, why? Between him and Harley, my God, I bawled the entire time Harley was on the stand. I absolutely
Right.
bawled.
I'm still very, very, very much torn with Harley.
I think she was manipulated from the day she was born, and she knew better not to ask her mom questions, or she was going to see the back of T's hand.
Yep.
That's
Right.
just it. Like if you weren't raised in that type of environment, like you don't understand it. And I think that's why I get so defensive of Harley in general, just because that's my mom. Like, honest to God, and In the Bushes knows this. She's heard different interactions from my mom and heard different things and seen different things, and so I don't know. I grew up with Letecia Stauch as a mother, in many ways, and in some ways worse than Letecia Stauch some days. And so I get really defensive of Harley because I know what I did in my own life
Right.
for self-preservation. I know what I had to do to survive. I know what my siblings had to do to survive. And so unless you have literally been in that survival type of state in your own home every day after day after day,
Right.
you don't get it. You'll never understand it.
I'm sorry you had to go through that, Sleuth.
Yeah, my ex-husband was diagnosed with NPD and borderline personality disorder. Both. And I can tell you, we were together for 7 years. We were married for 5, and things got a little intense. He wasn't violent, but the lying, oh my God, the lying and the gaslighting and yeah, all the things. And you get really conditioned not to say anything back because the second you say something, it's automatically turned around on you.
Right.
It's, I mean,
Well, and then we got to keep in mind too, the beginning of Harley's life wasn't with a guy like Al. Chance was into drugs. Chance had all of his own issues. There was DV and stuff that happened between them, And so not only does Harley have to watch her mom be a narcissistic psychopath and have that control and walking on eggshells and things like that, but she's also got to worry about physical abuse and things that she has witnessed going on in between her mom and her dad whenever they were younger. Amy M, it's very hit and miss. My mom's actually probably in this chat listening right now. She does listen. She does chat and things like that, but I don't hold back from my past, and she knows that. But we have a very distant relationship, for the most part. As long as she takes her medication, it can be a healthy relationship for the most part. Like we have healed a lot of broken things over the years, but then again, she gets off of her medication and guess what? It goes right back to the same thing I grew up with. It goes right back to that horrible type of lifestyle, and to where, the things that she says and does to my siblings sometimes, or things that she says or does to our family, like it doesn't make sense, but it does whenever you realize, like, okay, well, she hasn't taken her medication, so please, we have to, get her back on her medication and things, you know what I mean? And so it's a whole process, but you have to understand, as I got older, I started to understand that this is her disease. It's not necessarily her, it's her disease. And so, while I hate the way that she acts and I hate the things that she does sometimes, I still love my mom, and, like, that's hard for me to say out loud. It took many, many years of therapy, but you have to understand that a mental illness does not yes, it makes them do the things that they are doing, but it's not the whole person. And if they do proper treatment and therapy and medication and things like that, they can be members of society that can cohabitate with us and live amongst us in a healthy way. So it's just a matter of keeping that up, you know? I don't know. I hope what I said makes sense.
It
No,
does.
Happy
And
birthday, good Easter. No, I'm just kidding. 4th of July is next, right? So we already did Easter. No. Hi, PJ. PJ. Sorry. Okay, go ahead. Somebody else talk.
it does. It totally makes sense. And you know, my mom's kind of the same way, but not like mental illness wise. She has MS. And so she goes from 0 to 100 with her mood swings. And so I have to sit there and bite my tongue and be like, it's the MS, it's the MS, it's the MS, it's the MS, because like, I have to remember that myself.
right. And the unfortunate part is, especially with mental illness, they'll take a lot of people will take their meds and then they feel better and they don't like the side effects of the meds. So they're fine and then they get off of it and it can be a very, very vicious cycle.
Yep, that's exactly what happens. We think that we're all better and everything's okay, and so we don't need our medication anymore. And it's like, no, no, those hallucinations and things go away whenever you take your meds. So please stay on them. You know what I mean? Like, no, no,
Yeah.
no. We need the pills.
Yes. The
Yeah.
pills are good.
God, there was something I was gonna say that y'all brought up last night, but I can't remember. I don't know. I do feel sorry for Harley because you can tell that she has definitely been through a lot in her life. But I still think that she knows more. I just think that she's way too scared and she's scared of the consequences if she were to speak out.
But
I
there are no
honestly,
consequences at this point. They even said that the statute of
yeah, there
limitations is
aren't
over.
any. There are no
Yep.
consequences.
But
And I believed every word she said. I don't think she was involved whatsoever.
no, no. I don't think she was involved. I just think that she had knowledge, like of not for sure knowledge, but I think she kind of caught on to what was going on, or maybe did smell something, or thought something was weird, or something like that.
He wasn't smelling. That's been well established. Dakota established that. I believe other family members, if they ask him if they get on the stand, will establish that. He was frozen solid.
I was gonna say, KK, I'm not sure if you've seen the short video clip that I pulled out from the coroner. The coroner actually said that his body would have been frozen and then it would have taken several days in warm weather before he would have thawed out, so there would have been no smell. And also they asked him about the suitcase itself, like they compared it to almost a body bag. It would have sealed some of that smell in there, and so he wouldn't have been anything for her to notice, especially if she never opened the back doors.
Exactly.
But the
Did
coroner
y'all
himself testified that, but a lot of people weren't watching the trial at that point. They were still not, you know, watching because it was what, day 3, I think that clip came from. And so you know, a lot of people missed it. Hey, thank you so much, Chaotic Heathen, for the gifted memberships. KK, you just became a member.
Oh, whoop, whoop.
And Melanie P, Texas Angel, Kai Mojo, and Unique Trauma Obsessed. Welcome to our family, you guys. Thank you so much,
Yay.
Chaotic.
Welcome to the best family. Did y'all see Harley's latest or maybe not latest, but her Instagram post that really looked like it was pointed at her mom?
No.
It was awesome.
What did it?
Basically just her living her best life regardless of what she's been put through. And I was like, you go, girl. You go.
Yeah, she's very traumatized. She was very brainwashed, and I don't think people get it. I don't think they get the level of control that was going on, that she only thought what her mother ever told her to, that she was brainwashed and conditioned into that, and she didn't get free. And it took a couple years after her mom's arrest, even after Gannon's body was found, for her to actually accept the fact that her mom had Gannon's body in the car.
Right. I can't even imagine. I can't wrap my head around that. What that would do to her. Poor thing.
Oh, she is messed up.
Yeah.
That's what it did to her. I mean, the whole situation. I mean, first she lost a dad, and then Al stepped in, and I think it's very telling during one of the phone calls when Al is fighting back with Letecia, and he says, "I begged you to let me adopt that girl for 5 years."
Mm-hmm.
And she wouldn't let Al adopt her.
So here's a question. Why do you think, and this is just assuming, and I'm just assuming that there is no relationship between Harley and Al since this happened, because Harley said that she has lost pretty much everybody in her life. Why do you think that they don't have a relationship? If he
There
wanted to
was
adopt-
a do not contact order put in place after Leticia's arrest, and I don't know if the prosecutor did it or if the defense lawyers did it or what went on with that.
They didn't want any of the witnesses talking to each other as far as like within that little mix up going. And the other thing is Harley even testified to the fact that she tried to believe her mom until they found him in Florida. Then she was like, wait a second, we were in Florida. You know, but in the beginning, like she was trying to talk to her mom while her mom was in jail. Her whole family was believing her until they found Gannon in Florida. And so that made it, you know,
Yeah.
be hard. Would be
Yeah,
really hard.
That makes sense.
I wonder if now that they've both testified and now Harley gets it, I wonder if that might be an opportunity for them to rebuild that relationship.
They might be able to. I honestly, I don't know how Harley's going to feel about that with Al being remarried and a new baby and all the things. She's pretty traumatized. First, she got, her brother goes missing. Then she's ripped out of the home. Then all of a sudden, there's a divorce. Letecia won't let her talk to Al.
Well, then even Aunt Brenda basically disowned her for testifying against T.
Yeah,
So,
there were
like,
also
she's
threats made
losing
by
people left
family
and right.
members to Harley and Dakota. There were threats made by other family members.
My Lord.
Oh my Lord. Sorry about my phone going off, if y'all hear that.
It's
That
just a whole lot.
that's
I-
so sad for her. Like, she's completely alone in the world.
Yep. Yeah.
Yeah. Yep. And then you have her mom. Like, I'm sure she's watching the trial. I would be. I'd be watching it whether it was live or, whatever. And I'm sure she's watching all these videos and these calls of her mom. And it's just like, I don't know. It's got to be very infuriating. It's got to be very infuriating to listen to your mom spin lie after lie after lie after lie about everything that happened. Like, and
Well,
now she's trying to
there's
implicate that Lena helped her move Gannon's body and that
and
a male
Dakota.
family member, aka Dakota, assisted in helping hide Gannon's body because of the switching the vans. Like, it's just she just was trying her best to get every single person surrounding her involved in this in some way, shape, or form, so that if she went down, that everybody else would go with her. I think.
Yeah.
I mean, technically, Dakota tried to help move the body, but didn't know that Gannon's body was in there. He was told that it was softball equipment.
Exactly.
So,
But still.
yeah. Yeah.
And for Harley, she's just now coming out of the trauma
Mhm.
and the fact that she was brainwashed and held hostage basically by her own mother, and all the things, and this woman derailed her whole life, took her whole family life away from her, moved her in the middle of what she had going on with trying to join the Air Force and going to school and everything. Just totally sacked this girl's whole life and left her with zero family.
Mhm.
Yep.
I remember what I was going to say last night, or gosh, whenever Letecia started talking in the video that they played on Wednesday, and she was like, "Oh yeah, I was trying to help Landon get the kids back, get custody of the kids back, and I was like recording and I was like helping Landon." That made me so angry because she's sitting there talking so much crap about Landon and how she hates Landon, and then she's saying that she's trying to help Landon. Like, I don't know why that struck such a nerve with me, but I think that's like one of the parts that has made me so angry in this trial.
Well, the thing is she never liked Landon. She's the
No.
ex-wife.
Right.
She never wanted the kids, and she wanted Landon to take the kids back. And she was like going behind Al's back trying to help Landon get the kids back when Al didn't even want the kids to go back to Landon. And I guess she had it arranged with Landon to keep the kids after Christmas break, and Landon's housing and stuff fell through, and she ended up putting the kids back on the plane. The thing is I don't even know if Al even agreed to that, or if Letecia just told her to keep the kids. I really don't know at this point what went on with that. But when the kids came back, she was mad. She started plotting against Gannon right then,
Agreed.
right after Christmas break.
Do we think Landon takes the stand?
I don't know.
Listen, I'm really torn about who the last witness is going to be. I really think that they're going to hit us with something emotional right before it ends, because we have been in technical jargon now basically for 2 days. And yeah, like, we're listening now to T being a vampire and stuff like that, but comparing to the first 2 weeks of trial, like, this testimony has been boring. And so they're
Right.
gonna want to pull something to pull it back together to make us emotional and to refocus us back on what the world lost, back onto Gannon. And I think the most impactful way to do that would be to put Landon on the stand or to put Lena on the stand or something along those lines. I just don't know I don't think it'll be Lena just because of how young she was. I hope it's not going to be Lena, but I could totally see it being Landon.
I could too.
That's just my opinion, though. They might go a completely different way, and I might be completely wrong about this, but I think they're going to want to refocus it back to Gannon before they hand the jury over to Dr. Lewis, who are going to sit there and convince, try to convince them of how crazy she was and how it wasn't in her control and how it was Maria Sanchez from Russia with her Mexican accent.
Oh my God.
Hmm. Yeah, that's yeah. Mhm. This story with the cape is blowing my mind. What? That I don't know.
And like how she said that whenever she walked into the competency like meeting or whatever, the investigator was wearing red and black, and apparently Letecia was like giving her a side eye because red and black sets her off. I don't know, just with DID, can you even, what's the right word? Like predict that? Like predict what your other, because I guess I don't know too much
You
about.
can with integration therapy. That's where they combine the personalities, and eventually there's allegedly one person left. Is how that works. They don't kill off the personalities; they combine them all. They all become one person. But at this point, T has self-diagnosed. She has told the doctors what's going on with her, and nobody has diagnosed her. She hasn't even seen Dr. Lewis at this point. And there's no therapy, integration therapy there. And no, with DID, you wouldn't be able to predict that.
Okay.
And integration therapy, from my understanding, takes a lot. It's like a long
It's
process.
years. It's a year's
Right.
process.
Right.
And
That was my understanding.
does it mean anything that whenever she first got to jail, she was like, oh no, I've only been diagnosed with, anxiety, blah, blah, blah. I've never been diagnosed with anything else. Like, that should stand for something.
She was looking at something where she could have her anxiety medicine, but she wasn't going to claim schizophrenia or anything like that, because then they were going to put her on the Thorazine and all the bad jail drugs and all the thing for the mental health. She didn't want all the damn medication. She just wanted the way she wanted to plea out, and DID was the only way she could do it.
Mm-hmm.
Well, yeah,
That
didn't
kept
she?
her off the meds. It kept her. It would have made her crazy enough. Even with schizophrenia, her behavior wasn't crazy enough to be declared insane. Her only hope of getting off, if you think about it, legal wise, was DID.
Mm-hmm. Well, and didn't she even work? Didn't they say that there were several days in the jail that she refused what meds they did give her?
Yeah.
That's what I thought.
Same thing as Miss Vallow.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm sorry if you are cognizant enough to not take medicine, decide not to take medicine, then you pretty much know what's going on.
Yeah.
That's just how I
Absolutely.
see it. That's how I see it.
I'd hate to change the subject, but who's following Valor?
I am.
I knew you were, Grace. Are you KK?
It's I watched the Natalie lawyer chick, and she plays some of the
Audio?
yeah, and so I
Yeah.
listened to that.
Yes. Was it yesterday, Grace, that was so rough? The audio? Yes.
I don't know. I didn't catch yesterday's yet.
Got it. It was brutal. It like I was sitting there sobbing with that one too. I was just like, oh my. Mm-mm.
What happened?
They went over in detail. You know, JJ and Tylee's cause of death. Tylee had multiple sharp force injuries to her pelvis. And they kept saying, you know, and they asked the doctor, I mean, well, it's like a forensic anthropologist. And they asked, I mean, why would they, what would be the purpose of that? Because we know that unfortunately she was dismembered. And there's no logical explanation, even with dismemberment, for those wounds.
Maybe stabbing her is how they killed her.
Yeah, that's what I was about to say, stabbing her in the pelvis.
I guess, but why the pelvis? To me, that just speaks of rage.
Maybe she was fighting back.
Maybe. But like 5 different sharp force just to that one bone. It's mind-boggling.
And then JJ was just a plastic bag with duct tape.
Hmm.
So they suffocated him.
Well, and he had scratch marks on his throat. So he tried to get that bag off. It's devastating.
Poor babies.
He tried to get that bag off, or he was fighting and somebody scratched his throat trying to tape him up.
Yeah, one of the two.
Yeah.
But y'all, he had GHB in his system.
What's GHB?
Is that
It's,
the date rape drug?
uh-huh. Yep.
Oh.
Now they did come out and say that certain low levels are normal in the body, especially with decomp. But, and they could not quantify the amount of GHB, but I just found that very odd. I've never heard that come back in a tox report unless it was given. And the thing about GHB is that it metabolizes so quickly that literally you almost have to ingest it within 12 hours and or be tested for it within 12 hours of taking it for it to be picked up by a toxicology report. So I don't know. I found that very interesting.
I wonder if Tammy had that in her system.
Me too.
And then I wonder what's going on with the West trial. I mean, we know about the ice chests and stuff like that, but
Yeah, I haven't heard an update on the West trial in a while.
I haven't either.
And then Delphi starts in about a week or two.
Oh, it does? I'd lost track of that one.
Mm-hmm. It's fairly quickly after Letecia and all that. But all the trials are back to back to back to back to back to back all year.
Well, for trial junkies like me, that's a good thing.
Yeah, except for whenever you have 3 of the biggest ones going on at the exact same time.
Amen.
Sleuth, can you explain why the charges were dropped against Sarah in the monkey case?
I think they dropped those so they could refile them.
Okay.
That was
I
my
think
understanding as well.
I think they're doing a different thing. I think they've gotten investigated and found out something else, and they're changing up things.
Oh, I wonder where they put him if he's not in their backyard.
I don't know.
Because that between, and I was telling LG last night, between Summer and Monkey, I don't think we'll ever really truly know what happened to either one of them.
That's like a very sad thought. I do have a couple short videos I can play you guys from the West Boys that are over the last couple days, since we were talking about that. But as far as Sarah Wanter goes, yeah, the sheriff basically made it sound like he will be reissuing those charges and more charges within the next month or two. So I'm expecting to see more people arrested and more charges and things like that. But they had to drop what they had on her so that it didn't go to court before they had everything like completed. Since
Her
they have, this is now a no body crime, unfortunately.
her husband is arrested as well, correct?
Yes, but his is on completely unrelated stuff.
Oh, okay.
So let me play a couple short clips from the West Boys case.
Okay.
That investigators were able to gather DNA profiles for Orrin and Orson due to a paternity test. And today we learned exactly what happened when those profiles were tested against evidence found within the West's home. Kern Regional Crime Lab criminalist Ji-Hawk Kim testified that he compared these profiles to DNA collected from items within the home, including a children's mattress covers and a used diaper. For majority of the mattress covers, Kim said the test either excluded both Orrin and Orson, or the test came back inconclusive. The test on the diaper excluded Orson, but it was inconclusive when tested against Orrin's DNA profile. Kim testified that when results are inconclusive, that means there isn't enough statistical support for them to conclude whether or not a person's DNA contributed to the sample. He also tested the children's car seats, and for 2 of the samples, he could not exclude Orrin or Orson as potential contributors. Now, the trial is in recess for the rest of this week. It's set to resume next Monday at 9 a.m. Live in Bakersfield, I'm Veronica Morley, 23 ABC, connecting you.
So that
Y'all,
was the
with
update from yesterday. So they're not back until Monday now.
the way that they're running this trial, it's going to take forever because they keep taking all these breaks.
Right.
It's
Well, and that's why they
wild to
said it was
me.
going to be until like June sometime. So because they had so many scheduled breaks in it. And so this one is from the day before after their biological mother testified.
But I think they took a break because there was a murder or a death in someone's family, like one of the attorney's family.
Okay. Yeah, I know that they had a couple already scheduled too, so that would make sense if there was another one added because of something like that. So let me go ahead and play this one from the mom testifying.
Police received a tip about a sighting of the boys in Texas. Well, today, when the boys' biological mother took the stand via Zoom, the defense was able to bring that tip back into question. Ryan Dean is the biological mother of Oren and Orson, born sincere and classic. Today, she testified that when the boys were less than a year old, Oren, born sincere, broke his leg. Dean said she wasn't present when it happened, but shortly after, DHS took the boys. While she wanted to get her children back, even going to parenting classes, Dean testified that she had no involvement, nor did she employ anyone else to take the boys. Today, we also heard from David Hunter, an FBI agent who received the tip about the sighting of the two boys in Arlington, Texas. Agent Hunter said he passed that information along to Bakersfield police. When given their chance during cross, defense attorney Timothy Hennessy asked Dean if she lives in Texas, and Dean said she goes back and forth and has an apartment in Arlington. When asked by defense attorney Alexia Torres Stallings, Dean said while she didn't get along with the West, she denied being confrontational or argumentative with them, even though it was noted by Child Protective Services. Torres Stallings also asking Dean if she had ever lied to law enforcement when it came to this investigation, and Dean admitted that in the beginning she had. Court is set to resume tomorrow morning at 9 a.m. Live in Bakersfield, I'm Veronica Morley, 23 ABC, connecting you.
Better workdays start by being dressed.
No, I'll never lie in this case. What are you talking about?
I wonder what she lied about.
I'm trying to remember because I saw a recap and there's just so much information right now in my head.
Right.
Shoot. I don't remember. I'm spacing it.
So her job took her to Arlington, so she would work in California and Arlington.
I don't know that I ever heard that it was explained why she was going back and forth. I don't know. But I will say
I never heard it explained.
the defense attorney epically doxed her on the stand. Epically, like, and I guess doxed is probably not the right word because it is a court of law, but like repeated her address 4 or 5 times while she was on her exact full address. I was like, that's not necessary. Just saying that it was Arlington would be plenty.
Yeah.
You know? It kind of made me mad.
Well,
I mean, was
defense
it
is kind of mad at her because she made sure it wasn't going to go away.
Mm-hmm.
what wasn't gonna go away?
The missing persons report. These boys just weren't going to be filed as missing and then forgot about, and that's exactly what the West tried to do. And she cracked up on law enforcement. She went full throttle.
Good for her.
Yep, that she did. And even their dad did the same, so, which was great.
I mean, even though they were adopted by someone else, like they're still her kids.
Yep, absolutely. Does anybody else find the situation and the timing of how they were adopted out so quickly sketch?
It's sketch. She's absolutely telling the truth about that. It's all sketchy.
Yes.
From the removal, the refusal to return. I mean, all of it.
None of it makes any sense.
Am I remembering correctly? Like she actually knew who she knew the Wests? or no?
Not to my
knew-
knowledge.
She knew the first foster mother, and they pulled the kids out of that home because she got along too good with the biological mother. So they yanked the kids out of the home and gave them to the West. And she had met the West, and she had made some complaints about the condition of the boys. And after she complained, she wasn't allowed to see them anymore.
Yeah, sorry, we were talking the West Boys. And so that's who we were talking about, Dom. Emily is dropping Lawyer Mystery Maven's link. I had posted her in my community wall the other day. I was trying to do recaps during lunch and stuff, but reading it from Twitter, it's just not as effective. I know Criminality, though, you guys too. She is doing updates at night on all 3 trials, not each day. Like she does it like once or twice a week. But she does like go through like, okay, this is what happened in T's case. This is what happened in the West Boys case. This is what happened in the Daybell case. And so if you're looking for a condensed, like get everything here type of situation, Criminality would be a great place to go for that. And I know she listens to court here, but we don't see her in the chat as often because she's also listening to the West trial live while it's on. And so that's why she's not in here chatting and stuff, because the breaks are slightly different and everything else. And so she is like, here, but not here, if that makes sense. You guys see her, but you don't see her. So let me drop her link too. But there is Lawyer Mystery Mavens, and she is doing exclusively the West. Here is Criminality. She is doing all 3 big ones. And then, as you guys know, we are in CDTs each morning before court starts. That's where I hang out until chat's ready. And then we are at Avery Shannon's at bedtime. And allegedly with Brittany J and Mallory as well are doing evening streams about the trials. And I hate missing theirs every single time, but I do because they are always on, like they start at like 10:30. And like, gosh, it takes everything in me to stay up late with Locumi once a week.
Right.
So
right.
That's where they are now. That is all the links, right? All the links. Yeah, you love Criminality's recaps. Me too, Yorkie. I did. I actually seen about the 6-year-old in the bucket. I think like the first day. We're on day 3 now, I think.
Yeah, that's like not far from me. When I saw that come across, I posted it across Discord. I was just like, wow. They did catch her though. She's in custody. But that poor baby.
Can we talk about Madeline? I can't say her last name. I don't.
Madalena Kojakari?
Yes. Because y'all started talking about her last night. And I came in right after y'all were done with it. Like, man, what do y'all think about it?
About the drug charges or about just her case in general? Have you been working on your channel as well, KK, still? Or are you kind of down right now?
I was down while I was at my mom's helping her with chemo, but I'm about to start it up again.
Okay, so we can definitely drop you in Louisiana Girl too. You guys are both kind of hit and miss, like how Savage is. And so I never know like if Savage is going to be on her channel or not. And so I hesitate sometimes to drop her link. You know what I mean? Because
Right.
of, you know, promoting a channel that doesn't channel.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
I haven't done anything in a long time. I need to get back in the saddle, but it's hard with when you're doing trials and trying to keep up with Bree, and you know what I mean? It's just a lot.
I have a girl that like I went through and found every trial that's happening this year and made an Excel spreadsheet about when it's happening, their charges, just everything like that. And so a girl was helping me look you know, and find the correct dates for some of them, and she had never heard of the Doulos case. And so she really wants to talk about the Doulos case, and she was like, I will help you do all the research. I was like, well, I don't need help with the research, but you know, you can make yourself familiar with it. And so she wants to do a video about that. So I know we'll be doing that in the next like week or two. And I know it's an old case, but still it's pretty fascinating because it
She's still
reminds me.
missing. They
Right.
haven't found her. Everybody's still looking for her. Nobody has forgotten.
And it just reminds me so much of Barry Morphew. So that, you know, that whole case. So I know we'll be, you know, doing that case fairly soon in the next week or two. So, but I'm about to really start it up again. I need to. I feel this pull.
Well, when you go to do Doulos, let us know. I really want to see that.
Yeah, for sure. For sure.
Well, and KK and I have been talking about the
yep.
Jennings 8 for quite a while. We want to cover that, but that is a huge undertaking.
Because we're both from Louisiana, and so we both pretty much got into that case. And I was talking to my dad about it, and I have a distant cousin that's actually the lead detective on that case. So my dad's like, I can get you his number. And I was like, oh Lord. So yeah, that if no
Louisiana
one's
girl, go
if
type something in chat for a second. Just say like hi or something in chat. I
Who,
can't
me?
find your channel link. Yeah, I pulled up Cajun True Crime, but I can't find yours, Louisiana girl. If you type in Louisiana girl and it pulls up like 9,000 things.
Yeah.
I can't chat. Well, can I? Hold on.
Well, just do it as if you're in YouTube or yeah, like you're in YouTube.
Check the back chat, Sleuth.
No, that won't work for me. I'll
No?
get it. I'll find it.
Okay.
I know
It's
you're
not a
on my
big
sub
deal.
list. I just have to like look down through everywhere. I
Right.
subscribe
It's
to
not
a
a big
lot of
deal.
people. Yeah, no, so that'll be interesting. Madalena, though, I really this one is it's unfortunate because I personally think that they did something to her. Like that she is unfortunately deceased. But with all of the drugs and the
mom talking
potential of
to
the wanting to get away from him and contacting family members to get them away from them and stuff like that. I don't know if that was set up to make it look like they would have sold her or tried to get her out of there and sent her away somewhere after they had already harmed her. Does that make sense? To put
Yeah.
that reasonable doubt there? Or I don't know. But it just doesn't make sense on why they would have harmed her. But then none of these cases ever do. So I don't know why I always look for that. But I feel like there has to be motive in my mind for it to make sense whenever in reality there's never motive for killing a child, but it just I don't know.
Right.
It's hard to understand and grasp what possibly could have happened right before Thanksgiving.
Well, and I read some article where the mom was making a lot of phone calls to was it human smugglers? And because she was talking to this one person, Octavio or something, and like his number and some other people that she was making repeated phone calls to were human smuggle. I can't say that word. Smugglers.
Where she's in the US, where was she trying to smuggle to?
I don't know, but I know that she reported that she was in a very abusive relationship with her husband. And so she was talking to this Octavio guy, trying to get away from her husband. And that was within the last couple of days that I read that, right before I read her new charges. LG was actually in Discord that I read that.
Yeah.
I can go and find the link.
Well, I'm just curious where she was where she was trying to smuggle to. If she's in the US, she can go anywhere in the US. Is she trying to smuggle out of the US and not leave a trail? I mean, what country was she trying to go to?
I don't know. I'm looking. I'm looking at the That's about her birthday.
Elizabeth Lander, you were asking me to spell the name of that case. It's the Jennings, Jennings 8.
Or Jefferson 8. It goes by either or.
Right. They're interchangeable.
Because it's in Jefferson Parish, but the city is Jennings.
Correct. And just so y'all know, Louisiana is weird. We don't have counties, we have parishes, but it's the same concept.
Okay, so in the search warrant, it says that they reviewed phone records for Diana. When reviewing phone numbers, that defendant, however you say her last name, she had an extensive communication on December 2nd, 2022 with a known subject, Octavian. In reviewing the subject's phone records, there are multiple calls to phone numbers belonging to unidentified targets involved in ongoing T3 drug narcotic trafficking investigations. And I can definitely send this to you, Sleuth. Locate drugs, money previously found in the residence. Okay, so it says based on the canine's training and experience, persons associated with narcotics activity are also associated with human smuggling. So it talks a lot about human smuggling in the search warrant. It says, in the interview with Octavian, he stated that Diana and her mother asked him if he would assist Diana with smuggling her and Madalena away from the residence. Octavian stated that she told him she was in a bad relationship with co-defendant Christopher and wanted a divorce.
Didn't they say, though, since then, that they don't believe that she was smuggled?
Yeah, they did.
Oh, they did say that?
I'm pretty sure that the police came out, I would say around the same time that they started looking for her mom's car. Whenever they put out this information here, let me pull it up. Uh-oh. Oh, God. Just kidding.
Because this was dated March 7th. I'm not sure when they said that. Oh, maybe I'm just really late then.
There's kind of a lot going on, girl.
Yeah.
Yeah.
There's a whole lot going on.
And there's just, in that case, or just in true crime in general?
Just across the board.
Yeah, I feel it. But the one case that I feel like nothing is happening is Shanquilla. That's a whole nother rabbit hole.
Didn't they come out and say recently that they're not going to be prosecuting?
Right.
What the heck? It's on video. I don't get it. I don't get it. My heart breaks for her mama. Just Lord.
I mean, it was on video, but not her murder. Which unfortunately is a horrible excuse, in my opinion.
Agreed.
Which, Margie, wait, divorce, please human traffic me instead.
Right? Goodness.
Sorry about that. My husband always calls it like the worst possible second. It's always too whenever the phone's sitting like right next to the microphone. I always feel like such a jerk because I'm sure that wakes everybody up.
I didn't hear it.
Oh, yeah, I didn't hear anything.
Oh, for
Nope.
real? Chris blocked it? That's awesome.
Yeah, it blocked
Yay,
it. Yeah.
Chris.
In the bushes, BC asked you a question.
What did she ask me? I can't see chat.
Who do you think will be the last witness?
Oh, I have no idea.
Do you think we'll get to the last witness today?
No, I don't think there's a
No.
chance. I mean, we still have another hour and 4 minutes of video. And then they have a couple more shorter clips, he said. So we'll probably be mid-Monday before this witness is even done. That's why I said Dr. Lewis won't be till Tuesday.
There is a documentary on HBO about her.
Yeah.
I was gonna watch it this weekend.
Mama Bear, they are. They're so annoying. They're so annoying. Always calling at the worst possible moment. Yeah, as far as that documentary and stuff goes, they have like the notoriety with Dr. Lewis, right? They got the big name coming in to do this. But in the bushes and Cielo and I was mostly just reading. They were talking. We're discussing the fact without this MRI, That's how Dr. Lewis diagnoses people, is with the MRIs and stuff. She shows their brain change on the MRI. And she was never able to get that MRI with Letecia because they piddled around for so long. And so whenever it comes right down to it, she can't actually diagnose T. She can say she shows signs and symptoms of DID. She can say, in her opinion, it appears that she's being truthful, but there's no MRI to back it up and prove that she does in fact have DID. It's just doctor versus everything else, right?
Did she actually meet Letecia?
Yes.
Okay, just wanted to make sure.
Well, I thought she had, but now that you say it, I'm not sure. I thought they said that she had met with her. She would have had to do part of an evaluation.
Right.
Right. I'm just truly baffled on why they drug their feet so long with the MRI thing. If
Because
that's
they know
their
she
ace in the
doesn't
hole.
because they know she doesn't have DID.
Exactly.
They didn't want Dr. Lewis to go, oh, you don't have DID, and then lose their expert witness. See, they don't have to prove that she has DID. The
Right.
prosecution has to prove that she doesn't. The only
Right.
thing they need is an expert witness to get up there and say that she might possibly have DID. That's enough reasonable doubt.
Ugh. The jurors are seeing what we're seeing, though. There's no way they're buying this. Right?
Well, no, because allegedly those jurors didn't follow the case like we followed the case. They knew about the case, but they weren't following every breath of it like we were to see all the delays.
Right.
Remember, she also needed an EEG, and defense pulled the request for it because an EEG is part of the diagnosis too. And then they were like, well, about 3 weeks before the trial, Dr. Lewis needs an MRI, and the judge was like, we're not dragging this out any further. Dr. Lewis can diagnose her without the MRI, and no, she can't. And the other thing about that is it's grounds for an appeal later.
Right.
It could be. It could be.
But she's not up for the death penalty, right? Does Colorado not have the death penalty?
No.
Okay.
No, it was abolished. It was abolished just before. Or actually, I think it was just after she killed
Just
me.
after. Yeah,
Mhm.
just after. She was arrested, and she could still be charged with it, but it was abolished. So they didn't go for, they could legally try her for the death penalty, and then the governor just suspend it. But they just didn't do it.
See,
Right.
I'm in a state where, as Ron White puts it, we have an express lane for the death penalty.
True that.
Texas don't play, especially with child killers.
I was sitting here pulling up one of the articles because I couldn't remember exactly when and how everything went down. And so this is from March 9th, and it says, issues with the sanity report from Letecia Stauch, who is accused of killing her 11-year-old stepson Gannon in January of 2020, put the start of her jury trial in jeopardy on Thursday. The report had still not been filed with the court. 4th Judicial District Attorney Mike Allen said the start of the Stauch's pretrial at the pretrial readiness hearing. Allen indicated that he and other attorneys prosecuting the case were ready for trial, but not having the second sanity report was a serious complication. So remember, they do have one sanity report from a doctor in Colorado on the defense as well. The second one from Dr. Lewis is what they were waiting for. So Allen said that if the report was not received before the trial, the prosecution could not move to exclude the expert conducting the sanity evaluation, who is referred to as Dr. Lewis throughout Thursday's hearings from testifying at the trial. Allen said not having the report borders on bad faith from the defense expert. It's a disrespect to court deadlines, and I've never seen anything like this. The frustration from Allen was shared by Judge Gregory Warner, who openly questioned how 13 months after Stauch pleaded not guilty by reason of insanity to all charges, and 7 months since her first sanity report was filed with the court, that the defense had yet to file the report. So they had 7 months after she was actually seen, and that they still didn't file it, that they still didn't get the MRI. Like, they literally just piddled around. So it says so she had changed her thing to not guilty by reason of insanity of February of 2022. The first mental health evaluation was conducted by the psychiatric hospital in Pueblo and found her to be sane. They said in a hearing in August. Stauch's attorney, Josh Tellini, told the court that he expected the report to be filed next week, but that Dr. Lewis had wanted to conduct an MRI on Stauch before filing the report. Warner gave a hard deadline of Thursday for the second sanity report to be filled, regardless of the contested MRIs completed. And he conveyed to them, it's not a suggestion, it's not a guideline, it's a deadline. And then we know that they still, obviously the report ended up getting filed, but she was never able to get that MRI. So she did her report without it. So,
Which means it's not going to be,
again.
which means it's not going to be, in her words, 100% accurate.
That's right. Loopholes. These are called legal loopholes. Yeah, but that's going to give the prosecution enough ammunition to drive a bus through that argument. Hopefully.
I hope so. I mean, I thought they drove a bus through the whole, March 20th thing with the WebEx and lawyers attending and all that stuff. But if y'all know what I'm talking about without me saying the whole thing.
I don't remember March 20th.
About the whole, psychiatrist or psychologist telling Letecia that they found Gannon's body, and she said that she was never in Florida. And then the attorneys say, well, what if they were there to tell her that they found Gannon's body in Florida? And then prosecution came up with the attorney visitor log, and they didn't visit her that day. But then the defense was like, well, she had a WebEx meeting with her attorneys. That's how she knows.
Yeah, they talked about that a little bit this afternoon, and Mike Allen actually said that her attorney meeting was at like noon, and then the doctor didn't see her until like 6, I think he said. So they weren't lying, like that kind of vibe.
Oh, I must have missed that part.
Yeah, they weren't lying.
But God, but that was such a golden moment, and I freaked out whenever that happened. I was like over here screaming. Are they coming back soon? Isn't it almost time?
Yeah, probably in about 5 minutes or so.
Well, this lunch went by really fast.
It did. It's easy for it to go by fast with good company.
Exactly.
Yeah, thank you guys so much for coming up. Even if it was just to, like, just help me save my voice and stuff like that. I appreciate you guys so much. It truly was appreciated. And we had lots of good conversation, I think.
How are you
So,
feeling?
yeah, I'm fine. It's literally just my sinuses.
Yeah.
Like it's all the pollen. There's so much pollen in the air right now, and it just I should have started taking my allergy medicine like 2 weeks ago, and I didn't because I was like, it's still snowing, it's still cold, I'll be fine. And then bam, pollen. So
Well, it seems like everywhere in the country are having like some type of rainstorm or so. I mean, we're actually under tornado stuff until tomorrow morning. So, but it just seems like there's just so many rainstorms and severe storms in the last couple of weeks. It's crazy. So,
All right. I assume
Why?
we're going to Dr. Torres at this point. Or oh no, that's right. We're in the middle of the video.
We'll just
Okay.
play when the court tells us to.
Okay. All right.
Okay. Bye, guys. Love you.
bye guys. Thank you so much.
bye. Love
Right.
y'all.
Let's go ahead and bring the jury in then. Can you send a message to Todd when he gets him in here? Ask him if he can go back to my chambers and get my laptop. I left it on my desk and just needs to plug it. I just forgot. All rise for the jury, please. Oh, you did it? Okay. I just forgot. Thank you. You may all be seated. This court will recall 20 CR 1358, People versus Letecia Stauch. Record should reflect the jury has returned to the courtroom. When we took our break, we were in the midst of a video, and as we will resume. Maybe.
I think Mr. Gibbons.
Just to let the court know where we're at, we're gonna start it at 1:13:41, which is where we stopped it.
Okay.
And then we're gonna stop it again at 1:49:07.
Okay.
Like, I have a hard time even believing. Like, some days I just like hanging out in this one space until things clear up in my head. Some days I'm in a bad depression and despair because I've never ever. The one thing I pride myself on. I wasn't consistent in my life on a lot of areas. I'd be in and out doing crazy stuff all over the place, very impulsive, manic, doing this, doing that, but I've never, ever. Yeah, I might have not showed up from her, but I'd be on a plane somewhere, but like nothing that would anyone ever changed. You're like, but say her enough hardly. You could ask anyone. You could talk kids, had them across the country, this place to that place. Like sometimes I would just be manic and get everybody on a plane and end up somewhere. No one's ever. But it's part of like we sit all together and just looking at evidence, and then you look at evidence and you're like, that's
When I spoke to you last time, you had mentioned that you thought it was an intruder, escape, and that you and Lena had moved the body before you even realized.
Right. Yeah, that's what I was saying. We got to go to the hospital, but like, I didn't know it was more until we got to. We have to go out the house, up the stairs, or whatever. Like, I never even knew what was going on until we got to the house. And I heard that noise. And I was like,
Yeah. And I guess my question is, why even where the body was, why move it?
that was the question I can answer for you. That would have been something that would have been like an instinct from another part of my body to do, because it definitely wasn't to hide or conceal or do any harm in any other way. 100% probably more than likely that would have been like Maria's interpretation. Like, I mean, looking back and forth. In Maria's mind, if it's a person who is child molested, then they need to be eliminated. To be honest, I know you guys have a hard job, but there's not a person here who can stand speaking. That's just natural. Rape. There was definitely a lot of the in and out and definitely switching back and forth. Because I didn't even realize. Not even the thought of being an intruder. It was more so the thought of someone in a cave. I told you the cave was red flag. To me, if I had been having thoughts of me and my stepdad throughout that whole time prior there, it's not even dead. And I'm constant with that off and on my entire life. Like him being there, him being in a certain situation, or me being back in that house that I grew up in, or in the night terror of all the abuse that we had lived through. So that's why it would be. If he's come now and I'm dealing with all this with Gannon mentally, which probably 100% his stepfather is messing with him, like how could it be? It's just how protection instincts work. Right? If you were to give me a test on protective instincts, I'm scored 90%, because that's how my brain works. And you gotta think I got Maria upstairs, Being upstairs. So, and how Maria works is it's not always to eliminate people, like take them out. It could be just to remove people from the situation with everybody. And she has extreme power to that, you know, to actually carry somebody and to do those things. Like when I'm in Maria mode, like I have extreme power. Unbelievable. Special powers, I guess you could say. Something like that. People come back and tell me, oh, it happened since I was young. We support so when I was young. Dismiss it. Be a power is eliminate a threat.
You know Maria pretty well.
I can like an audible conversation, but I can't really read. But I can have an audible conversation. Or over time, I've been able to. Incidents started happening. My grandpa used to always say, something's wrong with that youngin'. If you think country stuff. It's always wrong with that youngin'. She's always hanging out with all these people. And my grandma would be like, oh, it's just imaginary friends. Like, no, it was beyond imaginary friends. You're like, I would try to bring my grandpa to people. You know, like everybody always thought I was just different. And I hit my head. As it kept going on, situations kept happening where I'd end up in a situation and like dead straight would not even know what it was. I went to a doctor in Florida about it one time, but I think they tried to give you all the information, but Dr. Bushman had deleted his feeds every 5 years or something like that. I tried to sign that form for you like 2 years ago, but I guess now the 5-year mark or something that they don't have it. But like I'd end up in places like that in Florida, and that's how I ended up at his office. It happened so much that finally I became to know who it was throughout the time here. I was going not visual for Maria, but I can see Taylor, I can see Victoria, but I can't just say it has to be an extreme emotional perspective. If you wanted to see her and talk to her, you'd have to put me in.
But you say you can have a conversation with her, meaning you can ask for something and she.
Yeah, because like the people that come and see me, they've been coming often. They've been trying to figure out if I can find out why I have so much traumatic stress about drugs. And I figure out why I feel the way I do about how to conversation, because they wanted to feel why I feel the way I do about drugs. So through a lot of those methods, they could talk to Maria. I was younger, my stepdad used to take me to Randy Ray's house, which was his nephew. And during Randy Ray, they always said he was just something was wrong with him, but he did bad drugs or whatever. That's when she triggered things in my memory that I came back to myself and I remember taking Randy Ray and my stepdad at a very young age to go get drugs. Got in the car, I just big shit. So that's why I have to wait. That plus, you know, like I'm pretty sure my mom has Virginism or whatever. I don't know what it was. You always wanted to switch. So
So, sorry, going back to what I was asking before. No, it's okay. You said you can have an audible conversation with Maria. You also said that there are people coming to see you, I assume doing some sort of therapy with you.
yeah.
Associated with this, and that's how you talk to Maria?
No, it's been like it's been a couple weeks that we've been doing this, but they wanted to know why I felt that way about drugs. So, you know, when someone kind of gives you a certain small thing, like you start having those intrusive memories. Like you could not remember something, but then see something that like triggered that memory. And so as I was doing that, it triggered that memory, and that's how I could hear Maria and have the conversation with her about it. So it was part of those methods that we're doing to find out.
And who's doing these methods with you now?
Whoever might have offered.
I don't remember. All right. Well, I'm wondering, when you can have an audible conversation with Maria, and the question now, if you can ask Maria, you know, what she was thinking and what she was.
Eventually, if you bring it up like traumatic stuff, I can dig myself into harmony, which in depth what any kind of abuse was like. It's very hard because that's the only way you get it like extreme. So like, well, it's around what it feels like. And I've had to do that once in this process, and it's very difficult because, you know, for the other person having to hear it, you know, I go back and read their, the report of what they typed about what I said in harmony. And it's very disturbing. So yeah, so it.
I definitely don't want to take you back to your childhood. I'm just wondering about, at the time, the alleged offense.
Oh, future
where, for you, the memory gets fuzzy.
Right.
Between, you're you're thinking someone's in the house, you see the shadow, you're having kind of that repeated thought of, please see out these 33, time to kill, time to heal.
Mm-hmm.
And then the next thing you sort of remember is being in the car. And on some level, it sounds like your perspective is an assumption Maria took over at that point in time. And that Maria is your protector. She comes up in these situations where there's a threat. So I'm wondering,
Can you talk to Maria through me is what you're asking?
Yeah.
Okay. If you just said it that way.
I'm sorry.
Yeah.
You said it a lot clearer than I did.
Yeah. How we got into work before was I had to just kind of put my mindset, like, I'm conditioned to hang out like that. So, like, I have to take my mind to hang out in those, reliving it, you know what I mean? And then that's how I can do it.
I guess I'm wondering why Maria might have moved the body.
I don't think you guys have any other stuff, because like how we did it before, was we had like the evidence. She's been one. Have any of that. Would have to have something for me to switch or trigger me, like going into that thought process, or to. It's not really daydreaming. It's like. Would have to have something to do that in order to hear. Can't just be like, yeah.
Any other questions about?
I'm still a little unclear about these gaps. When you can't remember, is that when?
Usually when I can't remember or when there's a blur around me, like let's say I would be in one of those states right now. You guys could be in here and I never even know you're in here. Move around would not be the same. You know what I mean? So during any time, so okay, let me explain to you from how it started. So when I would get abused, sexually abused by my stepdad, I was noticing like Letecia, all of that. But then I didn't want Letecia. So if I trained my brain to go somewhere else and let Harmony get abused. So that way, if anyone, like when the counselors and stuff like that at school would ask, like, me, Letecia, have you been abused? I always kind of like, no, because Harmony is the person that would be abused. So, back to what you were asking, that's why those gaps come into play, because I can take myself to those worlds. Like when one of the worlds is Christina, and how Christina works is when I was younger, my mom used to leave me by myself, take care of the kids, and she would try to leave my stepdad with me. But then she'd leave us by herself at this place, and I would be taking care of kids while she was on his house. So that's how Christina came along. She's a gymnast. So like if I have a gap or I go somewhere, I go with when I was a child, I go to Christina because that was during the time of the Olympics, the 1996 Olympic Games. Everything in my house became like a gymnasium and apparatus. So everything around me was like that. Not like crazy stuff where people be like, oh, there's natives. It's just that the surroundings are like that, where you know, like my body gets put in the surroundings. And that's how I had, so that's why whenever there's a gap in it, I went to this place and then something else. Or I make a mess of things if I deal with the trauma. Really. Nothing straight. If I didn't do that, I couldn't have been a teacher. I couldn't have got my degree. I couldn't have done a lot of things because of how I deal with so much of it. And it goes on into my adulthood. It doesn't just stop at my childhood, you know. Right there because I'm conditioned to move out there. Something else might be going on in that world. It's not like I just am driving on the road and I'm like, oh, I'm over here. Let me just look. That would be dangerous. It's not like that. If something happens that causes me not to want to deal with it, then I can switch. But the thing about Maria is I cannot just switch to her right now. It has to be in the form of protection, or it has to be in the form of like getting me out of it. So like the other day at the jail, I think the other day, I don't know. I ended up in a total sleep. I didn't know how I ended up in a total sleep. Right? And so I'm trying to let you see how that got worked. I remember being on the phone, getting ready to dial a number, and I heard them say, hey, you have to leave the cell 9 because they're having some construction going on at the jail, right? So they took us out of our ward, and so I won't go to the tower, so I have to out of segregation until the ward finish. So I remember hearing them say cell 9. Well, cell 9 is where I developed Janelle because so much trauma in segregation. That's where I developed Janelle. Well, that was the last thing I remember. Then next thing I know, I ended up at SB, and SB was because I was a maternal student, and they said I was trying to hurt myself. So I kind of put it all together. I'm like, why was I trying to hurt myself? But what happened was the trigger from cell 9 brought back those memories of the fact that I was going to have to be able to survive in segregation right now, meaning, you know, no book, no radio, no food, nothing, started us, all that, because there's an instruction that apparently I called my friend Amy, Maria. I called my friend and she was talking in another language. And during that time, they said that I went upstairs at my body, Maria, and the deputy gave me a play-by-play. Deputy Lee said that because she was watching from another camera. She said that Maria looks this way, looks that way, and then tries to jump off. So you know how the jail, they have the rails, and there's like rails like this, tries to jump through the rails. But once I was able to come later on, like piece everything back together, Maria had called my friend, she was talking another language, and then she tried to rescue me. How she tried to rescue me was, she wasn't trying to kill me, she was trying to like bungee jump off, because in her mind, I was bungee jumping off. But I am the one that ended up in the truck. So then I had to go through the whole protocol of why are you going to hurt yourself? So the deputy, when she came, Deputy Browder came to SD, is when I came back through. She said I was talking to her first as Maria, but then she was like, when I came back to myself as Letecia, she said, you were just Maria, And then I was like, why is my turtle suit? But then once I got everything back together, you could be so answering the question what you just said, that's how it works. So the only way I'm left to piece stuff back together is like the evidence stuff, or like, okay, well, this has got to be clearly you on the camera, and I see myself. Okay, yeah, that's clearly me on the camera looking at it, like that's me. I don't know that's fair, you know. That's kind of how I don't know if I helped you understand what I'm saying about the gap, but it's not like I'm just like, hey, I don't remember. It's I'm not there.
So, like when you find yourself in Orlando,
Mm-hmm.
who gets you there?
Well, I found out through this, is that fire? Oh my God.
I will bet you large money that it's a drill. As one friend of mine used to say, I'll bet all of your money and some of mine.
Okay.
Where was I? Okay, yeah, so you find yourself in Orlando. At the end there.
All right. Try not to focus on it.
Distracting.
Well, no, I'm telling you, it's just like crazy because I'm like, I told you how to throw about fire. So what I learned from this investigation is that at least they found different things where that she met me before and I was all three. Someone else met me and I was tired. So there are personalities that I'm aware of. 'Cause, like, one of the reports they were asking about was like the FBI talking to her and she always knew you at Albany. I'm like, I don't really think about that. So I think that must be one of the person that wasn't Taylor. That's not me, Letecia. So it just has to be one of the ones I either don't know about, or here I just stayed out for minutes and hours because obviously a plane ride from Colorado to Orlando, 3 to 4 hours. So you got to imagine what it's like. I did this before and ended up in Jamaica, and my daughter been like, "Why are you in the middle of the ocean?" Right? You know. I also think that sometimes that's part of like one of my personalities, which is me, Letecia, is very polar. So I think you got to factor in the manic part too, when I just am so impulsive. Who cares what's going on around me? You know. So I've been asking myself this question for years. In places like schoolwork, and not even know that I did schoolwork. Like, wow, I submitted. Oh, I thought I didn't do my homework, and I didn't do it. Guess that came in handy for the fact that I didn't struggle with degrees, but I also don't remember a lot about doing something because there was so much of that going on, and I was living in Chance side. That was the town I was thinking. That's just not been very traumatic time.
So it was other personalities doing some of the work
Right.
for your degree.
Right. Oh, absolutely. Absolutely.
But presumably when they would turn things in, it had your name.
Right, but they know about me. You see what I'm saying? That's always been a thing. Like I tell the people at the jail sometimes, like me, they can call me what they want. But then when I'm Taylor, sometimes the deputies like will come by and be like, "Say my name," and I'm just like, "Hey, but that's Letecia's name. Taylor's, you know what I mean?" So it's just hard to like people with it. Or someone else who's on the outside looking in, they always thought I just hit my head on teach all around. Well, fight too much, or questions.
How would these other individuals get on a plane without ID?
And control of my body. So now they do know that I did have an ID and everything that was Maria Sanchez. But they do know that. So yes, the times that I crossed the border, which working people in border patrol, times I've crossed the border have been as Maria Sanchez. How we ended up in Canada and the whole situation. So they were working on the border patrol for that. But that's why, like, on some of the questions, when I answer and I'd say like 5 or 6, 4 or 5 or 6, because like when this would happen, it's not like all the time. It's only when certain things have to trigger it. You know? It's not like every day I just wake up and oh, I don't know what happened. Like I don't have cognitive. I don't think I do. You could say memory as far as like you do your little memory thing. Of course I'm great at that, but you catch me in the middle of that situation, I may not even be able to tell you the date. Right. So it's still the same. When I was talking to the people that come and see me, like at the jail, like I said, I had to hit my hand, but I didn't feel it hitting my hand. Hit my hand is Maria. So when they come back and show me all the pictures of how my hand looked, and this girl had she had drugs or whatever, and she had flaked this. And she was in depth stuff or whatever. Last thing I remember is I tried to get the deputy's help, and then when they hit me. So when I switched to Maria, that was a perfect example. I didn't remember anything after that because her instinct is protective. So when I hit the wall, it's Maria, and then hurts. So by the time I came back to myself, they're all like, "You need something for your hand." It hurt my hand. But I do, the reason the whole thing happened with the shit is because when I was little, I wanted a dog. And some of the dogs were dirty, we're not allowed to have dogs. So they used to make me sleep outside, like, first. She was like, "Here, dogs put shit everywhere, dogs are gross," you know, so that's another example of why I'm clear with something, because a situation like that, I'm not gonna be the one getting shit thrown me. You know what I mean? I'm not gonna be one solved.
You said Maria was speaking another language, Spanish.
Maria can speak Spanish, but my friend said when Maria called her today, she was talking Russian. Because I guess my friend had to figure out what was going on or whatever.
Maria was speaking Russian.
That's what she said. Her name was Amy. Amy said that when I called her as Maria, that she didn't understand at first what was going on. She heard the Spanish, but then she heard the Russian. She was like, "Wow, this person speaks Russian better than my own friend," is what she told me later on. She didn't know that I and my brain do have a Russian.
You speak Spanish?
I don't know anything about Putin in Russian.
So where would Maria have learned these languages?
I don't know. I mean, I'm one of those, like I told you guys last time you asked me about what did I call it, like when I'm like, all these missions that I'm on, it's probably doing something, but it's missions that when things like that happen. Like, don't get me wrong now, when I'm in Mania, Letecia didn't make me. I get excited about everything and I want to try everything new. I'm this, I'm that, I'm gonna fly planes, I'm do that. Like, yeah, but I'm never Russian. So I don't. And they basic like hello, you, but not. What did you say the phone call was? So all this stuff has been going on, and I've been in the hole, but I'm not like in trouble. Mhm. So it would have been somewhere. Oh, yeah, because that, I had to be in that ward for 13 months, okay? And I had to survive a lot of traumatic things. Not to mention, during the time being in this ward, since being back in there, 2 people have died. So you add all that in, there's a reason why we would show up. My person does the rate our children. The person behind it, because a lot of people we've seen have died at the jail lately. Reasons that was triggered it, I can't say, like, has nothing to do. It doesn't have nothing to do, gives me time to think. And that's time to think, it brings up church memories, I start avoiding family, I had paranoia, I'm looking behind and looking under this. When those things are happening, you know about to go into protection. Mention the thing happening with the and like as Letecia, I have a jaw problem. You know,
I'm sorry, guys.
like TMJ.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, but like they give me like a certain diet and stuff for me when I'm at the jail because I have TMJ on the dog. But like if I'm Taylor, I could eat whatever and it don't hurt my dog. Craziest thing, and people be always like looking at me like that. That's how they kind of can know the difference, you know. Yeah. How I experience.
Before, forget. One item here for one. Yeah.
Oh, that's why I didn't do it because I was confused by that. Because if you have dreams that you don't remember, then how do you know you had dreams? You know what I mean? Like everybody has dreams.
Okay, so you're just not sure how to answer that.
Right, and like it says having dreams that you don't remember the next day. Well, how would I know if I don't?
Yeah.
Unless I'm reading that wrong. That's just how I.
No, that doesn't make sense.
That's an interesting question. I mean, it kind of goes along with how I think you have personalities that you don't know about. How do they know about you?
Mm-hmm. Well, that was what I was telling you about when I saw the stuff with like the Aubrey and the Kylie. Like, I don't know. I didn't know they existed. You know what I mean? Like they had like, and the crazy thing was like it's full like when they would show me the stuff, it'd be like full blown email account, full blown like whatever. Like, and then there was one of our personalities is Jasmine, and they had this whole thing where Jasmine went to Dubai. I'm like, oh my goodness, booking tickets to Dubai. And so like, you gotta imagine what it's like too when you go to like a job, like say a job interview or whatever. And then like another personality intervened while I was filling out application. Someone asked me about something and I'm like just looking at them like and the reason I bring that up is I had saw that in one of the evidence pieces too. It's like, oh, you don't know what you think about that.
We stopped it at 149.07, Your Honor. Dr. Torres, we take.
Dr. Torres, if you would resume your seat in the stand, I remind you, ma'am, that you're still under oath.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
I kind of want to pick up where you stopped there. There was a piece of paper that was slung over or under the glass to the defendant. Do you know what that paper was?
Yes, I believe that was one of the papers associated with one of the tests that we had given her that morning, the multidimensional inventory of dissociation.
And apparently she didn't fill out some of the questions with regards to dreams. Is that what was?
It looks like there was one question that she didn't fill out.
Okay. She talked about Dubai and going to Dubai. Do you recall just hearing that?
Yes.
Did you see any evidence whatsoever in this case that the defendant was in Dubai?
No.
When she alludes to talking to Amy in Russian, you recall that conversation?
Yes.
She said that was a jail phone call.
Yes.
Did you have recorded jail calls from the defendant to various people in this case?
We did, but I think that they were closer in time to her to her arrest. If she was saying that they had occurred within that past month, I don't think we had any access to those.
Did you ever see any phone calls where the defendant was speaking Russian to anyone on a phone?
No.
Did you see any phone calls where the defendant was speaking Spanish to anyone on the jail phones?
No.
Some kind of alarm went off during the interview. What was that all about?
It was a fire alarm. They do them at the hospital every so often, and usually it's a drill.
Okay. And so when that goes off, the defendant seemed to be worried about that.
Yes.
Did you see any change in her personality, any triggering event where she turned into someone else at that time?
No.
Did you at any time during either this interview process or the interviews in March?
No.
You asked her a couple times if she could talk to Maria. Is that what you were asking?
Yes.
Did you ever ask to talk to Maria yourself?
I think we were addressing that with her in terms of whether or not we could have access to Maria to ask her some questions. And as we saw, she explained that it doesn't exactly work that way, but she did say that she could have some sort of audible conversation with Maria, which is what, again, we were trying to ask if that could be possible. But then she seemed to suggest that the only way to do that was if she herself was under some sort of emotional distress or triggered in some manner. She talked about bringing out some of the discovery to put her in that particular mindset. But we were not prepared to do anything like that with her.
Now, is yours and Dr. Gray's insanity evaluation the first insanity evaluation that took place with the defendant?
Yes.
You're familiar with Dr. Lewis's insanity evaluation, that the interview was in November. The report came fairly close to trial, before the trial started.
Yes.
When she says how we got it to work before, when she turned into Maria, was there any context given about that?
It's unclear. I know we asked her if she had she had said that she was seeing someone at least for a couple of weeks. We had asked if that was some sort of therapy or treatment that she had been undergoing. She seemed to imply that it was, but it was never clear to us exactly what sort of meetings she was having as it relates to that, as she told us that she was informed not to talk about it, so we left it alone.
Would that be a reasonable triggering event for someone who suffers from a dissociative identity disorder, showing them a photograph, for instance, out of discovery?
I honestly don't know.
Okay. Dr. Gray was asking questions about whether or not when she was in school, other personalities help her get through school. Do you remember that line of questioning?
Yes.
And Dr. Gray asked whose name was on your assignments or words to that effect. Do you recall that?
Yes.
Why was that question asked? Do you know?
Essentially, he asked that question because if Ms. Stauch did undergo schooling under one of her other personalities, you would think that that personality would be more in control than Ms. Stauch and would be filling out assignments using that personality's name as opposed to Ms. Stauch's name.
And you recall her telling you that she had identification with regards to Maria Sanchez and that name?
Yes.
And she would use it to go across the border in Mexico and get back that way?
I think she had said Canada.
We'll talk about Canada as well. Did you ever see any identification with the name Maria Sanchez related to this defendant?
No.
Did you ask the defense to provide everything that you would need to make your determination with regards to insanity?
Yes.
Was that ever provided to you or Dr. Gray?
No.
Speaking of Canada, I'm not going to play this segment, or maybe I will, but let me ask you first. Do you remember her talking about it? And she talked a little bit about it in this last segment about having issues at the border and family members had to help her get back from Canada, that kind of thing.
Yeah.
Did you recall her telling you that she had a conversation with one of the Border Patrol agents about golf and Myrtle Beach and that kind of thing?
I vaguely remember that.
Do you recall her telling you that you could look at her passport and see that she's been to Canada?
No, I don't remember
Okay.
saying that.
Did you know that her passport's in evidence?
I think I do remember that.
You know that there's no stamp for Canada.
I don't remember specifically the details of the passport at this point in time.
I'm not going to ask you anything else about the passport then. Did you ask the defense to provide to you all the documentation of her prior medical visits?
Yes.
What did you get?
From defense, I'm going to look at my report as it's listed here.
Sure.
From defense, we were provided with records from Naval Health Clinic from Charleston, North Carolina, Evans Army Community Hospital from Fort Carson, Colorado, and Fort Greely Army Medical Clinic from Greeley, Alaska. And these records detailed general medical and mental health treatment that was received from February 2016 through February 2020. We also got a letter that said it was accepting Ms. Stauch into intensive treatment at House of Freedom from Kissimmee, Florida, but it was undated. We received Doctor's Care Carolina Forest records from Myrtle Beach, South Carolina, and this just documented one medical visit. So it wasn't anything related to mental health treatment. We got records from Grand Strand Regional Medical Center from Myrtle Beach, South Carolina. And these detailed, again, general medical visits. There wasn't anything associated with mental health treatment there. It covered varying dates in 2014, 2016, 2017, 2018, and 2020. We received South Carolina Department of Social Services employment records. We also received employment records from Whitefield School District. We received an unsigned letter from Rhonda Niederhauser. And that letter talked about stress-related health and mental health symptoms experienced by Ms. Stauch in December of 2019. We received emails from Ms. Stauch to State Trooper Rusty Sanchez related to some accident follow-up that she references to us in our interviews. We received Humana military records. This only detailed bills associated with general medical and mental health services from 2015 to 2018, but there was no details. It was just billing. We also received a number of documents that were authored by Defense's social worker, Mr. Kyle Varville, that were related to in-person interviews that he conducted with different individuals who were familiar with Ms. Stauch.
Any of those documents that you just read, did they have anything to do with any inpatient psychiatric treatment?
None of them.
You alluded to Dr. Niederhauser's visit in that report. Do you recall in her medical record whether or not she asked the defendant if she had any prior psychiatric treatment or psychiatric inpatient treatment?
If Dr. Niederhauser asked that?
Yes. Is it in her medical record?
I don't remember. That is a question that is typically asked, but there was no indication of inpatient psychiatric hospitalization.
Do I need to show you her medical record, or do you recall it not being in there?
I recall it not being in there because I don't recall it being in there, but I'm also happy to look at it if I'm misremembering something.
No, and I guess that's a good way to put it. Obviously, if it was there, you'd probably do some follow-up to see what that was all about, right?
Yes.
Same thing when she booked in the jail. I think we talked about that yesterday. She denied having any prior psychiatric treatment, either inpatient or outpatient.
Yes, I think the only time she's really mentioned the inpatient psychiatric treatment would have been from that hospital that she wasn't able to tell us what hospital it was in Canada.
I want to go back to you trying to talk to Maria during this last segment we saw. Did you have an opportunity to look at Dr. Lewis's interview with the defendant, Ms. Stauch, in November of 2022?
Yes.
And did you see times where she was able to at least appear to have Maria come out and talk to her?
Yes.
Did you see any triggers, anything that she had to use to trigger some kind of traumatic event to have Maria come out?
It didn't appear that there was anything associated with a traumatic event during those particular interviews.
In one portion, does she appear to write something on a piece of paper, slide it over to Ms. Stauch, and then Ms. Stauch responds using her right arm, and it goes back and forth, and then she switches to using her left arm?
Yes, I do.
Then Maria somehow appears and she has a conversation with Maria, and Maria has a Spanish accent. Do you remember that?
I do.
Now, you didn't get an opportunity to go back to talk to Ms. Stauch after that evaluation, did you?
Correct.
Anything about that interchange impact your opinion as to whether or not Ms. Stauch has dissociative identity disorder?
No.
Why?
In terms of dissociative identity disorder, we've talked about what it is and what the criteria is. And throughout this entire evaluation, we've always had concerns about potential feigning and exaggeration. The reason we have those concerns is because the things that Ms. Stauch talks about are symptoms that pretty much anybody who has watched movies or had some sort of access to television would know that this is what multiple personality disorder, dissociative identity disorder looks like in terms of speaking about amnesias, blackouts, different personalities. We've talked about how the typical presentation for a dissociative identity disorder tends to be more subtle, and at the same time, how someone would have seen something, someone who was close to Ms. Stauch. But there's no corroborating data from collateral interviews or even from the mental health record. Ms. Stauch talks about having this mental illness since she was 16 years old, and it's never repeated anywhere. Essentially, individuals who have genuine dissociative identity disorder do experience significant problems with their functioning. Usually it does rise to the level of needing some sort of psychiatric treatment, probably inpatient hospitalization. Those individuals are disturbed by what they are experiencing. And there's a quality to dissociative identity disorder that is involuntary, and it's not something that can be controlled, which is why it is disturbing to those individuals. They tend to be overwhelmed by the symptoms that they are experiencing. In addition to that, they tend to be ashamed about their experiences. So there's a tendency for them to essentially try to withhold some information, maybe minimize that information. They don't want to readily put it out there for people to know I have dissociative identity disorder. They don't enjoy having this condition. And Ms. Stauch's presentation in our interviews would suggest otherwise. One of the most striking components to me is that she doesn't particularly seem to be disturbed by having all of these personalities ending up in different states or different countries. And that's meaningful to me. So taken together, the lack of substantiating information outside of Ms. Stauch's self-report is not enough for me to be convinced that she actually has this illness.
And did you consult with Dr. Gray with about the reasons why you felt it wasn't there?
Yes.
Does he agree with your conclusions?
He does.
And I'm not going to ask you about that again when we go forward, but did you have enough information to rule it out, to not even consider it as a rule out in your diagnosis?
We felt that we had enough to substantiate that this is not what was going on with Ms. Stauch.
And even though another forensic psychiatrist, Dr. Lewis, wrote a report saying she does have this, she diagnosed Ms. Stauch with that disorder. Anything about her report or the interview that you reviewed change your and Dr. Gray's opinion?
No. Again, looking at the timeline of everything, considering the fact that we saw Ms. Stauch in 2020 for the competency evaluations, her presentation then, her presentation when we saw her for the sanity interviews, we noted that this claim of dissociative identity disorder and the symptoms that she was proposing, they change and they seem to increase over the course of the 2 years from the time of the offense to the time that we saw her and even to the time that she was seen by Dr. Lewis.
Okay. I'm not going to show him your clips. We're going to talk about your report, okay? Is your report and the way it's written, is that dictated by Colorado statutes?
Yes.
Could you explain that to the jury?
Sure. The Colorado statute indicates certain information that does need to be included in these types of evaluations. So the evaluation that we submitted is pretty standard, meets those requirements in terms of outlining Ms. Stauch's background, all of the information that we had access to, the information that we attempted to seek but didn't actually get by the time we were able to do the evaluation. And then in terms of the sanity analysis, within our test, within our report, we have the culpable mental states outlined, what they are, what the definitions are. We have the general account of what occurred from the police reports. We have Ms. Stauch's self-report and the analysis of whether she, one, has a mental disease or defect as is defined in Colorado statute. And then we would have gone into the analysis of how does the mental disease or defect impact the behavior at the time of the crime, except Dr. Gray and I determined that she doesn't meet that threshold for a diagnosis that would be considered a mental disease or defect here in Colorado.
And I want to talk about that a little bit later in your testimony. Is part of the insanity evaluation in Colorado also include another competency evaluation as part of that?
Yes, it does.
Please explain that to the jury.
For these types of evaluations, regardless of whether the individual has already been evaluated for competency, it's important to address the issue of competency at the time that we are doing the sanity evaluation. That step comes first before we get into the defendant speaking about what happened to them at the time of the crime, because we want to make sure, since mental health issues are usually involved in these types of referrals, we want to make sure that the individual is not currently experiencing symptoms of mental illness that would impair their understanding of the evaluation that they're doing, of their defenses, of moving forward with this. So it's an ethical component. It's in the statute as well that it's a part of these types of evaluations. But if we were to find that somebody had a current mental health symptoms that were impairing their understanding of issues associated with court, we would stop the evaluation right there, refer them back to the court saying they were not competent so that they could get some form of treatment before returning to finish the sanity evaluation.
And so obviously in this case, since you went forward with the evaluation, did you and Dr. Gray find her to be competent back in March of 2022 into June of 2022?
Yes,
And is that in your report?
it is.
Is your report 22 pages long?
It is.
Who gets this report?
This report is submitted to the court. I believe we directly submit it to the clerk, who then distributes it to prosecution, defense, and the judge.
So the basis of the report is to go to Your Honor.
Yes.
And then we get copies?
Yes.
Then you get a subpoena, right?
Sometimes.
Okay. Who wrote this particular report? You or Dr. Gray, or
Both of us.
did you consult on the entirety of the report?
We did. Essentially, I took the lead on one part and he took the lead on the other part, and then we reviewed each other's parts and added anything additional that needed to be there.
Let's talk about what diagnostic impressions you had with regards to Ms. Stauch as part of your insanity report.
Okay.
What did you find?
Ultimately, we stuck with some of our impressions from when we saw her for competency. So we diagnosed the personality disorder with borderline and narcissistic qualities. We also provided a rule-out diagnosis for post-traumatic stress disorder versus unspecified anxiety disorder.
And why did you not seek further information with regards to those two disorders?
Regarding those two disorders, essentially, we felt that we had all of the information that could be provided to us at this time. We noted that in her history, there's a lot of mention of generalized anxiety disorder. We wanted to give credence to her self-report of the abuse that she experienced. She did report nightmares, some intrusive thoughts, the idea of flashbacks that could be associated with a post-traumatic stress disorder. There just wasn't sufficient information to reach the threshold to say with confidence she has these diagnoses at this point in time, or rather at the time of the alleged offense.
Okay. Did you look at other dissociative disorders with regards to Ms. Stauch besides dissociative identity disorder?
We considered them.
Were you able to make a diagnosis on any other dissociative disorders?
No, the way that she presented her mental health symptoms, it was pretty clear that she was outlining symptoms associated with dissociative identity disorder. There are other dissociative disorders, but she doesn't quite capture the nature of those specific conditions.
Is there anything else that I'm missing with regards to what you put in your report with regards to that disorder?
Which disorder?
The dissociative disorder. Anyone.
Okay. Yes, we did not diagnose dissociative identity disorder.
Now, I want to turn to the question of legal insanity. I think yesterday we talked about that being a legal term.
Yes.
Is there any relation to the type of disorder that you may diagnose someone with to insanity, the legal definition?
Here in Colorado, it's a mental disease or defect, and the definition associated with that is essentially a mental health issue that impairs somebody's understanding or perception of reality.
Is that kind of the first step in the evaluation, or in Dr. Gray's evaluation with regards to legal insanity, to see whether or not there is, in fact, a mental disease or defect?
Yes.
If you do not find a mental disease or defect, do you stop there?
Essentially, yes. If there's no mental disease or defect, then there can't be anything that impairs their capacity to form intent or their ability to understand right from wrong. Both of those things have to be tied together. So if one condition doesn't exist, then legally there would be nothing impairing the definition associated with the sanity evaluation.
And so just to make sure I understand you correctly, are you saying that the mental disease or defect has to be the cause or the reason why an individual may not have the capacity to know right from wrong or have the capacity to form the culpable mental state?
Correct.
So if that's not there, there's no reason to look at the other two, correct?
Correct.
I want to do that anyway. Is that
That's
right?
fine. That's fine. Yes.
What are some of the things you look at in determining whether or not someone may have the capacity to form the culpable mental state?
For that, we look at what the specific culpable mental states we're talking about, which are included in the definition of the charges. I believe I may have said this the other day, but in these charges, we have the culpable mental state of with intent, knowingly, and recklessly. All of those have specific definitions. With intent, the definition is whether that person has essentially a conscious objective to create or have the actual action associated with the statute occur. So more simply, for that one, that's related to tampering with evidence and moving the body. So is that action done with intent, with a conscious objective in mind? Whenever we're considering that, we're thinking, what does it mean to be conscious? We are looking at somebody's ability to think, reason, form judgments. We also take into account issues associated with emotions as well, to see if there's anything that is making it so that that individual is incapable of forming intent. It's a very high bar to meet. I'm not sure that I've ever seen somebody who a mental illness lacks their capacity to form intent. Certainly, intent can be skewed because of irrational thoughts, things like delusions, but that doesn't necessarily seem to be the case here. So we also look at the other culpable mental states, which are knowingly. And knowingly is just, do you have an awareness of what is going on? So again, we consider, what does it mean to have an awareness? You have to be awake, conscious, have some sort of understanding of what's going on. Recklessly, the definition is...
And doctor, I'm going to stop you there because that doesn't apply anymore in this case.
Okay, thank you.
But there is another culpable mental state that I want to talk to you about.
Okay.
It's called after deliberation.
Yes.
Okay. And I'm just going to read you the definition of after deliberation, and then ask you some follow-up questions.
Okay.
The term after deliberation means not only intentionally, but also that the decision to commit the act has been made after the exercise of reflection and judgment concerning the act. An act committed after deliberation is never one which has been committed in a hasty or impulsive manner. Okay? Have you heard that definition before?
Yes.
And I really want to talk about the facts of this case with regards to that culpable mental state. Are you okay with that?
Yes.
When you look at this particular case, do you look at the facts that are presented to you, for instance, things that Ms. Stauch did before the crime?
Yes.
Do you look at her actions during the crime?
Yes.
And do you look at her actions after the crime?
Yes.
And are all those things taken into consideration when you and Dr. Gray are deciding whether or not Ms. Stauch is legally sane or legally insane?
Yes.
Tell me about that. What did you look at in this case with regards to the facts when we talk about after deliberation?
When it comes to the facts, there's a lot of information in the police reports that outline Ms. Stauch's whereabouts. Even afterwards, there's a lot of information that outlines her whereabouts, the varying stories that she told to the police as it pertains to what actually happened with Gannon. We take that into account. I feel like when we're conducting a sanity evaluation, we do tend to focus more on what it is that the defendant is telling us in terms of their perception of what happened. Hopefully what they are telling us is somewhat in line with what the facts of the case are. However, even in this particular situation, Ms. Stauch outlined having some, she says, paranoia. I might say it sounds more like a hypervigilance or being on guard that someone is watching her or tracking her associated with this accident that occurred. And the accident did occur, so it's not a delusion. It's a reaction to something that did happen in her life. We are very focused on the time of the actual offense and her perception of what was going on with her, as well as what's going on afterwards. All of those times we are looking at, is there some sort of mental health issue that is impacting her behaviors, her thoughts, her thinking, her emotions at all of those stages? Usually the police reports can't tell us the perspective of the defendant, which is why we rely so much on what it is that the defendant has to say. As I said, we're looking for a mental disease or defect. And if we can identify what that is, we are looking at how does that impact the behaviors, the emotions, the motivations, the intentions that are happening throughout this period of time. In terms of what happens afterwards, there is always the question of how does the person respond to the actual crime? Does the person call the police themselves? Does the person try to hide evidence? Does the person run away? All of that's important when considering whether somebody's insane at the time. And what's even more important is the why, if you can get to that.
Fortunately, in a lot of murder cases, you don't get to that why, right?
Correct.
And that's usually because there's only one person who survived who knows why.
Oftentimes.
Now, we didn't talk about the capacity to know right from wrong, but it sounds like you incorporated that into your answer a little bit. Is that what you were saying?
Perhaps. I know I was saying a number of things. I mean, we're looking at both of those definitions as it pertains to the issue of sanity. And we've gone on about capacity to form the culpable mental state. And the other one is whether or not a mental disease or defect impairs the individual's capability to understand right from wrong.
What about the autopsy report and the nature of Gannon's injuries? Does that help you and Dr. Gray evaluate whether or not she had the capacity to form the intent to kill or the capacity to form after deliberation with regards to it?
Autopsy reports give us some information in terms of what happened to a victim factually, but it can't tell us exactly what was going on with the person who committed the offense.
What about the capacity to know right from wrong? The fact that Gannon's body was discovered in Florida and the evidence suggests that Ms. Stauch drove his body from left. Does that impact any opinion with regards to the capacity to know right from wrong?
Again, I don't know if it's so much those details that weigh in on the analysis of somebody's capability of understanding right from wrong. For us, it's whether or not there's a mental disease or defect that would undermine or impinge on that ability. And Miss Stauch, even if we were to believe that she had a dissociative identity disorder, she speaks about how after the actual act of shooting Gannon or the person in the cape, how she dissociates and that it is her personalities that are trying to help cover up what it is that occurred. Even so, there is no particular mental illness that is impacting Ms. Stauch's ability to understand what is right and what is wrong. And there's no clear mental illness that would appear to impact any of the personalities that she told us about as it pertains to understanding right from wrong.
Does that also apply to her decision making, her ability to make decisions? Does a mental illness come into play when you're rendering opinions as to legal institutions?
Yes.
Same analysis?
Same analysis, that there is no mental disease or defect that impairs her understanding of reality that would make it so that she was incapable of forming judgments or thinking things through. Even in her own words, at least as it pertains to the shooting, Ms. Stauch talks about how she thought that there was an intruder in the home. She reaches for a gun. She hears these words, Ecclesiastes 3:3, time to kill, time to heal. All of that suggests that there is some capacity to form some intent. She's not lacking in that.
I think you answered this question already, but knowing me, I'm gonna ask it anyway. The diagnosis of other specified personality disorder with borderline and narcissistic traits, does that raise to the level of a mental disease or defect?
It does not in this case.
Ultimately, what is your final opinion, along with Dr. Gray, with regards to the defendant's sanity at the time that Gannon Stauch was killed?
It was that Ms. Stauch was sane at the time of the crime.
And did Dr. Gray sign the report, this 22-page report that you both authored?
He did.
And obviously you signed it as well?
Yes.
Those are my questions, Your Honor. Thanks.
Cross-examination. Me.
Dr. Torres, how are you?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm very good. I want to kind of first just clear up some procedural history on this case, so I think that everybody has a little bit better understanding of how some of this stuff occurred. You're aware that myself and Mr. Cook are not Ms. Stauch's first set of attorneys.
Correct.
She had a different set of attorneys for a little over a year.
Yes.
And those were the ones who were actually involved with the first competency evaluations.
Yes.
And then at some point in time, Ms. Stauch was pro se.
I feel like I vaguely remember that.
Okay. And are you aware that when somebody is pro se, they would be given all of the discovery and access to the body worn camera and everything else for the period of time that they were representing themselves?
Yes.
And so there wasn't the fact that she had reviewed all the stuff and had access, there's nothing I mean, there's nothing wrong with that.
I agree.
Okay. And then at some point, I think it was May of 2021, myself and Mr. Cook took over the representation of Ms. Stauch.
Yes.
And when the statute, the not guilty by reason of insanity statute in Colorado is kind of designed for a flow of information from you to me and me to you and the district attorney is trying to get everybody as much information as possible.
Yes.
And generally, when you guys, if there was something that came up in one of these interviews, sometimes then you would either email me or call me and said, can you get this type of documentation that we're looking for?
Yes.
And there was efforts. I mean, it appeared to you, there was efforts we tried, when you guys asked for stuff, we tried to get it to you.
I agree with that.
Okay. And there was cooperation by the defense and the prosecutions. Everybody cooperated to try to get you guys as much information as possible.
I believe so, yes.
Okay. And just to be clear, you don't judge differently information given by the defense than information by the prosecution. And what I mean by that is you were given a report written by my social worker regarding interviews that were done in South Carolina.
Yes.
You don't necessarily disregard that or give that less weight or reliability or credibility than you would necessarily with police reports.
Correct.
The social worker is a professional person, and a professional person, you would assume, is going to try to give you accurate information.
Yes.
And kind of, on that train of thought, is there concern by forensic evaluators at the state hospital regarding implicit bias?
Could you say more?
Well, and I'm asking this, and I'm doing it, not making any accusations or disparaging or anything. I'm just exploring the implicit bias. You would agree with me that things are difficult at the state hospital right now, as far as staffing, bed space, and so forth.
Okay. Yes, it's having its difficulties.
Okay. The state hospital is actually currently under a contempt order by a federal judge.
Yes.
And that's in regards to competency.
Yes.
And that's in regards to that the state hospital had been taking too long to get competency evaluations done for people that are in custody.
Yes.
And it puts a strain on the state hospital.
I would say yes.
Okay. And there's actually a significant backlog for people who are in custody in jails to get into the competency evaluations completed at the state hospital.
That remains true.
Okay. And if Ms. Stauch was to be found not guilty by reason of insanity, she would more than likely be housed at the state hospital.
Yes.
And if she was housed at the state hospital, she would take up resources at the state hospital.
I can see what you're trying to say. And I would say that that doesn't go into the analysis of a sanity evaluator. And to the best of my understanding, the beds that they have set aside for individuals who are adjudicated not guilty by reason of insanity is separate from those that they have for people who need competency restoration treatment.
No, and I understand that as well. But as far as one of the issues at the state hospital is a lack of staff, is as far as like forensic nurses, other forensic types of staff, that's difficult at the state hospital right now, correct?
They are having that problem, yes.
And wouldn't somebody who, regardless of the bed space, if they were on, you're adding an extra person who has been adjudicated not guilty by reason of insanity, isn't that person going to take some resources away as far as staff?
I could see that, but again, as an evaluator, that's never something that we're considering.
I know, and I understand that. I understand the professionalism of both you and Dr. Gray. But is there, I guess that's my question, is there any concern that there could be implicit bias? So a bias that you're maybe not even aware of that could affect an evaluation?
I don't think that there is an implicit bias in the way that you are describing it here. Obviously, biases are a thing, and we do our best to check our biases as often as we can.
Okay. And then, like I said, I wasn't meaning that in a disrespectful way. I was just asking questions regarding it. So thank you. Let's talk a little bit about first start with disassociation, and then we'll kind of move on to dissociative identity disorder.
Okay.
Have you ever actually treated anybody who had dissociative identity disorder?
I have never treated anybody with dissociative identity disorder.
Have you ever diagnosed anybody with dissociative identity disorder?
Not yet.
Okay. And so then when you are presented with something that you may not have a ton of personal experience with, what both you and Dr. Gray will do is you'll go to literature to see, you know, what is this dissociative identity disorder? How does this look? How does this present? And you will use that in making your evaluation.
Correct.
And that's what you guys did here.
It is.
And you guys were actually kind enough. We had emails exchanged. I gave you guys some articles on dissociative identity disorder, and you guys gave me some articles and everything as well that end up actually a very lengthy book on dissociative identity disorder that you guys, you know, used to make this diagnosis and determination of Ms. Stauch.
Yes.
And so as far as disassociation, it's kind of a tricky term, isn't it? I mean, as far as what exactly it is, there's some differing standards, especially in the book that you guys gave me, as far as what exactly disassociation is and when it occurs and what causes it.
That's one of the issues of the controversy around dissociation and dissociative identity disorders.
Well, and let's talk, I mean, historically, it's been somewhat of a controversial diagnosis.
Yes.
You know, it goes, I think initially there's diagnosis of it all the way back, you know, the late 1800s, there was diagnosis of it. It was kind of there and thought of a lot. And then it kind of, as we started learning more about the brain and how the brain chemically works and everything like that, it kind of fell out of favor. Would that be fair to say?
I think that's fair to say.
And then we had, you know, kind of pop back up again in the 80s and in the media and the movie Sybil, which everybody watched as a kid, or at least I did. And it was kind of in the forefront nationally, but still there was a lot of controversy regarding it amongst the mental health community.
Yes.
But it would also be fair to say that in the last 10 to 15 years, there's been a lot of scientific study and data that has come forth to kind of confirm that disassociation actually occurs and is a real and actual phenomenon.
I think that that's fair to say.
Okay. And while the exact definition of what occurs off, it's more or less, it's an altered state of consciousness.
Dissociation?
Yes.
Yes.
And it can be anything from, I'm like I do almost every night for the last month and a half. When the day is done, I get in my car and I leave my office, and all of a sudden I'm home and I have no memory whatsoever of the drive. That's kind of a disassociation, isn't it?
Yeah, they describe that as a normal,
Yeah.
non-pathological type of dissociation that anyone can experience.
And that kind of gets me into the next thing that I wanted to talk about. Disassociation, some of the literature and everything kind of breaks it down between adaptive and maladaptive disassociation.
Okay.
And adaptive disassociation could be when disassociation is positive and it helps a person, you know, in their day-to-day life, and it's useful for them.
I feel less familiar with the research that makes this particular separation, but I am following you.
Okay. Well, I mean, as far as the altered state of consciousness and disassociation, I mean, to some degree, in kind of personas. I mean, and some of it uses personas and disassociation a little interchangeably, but oftentimes people have different personas, and it's adaptive. For example, we talked about this with Dr. Grimmett, when I come into court, I've got a tie, I speak differently than I do with my children. And once I come into the doors and everybody's here, I don't have to think, okay, think like a lawyer. I take on the persona of a lawyer. And that's a different persona that I have with my children.
Sure, we all tend to behave differently depending upon our context.
Yes. And kind of the theory or the thing with dissociative identity disorder is that is amplified to a degree that it's become non-adaptive that or maladaptive, that the person has different personas within them, but they don't have the authority or ability to control the shifting between the two of them, and they're much more pronounced as far as the differences between the personas.
I think that that is a fairly accurate description of one of the criteria of dissociative identity disorder.
And again, for it to be a disorder, it would indicate that it's impacting my life. And so by just calling it a disorder would indicate that I don't have the ability to control it.
Yes.
And that's one of the things that you're using as far as whether or not somebody has that disorder or not, being able to control it would be much more like me. I'm a lawyer here, and then when I go play with my kids, that I'm not serious. I laugh. I do stuff.
Right. It becomes a conscious decision, so to speak. And as well as with the idea of it being a disorder, that would suggest that it has to have some sort of impairment in your functioning. So is it impairing your relationships, your ability to work, your ability to have an education, some other part of your life?
And also, a disassociation can affect how memories are stored.
Yes.
And to some degree, would you agree with me that that happens, that can be adaptive and that can happen with normal people? For example, a soldier who is in war and has experienced trauma in that. So they have their soldier kind of persona, and then they come home, they're on leave or everything with the family, they'll have a different persona.
Yes.
And they may try to disassociate the memories of those traumas and keep those trauma memories over here while they're at home interacting with their family.
Like just trying not to think about it?
Yes. And trying to keep, and it's easier because that memory, and this is part of the theory of disassociation, because that memory was stored when I was in my soldier persona, it's a little bit easier to keep it over there when I'm in my other persona.
Okay.
Then have you seen some of the literature that reflects that?
Again, I haven't specifically read anything that outlines it in that matter, but I'm following you, and I believe that that is something that can happen.
Can happen, and that would be adaptive.
Yes.
And people you're exposed to a lot of secondary trauma in your job.
Yes.
They're exposed to a lot of secondary trauma in their job. I'm exposed to secondary trauma, and keeping that memory at bay when I'm at home with my children may be an adaptive semi-form of disassociation.
I don't know that I would use that term. And at the same time, I think that that is something that we all naturally do.
And again, then part of the theory when we go to dissociative identity disorder is those memories are stored with the other persona and they don't necessarily have access to it.
Sometimes, yes.
I mean, and that's kind of the theory, and kind of going into that, into how dissociative identity disorder is informed or caused. I mean, the literature is pretty much in agreement. It's almost, as far as dissociative identity disorder, is almost always and exclusively caused by childhood trauma.
There is a very high correlation with that.
And generally, it's not just one instance of childhood trauma. It is complex or long-standing childhood trauma.
I think it either has to be fairly severe, it can be prolonged, and everybody responds differently to the issue of trauma.
Sure. And I guess that's actually a good point. Not everybody who suffers childhood trauma, not everybody who suffers complex childhood trauma develops dissociative identity disorder.
Correct.
And what are the different types of factors that would cause somebody who suffer complex childhood trauma to develop dissociative identity disorder?
Some of the factors are going to be related specifically to that person's personality, how sensitive they are to issues of trauma. Some of them might even be related to the context or environment in which they are raised and whether they have support in place to help them deal with trauma versus not having that.
Especially the lengthy book that you gave me, a lot of it, sometimes it talked about how dissociative identity disorder can be connected or can kind of grow through attachment, especially disorganized attachment.
Yes, it is, again, correlated with that type of attachment style.
And just what is disorganized attachment?
Disorganized attachment, like I'm going to take a step back from that question. It's a much lengthier response. There's different attachment styles. All of us have some sort of attachment style. There's healthy attachment styles, and there's less healthy attachment styles. Secure attachment, that is when essentially you've been raised in a family, you've learned to trust your caregivers. I would also go ahead and say that attachment is something that forms when you are very young, probably within that first year or two of life. So there's secure attachment whenever you have learned to trust your caregivers, that they will be there for support. And for the most part, relationally growing up, you don't tend to have too many difficulties as it relates to attaching to a romantic partner. And then there's less healthy forms of attachment. We'll just go straight to disorganized attachment. I think they also call it ambivalent, avoidant attachment. Essentially, whenever somebody is raised in an environment, and again, thinking you're very young when this happens or when this forms, where things are inconsistent, you yourself have some sort of confusion in terms of whether you can trust a caregiver or not. When we're considering issues of abuse when you are very young, it can result in problems in attachment style. This can affect your relationships in the future. Disorganized attachment or ambivalent avoidant, it's when, or is it anxious avoidant? Anyways,
I think it's anxious.
yeah, thank you. It is anxious avoidant. There is ambivalent attachment, but we won't get into that. Anxious avoidant is when you feel like you need that security, you want it, but you're not sure that it's there. So you might also be semi-avoidant to trust individuals. You see this in the push-pull that you sometimes see in relationships with people who do go on to develop a borderline personality disorder. And even in a dissociative identity disorder, as we've noted, that attachment style can be present.
Okay. And Your Honor, would this be an okay place for a break?
It's your call.
I would, because I was going to play a video, but I got to get that hooked up.
All right.
So if we could do that, that would be great.
It'll work. We can make it work.
Thank
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we will take our afternoon break. If we can have everyone back in the jury room at say 3:20, we should be able to start on time at that point. Don't discuss the case among yourself. Don't discuss the case with anyone else. And with that, we'll see you at 3:20. All rise for the jury, please.
And I'll show it to you here on break. It's a.
Are you going to show them some of that clip?
Yeah, I'm gonna show, it's from 324.
They can use it on this one if you want.
Do you know the
You're gonna
timestamps?
hook it up?
I'll hook it up.
Okay.
Wait, I don't have the exact. Well, actually, I do. It's 324.
What day and what clip?
It's the March 21st at 34:20.
Why don't you play?
Why don't I play it? Okay.
Yeah, just so.
Yeah, because ours are booked in the.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, that's why we can.
Yeah.
It's just-
All right. Thank you. Record should reflect the jury has left the courtroom. We'll be back at 3:20.
Absolutely.
Thanks, Judge. That's good.
Just for you, heads up.
What time, Your Honor?
3:20, 3:20.
Okay.
I figured that they were going to go to lunch break, Because of course we just drove up the road to the furniture store and I was thinking to myself, yep, this is gonna happen. And sure enough.
I got some string.
So we are
I thought I had a gummy.
sitting here getting the new couch tied down to the back of the truck onto the wagon. You bet the lawyer's lunch just hit. Yeah, bubble guts, maybe. I honest to goodness think that no, he's just out there talking. That's exactly it, Chica. Your husband's the same way, Mr. Yapper. He will stand there and talk forever. And meanwhile, like we were trying to get it in between rain, and of course now it's starting to rain. So we'll be moving this couch in the downpour, I'm sure. But it's okay. It's fine. It's fine. Yeah, every time they catch me. Catch me, catch me. But though we've had the same couch, like whenever we moved in, the couch was in the house. And it was like a nice couch. So I thought, oh, we'll just keep it. You know, we cleaned it really good or whatever. And we just kept it. But it's been 7 years since we moved in. And it's one of those things where it's like, okay, now it's time. Because at this point, the kids have like juniorized them and completely destroyed them. And, and so, yeah, it was time. But of course, it then took almost 3 months to come in, the one that we got, because some lady had bought the sales floor model, like right before we got there. So they had to order ours, and it took forever to get here. And then whenever we just went to move the couch out today, we couldn't get it out. So my husband finally just decided to cut it up and brought the Sawzall inside and took it out in pieces. And we literally just left to come up here. Yeah, without fail. I know, every single time. It's okay, though. I think it's called a cat napper, Avery. It's got like, it's like gray, and it has recliners on it. That's all I know. That's so funny, a rebel with a cause. Yeah, that don't work for me. We ain't doing none of that. Every time we do that, then next thing you know, bam, there's another baby. We're good on all that noise. So, I think this attorney, like, guys, I honestly think that whenever they know they have to cross-examine somebody, they, like, I don't know if they don't take notes or they don't remember what questions to ask, or they did take notes, but they took too many. But I swear they take these little breaks or ask for a break right in the middle of those last 2 days just so that they can buy themselves more time to come up with more questions. And it sounds like he is going to play videos. Like, I don't know what kind of videos. I think that's kind of interesting to play videos on a cross. Did you know couches can last 20 years? Yeah. This one, like I said, it was there. It was already in the house, and the lady who owned the house before us was like ancient and had lived there for like, I don't know, 20 or 30 years. So it was probably built inside of the house. But we are on our way to the house now.
Let it snow. Let it snow.
It's snowing. I thought it was just
Oh, I
rain.
won't be surprised.
I was making fun of how much that you talked to the guy. Like he's gonna wait till it's down before we leave.
I was trying to tie the tarp.
Uh-huh. Sure. Yeah. Oh, maybe. Maybe. I think really though he's stalling so that he can be like, hey, we gotta figure out what to or what else the slate is against us. Offering. Did I lose you guys? Sorry. So does Dad got jokes? Not jokes like Junior's. Oh, good logical one. Your service is back. That's awesome. But yeah, I guarantee you he's in there Googling right now. what to ask psychologists to prove my client has DID, how to get my client off of murder, how to prove my obviously guilty client innocent despite all of the evidence.
Or it's how to pretend to do my job without actually doing the job because I know she's guilty.
Yeah, that could be it too. I don't know if you guys heard him. Wow, your couch has been through 3 kids and 2 grands so far. It's a great couch, actually. That's good, Seal. There was nothing wrong with our, like, no, that's not true. The board broke. It was broke now. It was like as soon as we decided we were going to get a new one that it broke. And so we've been like practically sitting on the floor for the last like 2 weeks, 3 weeks. Because like the kids were like jumping on it and they broke the board in the middle. What's black, white, and red all over? The newspaper. Dun-dun-tsh. Oh, we were telling jokes to Junior last night, trying to get her to I don't know, think of funny jokes for you guys. I was cracking up because in criminality last night, they started telling jokes and just told jokes for probably at least 20 minutes. The chat's saying, "Hi, Sleuth Daddy. The ladies are going wild." Mhm. He's a grumpy old man. You can't hear my husband. He had said, how to Google, or he said, no, they're probably Googling how to do my job without actually doing my job. Because I know she's guilty and I just don't care. Does my client appreciate my professional demise? Oh, man. So you're done with the puppy stage. Yeah, we got the puppy after we ordered the couch. Probably wasn't the best one. You have a good one for Criminality's next live stream. Good, logical one. I told the one last night. Junior just looked at me. She just kept staring like she had no clue what I had just said. Oh, why does a giraffe have a long neck? Because he's got smelly toes. She's like, what? So, well, because that way his nose isn't down by his toes. Is it falling off?
No.
I'm like, oh no, why are we stopping?
Because this jackass won't get off. Obviously, I'm not going any stinking faster.
Uh-oh. Road rage. Road rage moment. She's such a joy. Yeah, she cracks me up. She cracks me up. I know, you heard donkey. I heard donkey too. Jeez. Our husbands could be best friends. What do you call a cow with no legs? Ground beef. Yeah, you heard him now. I know, right? You know what? We're on the back road to our house, and it's like only, I don't know, 30 miles per hour, 25, 30 miles per hour. Somebody was like riding right up against us. So they pulled over to let them go past. He has horrible road rage, though. He's just, I don't know. He probably has DID, and every time that I make him do things, it triggers him to switch personalities. No, Avery. Two peanuts went walking down the street. One was assaulted. Oh no. I told my son the one that I told my son the ones that criminality was saying last night about, like, what do you call a man with no legs and no arms in a pool? Bob. What do you call a man with no legs, no arms on a porch? Matt. He thought that was funny. My husband didn't think it was a good idea to tell him, but I definitely did. He turns into Road Rage Ralph. Yes. Just bam. As soon as it's like, husband, there's all these things that we have to do today. It's like, "Rah, Road Rage Ralph." DID dad mode. Right. That's exactly it. As soon as we get up this hill, guys, I'm going to lose you for probably about 30 seconds, and then I'll be right back. You're behind a bit, but I wanted to ask, can someone tell me about when Letecia yelled? What did she say and why? I missed that. So I don't know exactly what she said. I think Emily said she just said no because the lawyer asked the doctor if Letecia had read the DSM-5 or if it appeared she may have gotten her diagnosis out of the DSM-5. And so they, and I guess she like looked up and she was like, no, or something along those lines. So, what do you call a woman with no legs, Eileen? Mom said I should do lunges standing. That would be a big step forward. Scary. Call your husband. Sorry. Have you ever watched Dora the Explorer? On Dora the Explorer, they go to the troll bridge and they sing this song, and it's like the grumpy old troll who lives under the bridge. And so whenever he gets really grumpy, I start singing them. He's the grumpy old cat who lives in the room. Depending on where he is, the grumpy old cat. There we go. Losing him. Sorry, guys. I always lose you guys as soon as I pull up to my house because the internet like tries to connect and then it boots me out. So, but I laughed very hard, Live Block No More, at the missed one. Yes, I know. I'm getting out. Anyone know the judge's record on sentencing? I don't, DB, actually. That would be a very interesting thing to look up. Excuse me while we go sawzall this couch into our house. The girls were asleep in the car and they both just sat up and started singing, got carried away from Lyle Out Crocodile. What's going on, JPR? The judge took break again whenever I left my house. Look, see, guys, I'm already back home. Like, that's how quick I was going to be gone. And of course he went to break. Every time. Yeah, I hope the new one fits in. Me too, Ramblin' Rome, because it ain't going back. We'll get it in there. Worst comes to worst, we'll just stand on one end and we'll all just run as fast as we can into it until it goes through the doorway. It should be fine. No, BC, it was me. It was me cutting out. It's because I was getting by my house. Every time I get close to the house. You can sing Rain, Rain too. You guys can sing together.
Yeah, I'll be seated. Thank you.
All right, they're back, guys.
CR 1358, People versus Letecia Stauch. Record should reflect the jury is not present in the courtroom. You're running it from there.
Right, yes. Oh, all right. Look at that.
Want to be?
That is where I want to be.
Oh, you're already there. Dr. Torres, I just remind you that you're still under oath. Now it sounds like we're good to bring the jury in then?
Yep.
Okay, let's go ahead and bring the jury back.
Don't go you.
Look at me.
All rise for the jury, please. Thank you. May all be seated. Court will recall 20 CR 1358, People versus Letecia Stauch. Record should reflect the jury has returned to the courtroom. Mr. Delaney.
And Dr. Torres, I'm going to play a short clip from your interview with Ms. Stauch. For the record, this clip is from March 24th, 2022 at time mark 34:20, and it's just right about 3 minutes.
We'll talk a little bit about the abuse that you suffered.
Yeah. Oh.
Were you ever physically abused? So like, some people might not consider it physical abuse. It depends on your perception of it. But like belts, mop, broomsticks, switches, like, wasn't a bad kid at all. I mean, I might pop off with a mouth and have a smart mouth, but I know.
We're having some technical, let's give it a second. If not, then I'll just ask you about it.
The way they upbringing of people, like, you know, the whole spare the rod is for a child type thing from scripture is very Bible Belt, so them Baptists, like that's what the community is. So feeding people with sticks and make you go get your own switches and stuff like that is common, you know what I mean? Now, the part about putting me in the closet all the time, that's like the extreme, because that's not part of the spirit rod for a child type thing. To keep me from finding out what my stepdad was doing, and my mom. Okay, with the like abuse and stuff, that was them to keep me. But they knew I was smart enough to figure it out. You ever see your stepdad? Your mom or your other. So when he got demoted from tax sergeant to staff sergeant, that was when we were living on the base. That's, I call it military police, 911. I got in trouble because he got demoted from tax sergeant to staff sergeant because he hit my mom and she went across the kitchen table and it busted her head open and an ambulance had to come to the base. I was always told that that was my fault, that he lost money if he got demoted. We were on base, and they told us, like, my mom would be like, oh,
So like, you know how bases are by range, like the different houses you can live in. So we had to move into a smaller house because he got demoted, and like everything was my fault for calling 911 for it. That was the first time that like I like really remember vividly like how the abuse was, and then it only got worse and we went back. It would be consistent fights, consistent blood, consistent sleeping in cars, running from him. His own family wouldn't even like when he was like that when he was there. And like my stepsister Amy, who lived like adjacent to the house with her grandma, we wouldn't stay with us on weekends because she knew how bad he was. Like everyone knew, no one wanted to like. Basically, I used to say across the street because the community, you know, they didn't want to go over there because he'd get so bad.
And so she's basically describing an incident where her stepdad hit her mother so hard she was knocked unconscious and busted her head open. She called the police. The police came, and then her stepdad, because he was in the military, was demoted, and the family suffered. They had to go to a smaller house and lost income, correct?
Yes.
And that incident was documented both by Aunt Brenda and by her mother actually confirmed that incident took place.
Yeah, I remember her aunt, because we spoke specifically with her aunt, largely corroborated that there was abuse going on in the home.
And that specific instance in the reports done by Mr. Barvel, that was given to, and the mom admitted that occurred.
I don't specifically remember that simply because I don't remember every single detail.
If I could approach. Okay. I'm approaching you with the report from the social worker that we provided to you.
Thank you. Yes, it does summarize that.
First, you got it. You may go ahead. And then in other parts of that interview that you did with Ms. Stauch, she talks about James sexually molesting her, and that she would go to her mother to try to say, you know, he's doing this, intervene, help. And that what she relayed to you is that her mother wouldn't do it because last time we got the police involved, the family suffered financially.
Yes.
And as far as the impact that would have on a child could be substantial as far as trauma.
I think it counts as trauma, yes.
And and not only the sexual molestation being the trauma, but then the rejection by the primary caregiver of protecting.
Yes.
And again, just for the record, the book that I keep referring to is Disassociation and the Dissociative Disorders, Past, Present, and Future. It talks about the correlation between children who suffer childhood trauma and the ones that develop dissociative identity disorder. And it talks about one of the issues that there is a significant correlation is betrayal.
I don't remember that specifically.
Okay. And betrayal, it could be, but this is that type of instance that you have a step parent or something who is committing the act, and then the child goes to the caregiver to try to get help, to get safety, to get this stopped, and they refuse to intervene. That
I think all of that can be subsumed under emotional trauma.
Emotional trauma. And kind of when we're talking about the phenomena of dissociative identity disorder, this would be the type of thing that could cause it in a child who still, I mean, she's describing the sexual trauma starts 9 and continues on until she leaves home.
Yes.
And so a 9-year-old child still needs their mom. They still even need, the stepdad for food, shelter, and kind of how we went back to attachment. Children need emotional support as well. And so they need that attachment from their caregivers, correct?
Yes.
And the theory behind dissociative identity disorder is, especially when the other primary caregiver is not intervening, the child has to make a split. And the abuse memories, the emotional trauma goes in one personality, and those memories are shielded from the other personality, who can then go to the mom, go to the stepdad for food, shelter, and emotional support.
That is the theory around how dissociative identity disorder can come to be from issues of trauma.
Okay. And both the reports that we gave you and your interview with Aunt Brenda described a very turbulent upbringing.
I agree.
I mean, it seemed James was a very violent and abusive alcoholic.
Yes.
And while there was no direct corroboration of the molestation, would you agree with me that James seemed to engage in conduct that would at least raise concerns regarding molestation?
Yeah, we're not negating
Okay.
the abuse that Ms. Stauch says that she experienced when she was young.
And there is some comorbidity between pedophiles and substance abuse in the DSM-5.
I'd have to read the DSM-5, and I would say that there's comorbidity with substance use
And
with
just
a
about
lot of disorders.
Sure. And also when you talk about, one of the things when you look for molestation is somebody who crosses boundaries can be a concern.
Crossing boundaries, yes.
So, and there was documentation that Aunt Brenda talked about to us, and I believe with you, of James would often walk around in his underwear with the kids present.
She mentioned that, yes.
And James giving her, after Miss Stauch had moved out, giving her younger siblings alcohol to the point that they passed out.
That detail I don't remember.
Okay. That could be a concern as far as somebody crossing boundaries in regards to molestation.
It's certainly a concern about
Yeah.
parenting behavior.
Sure. It's somebody who has dissociative. Well, let me rephrase this. The theory and the literature seem, the theory and the literature supports that dissociative identity disorder is a defense mechanism, is primarily a defense mechanism dealing with substantial childhood trauma.
Yes.
And kind of in that vein, and I think you were, stating this in regards to some of the questions Mr. Young had, because it's kind of a defense mechanism and it's impacting, a child when they were growing up and everything like that. And every child is different and the trauma is different and everything like that. It often presents itself differently in different people.
Yes.
Sometimes it can be very subtle and sometimes it can be more pronounced.
Correct.
And there's lots of theories, but nothing really definitive for an explanation as to what causes severe substantial DID and what causes minor DID, or what causes a child who could suffer this horrible type of trauma and seem to relatively function okay, and another child who could experience this type of trauma and be an absolute mess.
Correct. There's no consensus.
There's no, and that's with a lot of psychiatry. It's not, I don't want to say not an exact science, but there's a lot of nuance to it because it's how different people's brains develop and how they react to different factors.
Correct.
There is some differences amongst how much memory would be shared between different personas.
Yes.
And there are differences between how aware, and for lack of a better word, I'm going to use the term host persona, how much awareness they would have of the other personas. There appear to be differences between different people with DID.
Yes.
And how much memory would be shared between, and again, I'm going to refer to a host persona and memories that were encoded in other personas. How much of that is shared? It appears to vary between individuals who suffer from this disorder.
Yes.
And there's lots of things that we look at in determining if somebody has the DID. And obviously, well, one of the main things that we would look at initially is, was there childhood trauma? Because it almost seems you don't get DID unless there's childhood trauma. Would you agree with that? That would be one criteria. Okay.
It's not a defined criteria for dissociative identity disorder. However, given that there is such a large correlation between the two, you would expect one to be present for the other to also be present.
And I've seen different literature as far as the occurrence of dissociative identity disorder, anywhere between 1.5% of the population all the way up to possibly even 6% of the population.
I think I've seen similar numbers, and it tends to be based off of different countries.
Sure.
Or potentially even, I want to say, one substance use treatment center where possibly it was more present.
And in fairness, the 6% estimation seems to be more of an outlier.
I think so. More generally, I've seen about 1%, maybe 1 to 2%.
Well, yeah, any 1.5, 2%, that is more consistent in the literature than the 6% outlier.
Correct.
Generally, and I think this is one of the things that you talked about with Ms. Young, and one of the things, here, for the most part, its appearance and presentation is more subtle than we would, appear, that we see in the movies and so forth.
That is the more typical presentation of it.
Oftentimes people who are eventually end up being diagnosed with dissociative identity disorder, oftentimes they will be in mental health treatment for between 6 to 12 years before they are accurately diagnosed with dissociative identity disorder.
I read that.
And oftentimes they'll have a lot of misdiagnoses. I think some of the literature says 3 to 4 incorrect diagnoses before they are correctly diagnosed with dissociative identity disorder.
I certainly think that can likely happen depending upon how much information is available to whomever is providing the treatment and how consistent the treatment is.
And would you then agree with me that asking people who've only maybe missed out for an hour and had an hour-long interaction or a shorter period of time, if they notice drastic changes in her personality, would not necessarily be that helpful in determining whether or not she legitimately suffered from DID or not?
I think it would be really difficult to diagnose it in about an hour without any other indication that it might be present.
And would you agree it would be kind of misleading to suggest that somebody in an hour-long conversation would notice somebody with DID?
Just off of observations, I think it's unlikely to happen.
Okay. The DSM-5 indicates that one of the conditions that people with DID will initially seek treatment for is obsessive compulsive disorder.
I don't specifically remember reading that in the DSM. It also wouldn't surprise me that people might seek treatment for issues of depression or anxiety.
And the records that we have given you, I mean, they definitely document that since 2016, Ms. Stauch had been seeking treatment for anxiety.
Yes.
And we do have records from 2013. We don't have specifically, but there appears to be billing in those records that she was seeking mental health treatment since 2013, while we don't know exactly what that treatment entailed.
Correct.
One of the things that correlates or is often seen in people with dissociative identity disorder is suicide attempts.
You do see that.
Ms. Stauch talked about being in a turtle suit.
When she was at the jail?
Turtle suits at the jail you're aware of put on people who have attempted suicide.
Yes.
One of the things that you will see in people with dissociative identity disorder oftentimes is a sporadic work history.
Yes, you do see that.
And in some of his interviews that you have reviewed of Mr. Stauch, talked about Mrs. Stauch's sporadic work history.
Yeah, and I would agree that it was spotty. I think she noted to us that her longest period of work was approximately 6 years, maybe when she was in her mid-20s to early 30s, and that she didn't work for a period of time specifically associated with taking care of the children. Other than that, there's a little bit of jumping around from one job to another in the later years.
Some of the literature notes that sexual promiscuity can be present with people with DID, but that they actually don't enjoy it.
I don't remember that specifically.
I submitted an article, Dissociative Identity Disorder, a Controversial Diagnosis, by a Dr. Paulette Gillig. If I could approach with it.
Sure.
Go ahead. I can give you my another copy of it.
Oh, if you got a copy.
Yeah. This one or this one? See this one I got. If I may approach?
You
Sure.
may go ahead.
Thank you.
And so you had a chance to, these are some of the articles that I sent to you, both yourself and Dr. Gray.
This one does not look familiar. And I printed out the 8 articles you sent me and read 6 of the 8.
And with this article, however, does it appear to you to be the type of peer-reviewed journal that would be relied upon people in your profession?
I'm not sure if this is a peer-reviewed journal or more of a newsletter. I'm not 100% familiar with it.
Okay, if you go to page 28 of that article, it has references.
It does have references.
It appears to have over 43 references.
It does.
This article, if you go to page 27 of that article, in regards making the diagnosis a clinical description.
Okay.
If you go about so if you go about halfway down on that, it says patients who have been diagnosed with DID frequently report chronic suicidal feelings and some attempts.
Yes.
And that would be consistent with other literature that you've seen.
Yes.
Sexual promiscuity is frequent, but patients usually report decreased libido and have inability to have orgasm.
It does say that.
We've given you a lot of medical records of Ms. Stauch.
Yes.
Are you aware, do you recall those medical records? She's had multiple treatment for sexually transmitted diseases.
I don't remember that specifically.
Also had both multiple miscarriages and terminated pregnancies.
That I do remember.
Could that be consistent, especially the terminated pregnancies? Could that be consistent with somebody with DID? For example, one persona wanting to get pregnant and have a child and another persona not.
I suppose that that could happen. I also don't know that it would be specifically consistent with the diagnosis. It's not outside the realm of possibility.
Okay. One of the things that the literature indicates to look for or can be a sign of DID is depersonalization.
Yes.
And that could be talking about oneself in the third person. Could that be a sign of depersonalization?
Not necessarily in and of itself.
But it could be. I'm not asking for it in and of itself.
Sure. Okay. Well, depersonalization is more of a subjective feeling of feeling detached from one's body. So I'd say just because somebody speaks about themselves in the third person doesn't necessarily mean they're having that experience of depersonalization.
And would you agree that using different names could be an indication of dissociative identity disorder?
I think that's one of the indicators that one would look for when it comes to the different personality states.
And it's verified from both Al Stauch and Harley Hunt that Ms. Stauch did use the name Taylor.
Yes.
Are you reviewed the discovery in the case?
Yes.
Do you recall an FBI report regarding somebody who was in training to become a flight attendant at Spirit Airlines?
I remember Ms. Stauch wanting to become a flight attendant. I don't remember this detail where it was coming from or specifically what the FBI report said about it.
I may approach.
You may.
This is an FBI report dealing a conversation with Maria Boyer. Look at that. Go grab it. Okay. Sorry. That's okay.
Okay.
In that report indicates the FBI interviewed a woman who was in training at Spirit Airlines,
Yes.
that she had had communication over text and Facebook with Ms. Stauch,
Yes.
but that she knew her as Aubrey.
Yes.
I may approach? You may.
Do you want this back too?
That, while not positive, could be consistent with somebody who suffers from DID.
The only question I would have about it are the details that Ms. Stauch provided to that woman that are consistent with things that Ms. Stauch told us that are in line with her history as she is related.
Part of the thing, when the report by Dr. Lewis was provided to the district attorney, there were some underlying data that was, or underlying things that she based that on that was provided as well. Was that shared with you?
The underlying data that Dr. Lewis
Yeah.
relied upon?
Not data, but as far as collateral information.
I can't remember specifically what it noted.
Okay, specifically, there was a packet of signatures by Ms. Stauch that predated the offense. Do you recall reviewing those?
I did not review them.
Would somebody having different signatures as far as how that signature is presented, that predates the offense, could that be evidence of DID?
Possibly.
Okay. I'm gonna ask, what is the difference between structural disassociation and alterations in consciousness?
Structural disassociation and alterations in consciousness?
Yes.
I feel like I would need to understand a bit more about what you were asking me to define.
Well, in the dissociation past, present, and future, it talks about in a clinical setting how it can be difficult for a clinician to distinguish between structural dissociation and alterations in consciousness. And at least my reading of it seemed to be structural disassociation would be kind of more what we were talking about originally as far as adaptive disassociation, where a person may go to a different place or be different, maybe not paying attention to what the person is saying. And then alterations in consciousness being more consistent with DID as far as the changing in personas.
Okay. I'm glad you said that. I would have flipped those. And
Okay.
at the same time, to speak to the issue that I think that you are raising, there, in terms of it being subtle and not being able to readily observe it, a person can switch from one personality to another, but not necessarily show any behavior demonstrating that. It is something that happens internally, which is why a lot of the research and even the DSM says that typically dissociative identity disorder presents as multiple states kind of being present at the same time, and why it's subtle and one wouldn't necessarily notice it.
And I think it sometimes even talks about it's not necessarily, and again, the civil, where I'm a young kid and I'm an astronaut, but the personas will kind of shift as to which persona may be better functioning in a certain type of situation.
Yeah, that I'm not so sure. I understand it more as something that happens involuntarily, that can't be controlled, as opposed to adapting to the environment.
But could it involuntarily shift subconsciously to a persona who would be better able to handle a situation?
The shifts can happen in response to some sort of trigger.
Okay.
And they can also happen randomly, to my understanding.
And when we're talking about triggers, one of the things that can be perplexing or difficult or cause the confusion to somebody with DID is they could be triggered by something that relates to a memory that is shelved in another persona. And so they don't even understanding why something is triggering them. Why the host may not understand why something triggers them.
Well, there would be that amnesia, so the host wouldn't have the realization necessarily that it is happening. And that's where the confusion and the distress that comes from having dissociative identity disorder can come into play.
Because a lot of times trauma and the trigger is that's stored in the body.
Yeah, there's literature that says that.
Yeah, and so the body can be reacting to trauma, but the host personality fails to connect why this is triggering or why this is causing this kind of trauma response. And that can be one of the things that can be very confusing to somebody who suffers from DID.
The whole thing can be confusing,
Sure.
especially because there's some component of amnesia associated with it. And then at the same time, the literature talks about how there's some awareness, sometimes even among the personalities, that it's a bit more porous, even though you would expect to see amnesia.
Well, and sometimes literature reflects clusters of personality may share certain memories.
Yes.
And when you were talking about whether or not somebody else, a family member or something, would have noticed these types of things, are you aware that Miss Stauch left the home when her brother Dakota was only 2?
If she told us that, I don't remember that specifically.
Okay. But if they weren't necessarily raised in the same household or had a lot of contact with each other, that may be a possible reason why he didn't notice any of these issues.
I think that's possible. I don't remember off the top of my head how much interaction they've had
Absolutely.
from her ages of adolescence forward.
But whether or not somebody would pick up on these subtle cues of somebody who legitimately suffers from DID would largely be based upon the amount of time that they interact with somebody.
That can certainly be helpful, consistency and amount of time interacting together.
And when Ms. Stauch was speaking, with you about her relationship with Al Stauch, the history that she presented is they actually, even though they had been married for, I think, 4 or 5 years at the point in time of the event, they actually hadn't really lived together for very long.
That's correct.
And so the sustained long interactions between the two of them may not have been as substantial as you would normally expect in a married couple who had been living together for 5 years straight.
That was my impression.
And, Mr. Stauch, in the interviews that he did talk some about her varying moods. As far as like 1 week she would be a great mother, and the next week she may act like she doesn't pay attention to the kids at all.
Yes.
And again, he talked about her sporadic work, and that was a thing of frustration for him.
Yes.
In regards to Harley, we provided you with a memorandum regarding our interview with her in South Carolina.
Yes.
Do you recall that memorandum reflecting Harley being somewhat confused by Miss Stauch changing her name to Taylor?
I remember, and I don't know if it's written in that report specifically, I remember her noting that she added Taylor as her middle name and used it with individuals outside the family.
Let me approach.
Yes.
Okay. So I can review that and see if that refreshes your record.
Thank you.
It's on the second page. I think the last paragraph off the top of my head.
Okay.
That memorandum expresses that Harley Hunt had either frustration or confusion regarding the name change to Taylor, that she didn't even know what name to call her mom.
Yes.
It also indicates that her mom was oftentimes up and down.
Yes.
There was a lot of travel, that she almost felt like she was living out of a suitcase.
Yes.
And she talks about how oftentimes she would find her mom crying in a closet.
Yes.
And that would be consistent with what she kind of described to you, that oftentimes she would sleep in the closet.
Yes.
And would you agree that it's not unusual for children who are raised by parents who suffer any type of mental illness to not necessarily be aware of the unusualness until they have left home for a while and look back and say, now that I see other stuff, now I realize how messed up it was, because the kid only knows what they're exposed to.
Exactly. It becomes normalized for them.
I want to talk a little bit about the evaluation that you did, the sanity evaluation that you did. And I guess initially the main thing that I want to get out of the way is feigning or malingering is not exclusive of an actual mental health issue.
Correct.
Oftentimes in a forensic setting, you can have somebody who has a legitimate mental health issue, and for whatever reasons, they may either be making up something else or exaggerating the symptoms of the mental illness that they actually have.
Yes.
And that makes your job much more difficult.
It does.
Because so much of what you do in making these evaluations, having an unreliable narrator makes it difficult.
Yes.
And knowing that, that's part of the reason sometimes you guys give certain tests.
Yes.
One of the tests that you guys gave here is the MMPI-2.
Correct.
And what is that?
That is the Minnesota Multifaceted Personality Inventory, 2nd edition. And what it is, it's a long test with a number of items. It's used to help with clinical diagnosis because it asks about a number of different symptoms seen in disorders such as anxiety, depression, schizophrenia, antisocial behavior, and other things.
And it's more helpful in a clinical setting because the belief is that somebody who is coming in for treatment is going to try to answer it as honestly as they can so they can get the treatment for whatever is causing them problems.
Yeah, we administer it frequently enough in these types of evaluations because it can be helpful with clinical diagnosis, especially if we get a valid protocol. It's also helpful because it has those validity scales on it. So it can let us know if the person who's sitting in front of us is currently potentially exaggerating symptoms.
But it's not a test that is specifically designed to detect malingering.
There is no test specifically designed to detect malingering. All of the tests that we have can detect exaggeration or feigning.
Okay.
I say they don't specifically address the issue of malingering because there is no test that gets to the motivation that would be important to the issue of malingering.
There are, and I'm going to get to this, and specifically in interpreting the MMPI-2, you guys relied upon an article. I think the primary person on it was a Dr. Brand.
Yes.
You're aware that Dr. Brand has other articles dealing with detecting feigning or exaggeration in people with DID.
Yes.
There are some structured interviews that they indicate can be helpful in making a determination of the validity of DID.
Yes.
You guys did not use any of those structured interview techniques talked about in those in that article.
We used the multidimensional inventory for dissociation, which is another self-report that looks at again, the gamut of the different dissociative symptoms And it can be particularly helpful for teasing out whether somebody's experiencing a dissociative identity disorder or a post-traumatic stress disorder or borderline personality disorder, which is why we chose that test specifically.
Okay, but you didn't, as far as the structured interviews that Dr. Brand talks about can be of assistance and a DID determination. You guys did not use that specific structured interview.
Yeah, there are a couple, and we did not use them specifically because we were already conducting our own semi-structured interview of sanity, which does include a mental status exam, which goes into a number of the symptoms that one might exhibit for different disorders. And we had asked questions as it pertains to the issue of dissociative identity disorder. And those structured interviews, they simply go off of the criteria as it's outlined in the DSM, and they don't have validity measures. So we didn't see the utility in adding that to our interview.
And in the back to the article by Dr. Brand, dealing with the MMPI too, I mean, and not only Dr. Brand, but there's other literature that indicates people with dissociative identity disorder can score higher on the MMP2.
Yes.
And they can legitimately give answers that would lead for other types of diagnosis would be indicative of an invalid response.
Yeah, the limitation with the MMPI2, especially in these types of circumstances, is that there's a lot of items on this test, and there's a lot of item overlap on the scales themselves. And on some of the scales that detect the issue of exaggeration, it incorporates items that speak to issues of trauma. So when you have somebody who has a significant trauma history or even a dissociative identity disorder, it is said that they can elevate those scales and still be responding genuinely. And the MMPI has a third scale that looks at the issue of exaggeration that takes some of the trauma stuff out of it and just looks primarily at issues of what you would see in psychiatrically hospitalized inpatients. And she still elevated that one as well, which is the, you could say, prototypic profile of an individual who might be exaggerating issues of dissociative identity disorder.
And just for the exact quote by Dr. Brand at the beginning, or I think it's like the third paragraph, and I think it's a she, so I'm going to go. It's Bethany Brand, so I'm going to make the assumption here. She indicates the ability to classify individuals with severe trauma in DID correctly is challenging, as individuals with trauma-related disorders, characteristically, it's been a long day.
Characteristically.
Thank you very much. Display high scores on a clinical and validity scales, including on the MMPI2. These traumatized patients may be misclassified as malingerers or psychotic because of the elevated scores on multiple scales.
Yes.
And basically what they do is they do a study to try to figure out what questions on the MMP2 would be indicated of actual patients who have been diagnosed with DID versus people who are attempting to malinger or feign DID.
Yeah, they compare them to people who have been coached by somebody in terms of what does dissociative identity disorder look like, as well as those who have not been coached. So they would just be going off of what they believe they know about dissociative identity disorder.
Sybil. Awesome.
Potentially.
Okay. And basically what they did is, so they had 3 groups of people, people with DID, people who've been coached in DID, and non-coached. They gave them all the MMP2, and then they compared scores. And what they found was certain scores seemed to indicate were endorsed more by the coached or the non-DID people than people with actual DID.
Yes.
And you guys use that in kind of making your determination that her scores did not fit with somebody who has DID.
Yes,
Do you have the raw data with you?
I should have the raw data with me. From which administration?
Let's go with the first one.
I'm ready.
And so it kind of, and taking that and then comparing it, and do you have the article by Dr. Brand?
I do.
All right. Basically what Dr. Brand, and there's actually Dr. Brand and like 7 or 8 other people that helped with this article. They had some different scales, and they had basically DID endorsement direction. They had kind of most and then kind of least in comparison of the 2 groups, or the comparison of the 3 groups. Right.
Yes.
And then they kind of went to specific questions and had kind of percentages of the, you know, how much of the DID group endorses versus the coach group and versus the uncoached group.
Correct.
One of the questions, there's question number 12, which dealt with sexual difficulty. The DID endorsement group was at 90%. So 90% of people with actual DID in response to that question, which dealt with sexual difficulty, 90% indicated that they had that. And it's a true false question, right?
Yes.
And 76% of the coach group indicated they had that, but only 59% of the uncoached group listed that as a symptom.
Correct.
She actually listed that she had that as a symptom.
Correct.
And so at least with that, in that question, she would be consistent with an actual DID group.
Well, I would argue that I don't know that that is the best item specifically to differentiate, given that 90% is a substantial majority, but I would also consider 76% a majority.
Okay.
And 59% is more than half.
Well, in regards to question 66, which deals with lack of regard for law enforcement, only 1.9% of the DID group endorsed that. That's compared with 28, almost 29% of the coached and almost 50% of the uncoached group.
Yes.
And she said that she would be consistent in her response with the actual DID group.
Yes.
Again, question 123, rejection of law enforcement laws. DID group that had it, 3.8, coached 16, uncoached 53.7. She denied having that. So she would be consistent in that question with the DID group.
As well as the coached.
Yes. Would it surprise you on, well, I'm not going to go through every one.
Okay.
Would it surprise you that she, on the questions that they list as kind of the flags, that 58% of the time she is consistent with the DID group?
And I would say almost the same with all of the others. It's a little bit all over the place.
Yeah. Okay. In your report, when you're talking about how kind of her speech and so forth, at one point you indicate she displayed a tendency to provide unnecessary and unsolicited detail, a shift to unrelated topics, not responding to questions, and requiring redirection.
Yes.
Could that be consistent with loose association?
I wouldn't call it a loose association necessarily. It's that rambling behavior that maybe we saw in watching some of the interviews. Sorry.
In the rambling behavior, and I understand you're not calling it loose association, it appears, at least in the videos that we watched yesterday, would you agree? The topic that she's talking about somewhat seems to correlate it with it. And what I mean by that, of all the videos that we watched yesterday, when that one where she's talking about the abuse, suffered in James, that to me seemed pretty rambling and almost a loose association.
I'd have to go back and look at that specifically. I would say that generally speaking, she had a tendency to ramble. She would usually come back to the main point or the topic, but sometimes she did need to be asked the question again simply because she had strayed.
Okay. And so you ended up diagnosing her with a personality disorder, and borderline with narcissistic features. Would that be?
Yes.
What are the similarities between dissociative identity disorder and borderline personality disorder?
There is some overlap, although I'd say that the nature of the symptoms tend to be different, but they both have that identity disturbance. They both have issues with mood swings. They're both correlated, even though it's not specific criteria for DID, with suicidal behavior and attempts, as well as impairment in functioning.
And in fact, there was some literature, I think like almost 20 years ago, but trying to say that there's no such thing as dissociative identity disorder, and it's just a presentation of borderline personality disorder. Are you aware of?
If that's the article from 1988 that you provided.
There was a different one. It was another one by Dr. Brand, who seems to do a lot in this. It was a separating fact from fiction, an empirical examination of the 6 myths about dissociative identity disorder.
Yes, I did read that one.
And the one that she disproves is the myth that DID is the same entity as a borderline personality disorder.
Yeah, I would agree that they are two distinct things and they can coexist with one another.
Okay. And so they could be comorbid.
Yes.
And what does comorbid mean?
Comorbid means you have both of them at the same time.
And borderline personality disorder has a correlation with childhood trauma.
Yes.
While it's not like the same as DID is almost all 100%, anywhere between 95 and 100% associated with childhood trauma. Just to be fair, borderline doesn't have that strong a correlation, but there's definitely a correlation.
There's definitely a correlation. I don't know what the percentages might be, but since it's a maladaptive personality characteristics type of disorder that develops in late adolescence into adulthood, it's usually stemming from some of those problematic issues that you see in abuse or neglect or disruptive homes.
And similar to DID, it also has a correlation with disorganized attachment style.
It does.
And that kind of goes on. One of the main features of borderline personality disorder is a almost irrational attachment to a romantic partner.
For borderline personality?
Borderline, yes.
With borderline personality disorder, as it pertains to the issues of romantic attachments or even familial attachments, people that you're close to, you see a pattern of idealizing them and devaluing them, and it can change very rapidly. So that's where that push-pull comes into effect.
And borderline personality, where does that term come from?
Ooh, it's from a while ago. I do know that borderline personality disorder originated in issues associated with neurosis and psychosis way back in the day, before it became officially a personality disorder.
And the thought was it was on the border between neurosis and psychosis.
Yes.
Because oftentimes people with borderline personality disorder can suffer from psychosis.
Yes, they do have the psychosis.
Okay.
The DSM says transient psychosis. The research says it's not always transient.
Okay. And what the DSM talks about, I mean, so people with borderline personality disorder, especially in times of high stress, can suffer from video and audio hallucinations.
Visual. You said video and audio, but
Thank you.
visual and auditory hallucinations.
And sometimes from delusions.
You see paranoia more so than anything else. I would say that it doesn't always rise to the level of a delusion, because to be a delusion, it has to not be based in anything that's reality. I think that they are quick to be suspicious about other individuals, which is where the paranoia can come in. And it can rise to that level of delusion. It just depends on the person and the severity of the presentation.
And so I guess you have some different, so is there more literature coming out now that psychosis would be longer present as opposed to transitory?
In borderline personality disorder, it tends to be transient, meaning temporary. It comes and it goes. The difference between delusions, as you might see them in a psychotic disorder like schizophrenia, is that the individual with a borderline personality disorder and that paranoia that can even enter the realm of delusion is that they tend to maintain more awareness and insight, and they're able to test whether something is based in reality or not. So they still stay within this realm of reality compared to a psychotic disorder that tends to not do that, and they tend to believe the things that they are hearing, whether it's an auditory hallucination or even the delusions that start to develop in their minds.
And would you agree that the characteristics of borderline disorder can kind of foster somebody who will make falsifications or distort the truth or lie or almost pathological lying?
That can happen.
And part of that reason is because people who suffer from borderline personality disorder, they lack kind of a consistent identity of self.
They do have trouble with their own identity. That's one of the criteria.
They kind of have contradictory towards views of themselves. Sometimes they think they're wonderful. Sometimes they think they're the worst thing in the
Yes.
world. They can be prone to loose and unstructured situations, and sometimes they can have a transient loss of reality.
That's what I'm referencing. Yeah.
And they're also one of the things with borderline personality disorder, they can also be very impulsive.
Yes.
And so all of those features can lead to somebody who may almost pathologically lie.
Potentially.
Something that we may have.
It's going to depend on a case by case type of thing. You don't see pathological lying in all cases of borderline personality disorder, but
It can be seen in people with borderline personality disorder.
yes.
And again, not in all cases, but the underlying cause of both DID and borderline personality disorder can be similar as far as like the childhood trauma and disruptive household.
Yes.
And just to be clear, there is nothing in the Colorado statutes or in any case law that precludes borderline personality disorder from being a significant mental illness that could in some cases rise to the level of insanity.
Yeah, I don't know any case law associated with that. And the statute explicitly doesn't speak to what disorders can or cannot rise to the level of a mental disease or defect.
Well, it kind of excludes antisocial personality disorder.
Thank you. It excludes antisocial personality disorder and issues associated with substance use.
Okay. But any other type of mental illness, depending upon the circumstances, is not necessarily excluded by the statute.
Correct.
And the DSM-5 doesn't make any distinguishing between the level of severity. The DSM-5 itself doesn't make any differentiating between the level of mental illness between a personality disorder and even schizophrenia.
There's no severity level specifically associated with the DSM criteria
Okay, the DSM itself doesn't say this is a serious mental issue and this is just nothing.
because that's going to depend upon how much it's impacting the individual.
And that's kind of what we look at, is to see, we judge it by how much it impacts that individual's life.
And that's part of the analysis of a sanity evaluation.
And you talked about generally with somebody who is going to rise to the level of insanity, we would have to have, generally, I mean, especially when we're talking about, I can't distinguish right from wrong, you're generally talking about psychosis.
Generally speaking, given that the definition of mental disease or defect is a mental illness that impairs perception and understanding of reality, psychosis tends to be the one that we see most frequently.
And conceding that Ms. Stauch is not the most reliable narrator, especially in the second interview that we watched, she does relate symptoms that could be consistent with psychosis.
She says that she experiences them, yes.
Yes. And finally, lastly, in the definition of insanity in Colorado, is whether or not you know right from wrong, not whether or not you know something is a crime.
Correct, it's different.
And somebody can know something, think what they're doing is right, but still know that it's a crime.
Yes.
And I think that's what you were kind of alluding to. You could be insane by definition, think I am killing somebody because I think they're the Antichrist and going to bring the end of the world, but still try to hide that so that I don't go to jail for something that I think is good because of my mental illness, but know that I could suffer consequences for that.
It comes up.
And so it would not be the fact that I am trying to avoid punishment because of it's criminal. That in and of itself, while it could be a factor that you're looking at, doesn't necessarily exclude insanity.
I would say it's one of the data points that we consider looking at a variety of data points when coming to a determination.
Absolutely. But again, kind of Mr. Young was kind of indicating on his, direct review, I can't remember if you or Dr. Grimmett, that, and this happens, sometimes you will have people who, I've had clients who are insane, who are paranoid schizophrenics, who have gone off their medication, and they may brutally kill their own children, and then they'll just be sitting there in the blood waiting for the police to come. That happens.
Yes.
And that makes it pretty easy.
It does.
I mean, it's, they're talking about I had to get the devil out of her, and she's sitting there, and that's an easy determination. But you can have people that could be suffering from a psychosis that they think that they have to do this, but still try to cover up the crime. And that person could, not necessarily always, could still meet the legal definition of insanity.
It would depend upon the circumstances.
Absolutely.
And it's not outside the realm of possibility.
Okay. And it's not excluded by the statute.
It's not excluded by the statute.
We have just a moment. Thank you very much, Dr. Torres.
Thank you.
Redirect Mr. Young.
Yes, thanks, Judge.
Let me clear out of here.
Anything's possible, right?
Many times.
I could go through the DSM-5 and read you all kinds of criteria and say, hey, this is possible, correct?
I would say it depends.
You probably hate when lawyers do that. I didn't get one depends with him. I'm going to read something from the DSM-5 and then ask you some questions, okay?
Okay.
It says, because deceit and manipulation are central features of antisocial personality disorder, it may be especially helpful to integrate information acquired from systematic clinical assessment with information collected from collateral sources.
Yes.
That comes right out of antisocial personality disorder diagnosis, right?
Yes.
And so deceitfulness and manipulation may apply to many mental illnesses.
I'd say yes. And at the same time, with these types of evaluations, the issue of not being completely forthcoming or truthful is something that we're always taking into consideration.
Especially in a criminal case where you're doing a forensic evaluation.
Yes.
In the DSM-5, we talked about the cautionary statement, maybe not with you, but other witnesses, you're familiar with that?
I am.
Caution should be used when using this manual in forensic settings.
Yes.
Did you consider antisocial personality disorder in this evaluation?
We didn't see sufficient information to diagnose an antisocial personality disorder here.
And is that because you didn't have enough information since the age of 15, which is kind of the first step in that?
Well, you are looking at lifetime functioning for many of the personality disorders. But when it comes to antisocial personality disorder, there was just not very much there from what we had access to.
Let me go through 3 criteria because it says you need 3 criteria to evaluate if you have information from the age of 15.
Okay.
Criteria 2, deceitfulness as indicated by repeated lying, use of aliases, or conning others for personal profit or pleasure. Consistent irresponsibility as indicated by repeated failure to sustain consistent work behavior or honor financial obligations. Lack of remorse as indicated by being indifferent to or rationalizing having hurt, mistreated, or stolen from another. Do you think those 3 criteria apply to Ms. Stauch's case?
I think it's possible. I also think some of the other things that we see in the personality disorders that we noted could account for a little bit of that.
And so antisocial personality disorder is not a mental illness, correct?
It's in the DSM, and it can certainly cause impairment in functioning. And when it comes to legal issues, antisocial personality disorder is excluded because it's associated with criminal behavior.
And that's right in the definition of insanity, is it not?
Yes.
When you state in your report that there is no credible evidence to conclude she has a condition that conforms, to the definition of mental disease or defect, what did you and Dr. Gray mean by that?
We mean that we diagnosed the specified personality disorder with borderline and narcissistic traits, and we ruled out the issue of post-traumatic stress disorder and an unspecified anxiety disorder. But essentially what we're saying is that in none of these disorders do we see Ms. Stauch presenting with symptoms that would impair her perception or understanding of reality.
Are you giving your opinions because the hospital has overcrowding issues?
No.
What would happen to your license if you came in here and did something like that?
It would not be good.
Yeah, you wouldn't be able to do the job you're doing right now, right?
Correct.
DID is a rare diagnosis.
Yes.
And in the DSM-5, it talks about a study that they did with a group of classified people.
Yes.
What classified people are we talking about?
I don't have access to that study, but it does mention something about substance use. So I wondered if it wasn't conducted in a substance use facility or potentially in some sort of inpatient setting.
And they list out the percentage of people in that group that had DID as 1.4 or 1.4%.
Correct.
out of that small group
Yes.
who has mental illness issues.
Yes.
So that's not related to all society. Although I think, well, I'm not going to ask you that. You know what I'm saying? I think anybody who goes to see a psychotherapist is probably going to be diagnosed with something. It's like when you go get your car changed, you need tires.
I would hope not.
At least you didn't say it depends. But we don't know who's in that group, but needless to say, it's a rare diagnosis.
Yes.
Are there any studies that indicate how often that diagnosis is faked in a criminal setting?
I wouldn't have percentages associated with that, and I'm not sure that I've read that anywhere. When it comes to dissociative identity disorder specifically, it is cautioned when it is used in a criminal setting because of the gain that a person might receive by saying that, essentially, that it wasn't them, that it was a different personality.
It's kind of like a Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde, right?
Correct.
I have another personality who happens to be a psychopath or antisocial personality disorder that I can't control.
Correct.
Pretty easy thing to just say, right?
Sure.
I just said it.
Yeah.
I want to go back to the childhood trauma that's associated with Miss Stauch. She told you, and correct me if I'm wrong, but I want to say she was 10 to 12 when this happened.
I think once she told us she was 9 and once she told us she was 12, so we stuck with somewhere between 9 to 12.
Now, is this something that's suppressed for over 20 years and just coincidentally comes out during the death of her stepson?
It's hard to believe.
Why is that?
As we've mentioned or talked before, essentially, you would have expected to see it at some other point manifesting itself, especially if she herself is saying that she's had these different personalities, including the personality of Maria since she was 16 years old.
And we talked about this again, but family members, when we talk about, as Mr. Cellini said, it sometimes it takes 6 to, I believe he said 12 years for it to be diagnosed, is because family members may not know what's going on because there's blackout periods and they can't explain it, things like that.
Potentially.
Is it rare that the individual themselves would know what's going on with it, or would they have to seek help and get into therapy for 6 to 12 years until they figure that out?
That's another, it's going to be, it depends on the presentation and what it is that they are going through. If it is so severe that they are blacking out, finding themselves in different locations, cities, acquiring objects that they have no memory of acquiring, you would think that they would say something to someone.
And the first time that you or Dr. Gray ever learned anything about the potential of Ms. Stauch having dissociative identity disorder is based on a psychological test that you did during the competency evaluation. Is that right?
Well, during the competency evaluation, we weren't looking for dissociative identity disorder. It was never brought up. She did not mention it. Her attorneys did not mention it.
Well, let me, I could be wrong, but I thought yesterday you said there was a test that you asked her about because you answered it a certain way. Am I?
Yes. No, that is correct. Because we gave, during the competency evaluation, 2 psychological tests. One was the personality assessment inventory, the PAI, is the first one that we gave, and she invalidated it. Given that we saw her the following day to finish up our interview, we asked her specifically about some of the items on that test that caused the invalidation, just to see if we could get a better understanding of what happened here. Why was this test invalidated? And one of those questions happened to be an item that asked about whether or not she felt like she had 3 or 4 personalities inside of her. And she had said true. So we simply read the item to her. We ask her, what were you thinking? What does this mean to you when you say true? And even when we asked her about that, she did not talk about having different personality states. She did not name any of these other personalities. Her response to us was essentially talking about different mood states, saying, well, sometimes I feel very competitive when I'm playing sports. Sometimes I feel more compassionate, or sometimes I feel like I lack empathy with my family.
And then was it during the second competency evaluation where Dr. Grimmett actually looked into the DID diagnosis and said it doesn't apply here? Do you remember that?
Yes.
And that was well after she had been in the jail for months.
Yeah, I forget exactly how far after our evaluation Dr. Grimmett conducted hers.
And Dr. Christine Moore, who is a psychologist at the jail, who was meeting with Ms. Stauch almost on a weekly basis, would she be in a good position, based on her weekly conversations with Ms. Stauch, to make a decision as to whether or not she had dissociative identity disorder?
Potentially, and it might depend upon what Ms. Stauch told her. As I imagine, I mean, I bet Dr. Moore could tell you better than me, but I imagine that those meetings could potentially be pretty brief.
Do you recall reviewing her notes where she indicated there's no symptoms of dissociative identity disorder based on what Ms. Stauch was telling her?
I remember those notes suggesting situational anxiety associated with her case was the predominant thread of a diagnosis that they saw during her jail time.
At the moment, Your Honor.
You may.
Those are my questions. Thanks.
Do any of the jurors have any questions for Dr. Torres? Looks like we have a couple. Mr. Young, if you would retrieve those in council approach, please. Good to go. Dr. Torres, would a person with multiple personalities refer to themselves as I when describing the actions that a different personality carried out?
I don't think so.
And let me know if you need the exhibit for this. And I'm sorry, it's late Friday, and I'm not even sure if you were the witness that had this exhibit, but that's where we're going to start. We were shown how the defendant performed the clock test well on the first competency test. We were told she performed the same test poorly on the second competency test. And I think you were asked the question about, were you aware of the test that was done by Dr. Lewis? Is that right?
Yes,
Okay.
we gave the clock drawing. Oh, is there more?
Yes, there is. I just wanted to make sure that we were thinking about the same thing.
Yes.
Why would the same test be used twice when the first one could train the defendant how to perform or not perform on the second?
Okay. I'm just going to say a little bit to clarify this situation, but during our initial competency evaluation, we gave a brief cognitive screener to see if there were any cognitive problems on it, which is where that clock drawing came in. And she did it fine with us. I don't think the issue of the clock drawing comes up again until Dr. Lewis's evaluations, meaning I don't recall that Dr. Grimmett gave that specific test or knowing any results associated with the clock drawing test there. And in Dr. Lewis's administration of that specific test, the clock came out very different and looks impaired. In terms of why would the same test be given, at this point in time, we would have given that test sometime in 2020. So ostensibly, Dr. Lewis would have given it at some time in 2022. And I think I noted that we gave a cognitive screener, but that test specifically is supposed to be sensitive to issues of brain impairment or some sort of brain dysfunction. If something had happened in between 2020 and 22, like a substantial head injury, it could impact the results on that particular test. But to answer the question more specifically, why would we give the same sort of test at two different times? Depending on the test, sometimes the person might respond differently. So for example, we talked about the MMPIs being administered multiple times, 3 times in this case across the years. That test is more sensitive to what is going on with the person right now. So you could give it last year and you could give it this year and get different results depending upon what's happening with the person if they're receiving treatment. With cognitive tests, those tend to be more stable across time in terms of any issues associated with deficits. But like I said, if something is happening or if something has happened, it can change the results on the test from one administration to the next. And we even see it with issues of severe psychosis. Somebody who's acutely mentally ill with severe psychosis might perform cognitively worse, get treatment, and then perform cognitively better. So there is benefit to giving it at different times.
All right. And then I'm going to rephrase this question a little bit. But let's assume that you believe everything that the defendant has told you and everything that she said in her story. So you're not looking at, I guess, correlating information or anything like that. The question is, if you believe everything the defendant said in her story, would you diagnose the defendant with dissociative identity disorder?
Just basing it off of her self-report?
That seems to be the question, yes.
I think I still would not, because the way that she describes creating the personalities, being able to have some sort of control switching between worlds. To me, that is inconsistent with the nature of a dissociative identity disorder being something that is involuntary, overwhelming, and uncontrollable.
I will allow reasonable follow-up to those questions only. Prosecution?
Just briefly, Your Honor. You don't know why Dr. Lewis administered that cognitive thinking test.
I don't know why.
Consult with her prior to her doing that?
No.
Did you ever consult with her?
We never spoke with her specifically. We just read her report and saw some of the testing and watched the videos.
Defense?
Whether or not somebody with dissociative identity disorder could refer to themselves as I when relaying information that another personality did, wouldn't that be somewhat conditioned on that individual and how that disease is presenting themselves in that person?
I suppose it's possible, but whenever I hear somebody say I assume they are talking about themselves.
And then lastly, the question, if you took as face value everything that she said, I understand some of the stuff would be inconsistent with DID and not having control, but at least in relationship to how she described Maria, the Maria personality, that would be more consistent with somebody who had DID, in that she said she did not have control of Maria or access to Maria's memories.
I would be looking at the whole presentation as opposed to just a part of it.
Okay, thank you.
All right. All right. Thank you, Dr. Torres. You can step down.
Thank you. Am I excused?
Yes, you are, ma'am.
Thank you.
I suppose I should ask, you're under subpoena by the attorneys. Prosecution?
We want to play some more videos with you.
Okay.
Kidding.
All right. Defense? Okay. Yep, you are. Thank you, ma'am. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to take our weekend break. Again, I'm going to go through the long instruction that you're probably tired of, but I want to keep reminding you of it because it's important. You have probably already guessed that there has been some media or public interest in this case. You must guard against exposure to the media or interaction with others because you will be required to decide this case based on the evidence presented and the instructions that I give you. Again, you can tell your friends and family that you are on this jury and how long you think it will go. You can ask for their help in avoiding exposure to stories or even opinions from others regarding this case, but you cannot otherwise discuss anything about this case with anyone. And you should not listen to any opinions regarding this case from anyone else. If someone asks you why, just tell them that's what the judge told you. That puts the burden on me and not on you. You can still blog or communicate with others, just not about this case. You can't do any blogging about your jury experience or communication with other jurors. You can still watch TV. You can go on the internet. You can still do your Amazon shopping, except for a DSM-5. If anything regarding this case comes up through your feed, change the channel, turn the page, do not give it any attention. You are not allowed to look at, read, consult, or use any material of any kind, including any newspapers, magazines, television, and radio broadcasts, dictionaries, medical, scientific, technical, religious, or law books or materials, or the internet in connection with your jury service. I want to emphasize that you must not seek or receive any information about this case from the internet, which includes all social networking, Google, Wikipedia blogs, and other websites. You simply are not allowed to do any research of any kind about this case or this kind of case. So with that, if we can have everyone back in the jury room at 9 o'clock on Monday morning, we should be able to start on time at that point. Have a good weekend. All rise for the jury, please. Thank you. You may all be seated. Record should reflect the jury has left the courtroom. What are we looking at on Monday?
We should just have our final witness on Monday, Judge.
Okay, how long do you think that'll take?
What's that?
How long do you think that will take?
It'll take a chunk of time. There's quite a
Okay.
bit of territory that we need to cover.
But not the whole day?
Hopefully not.
Okay. I just need to, do they need to have their expert ready to go on Monday or? Okay,
Yeah, I think I think we'll be able to tell by the time we break for lunch whether we're going to
That's
get to
fine.
that, and obviously we'll coordinate with them too on
Okay.
timing. So
all right. Okay, that'll be, and she's going to be staying here, right? Okay. Okay, so that should be fine. Okay. All right, then we will see everybody on Monday. You can leave everything here if you want to do that. It's up to you. The courtroom will be closed and locked.
The other thing just for scheduling.
Go ahead.
I already talked to the district regarding the jury instructions. All except for one particularly out of Colgy. Might have an objection to one that's out of Colgy, but all the rest of them. I think have an
Is that the statutory language
Yeah,
that's based on the one? Yeah.
yes.
Okay.
So that's gonna, we can talk about that later.
Right.
Just to give the court a heads up on scheduling. I don't think we're gonna need.
Okay. The other thing that I want to talk about or get a better idea as we get closer, I'm not going to put time limitations on this, except for I'm probably, and I know neither side even came close to using the time that I gave them for opening statements. I understand that. I understand we're at a different place now. So I'm not going to put time limitations on, but I most likely would interrupt you somewhere after 90 minutes because I don't want the jury sitting there. So we may have to figure out a reasonable break or something like that.
I guess. I don't know how to do this. I'm just speaking out. Like a fairness with rebuttal. They do theirs and I do mine, and then rebuttal takes 2 hours. I'm sure
Right.
that would be appropriate for her, and I don't know how to solve but I think.
We have that issue in every single case where there's not time limits. And as you know, my typical practice is to put time limits on everybody, but I also understand that this length of case is rare. We're at, I don't know what, somewhere in the mid 700s for exhibits. I frankly am going to have to figure out some logistical issues because we can't get all of this back in the jury room and get the jurors in the jury room. So probably what I'll do is put the exhibits in one room, the jurors in another, and they can get whatever they want to get to take back with them to the jury room. The other issue that I will need to advanced problem solve, or at least be aware of, is I think everybody knows that when we get closer to where the closing arguments are going to be and the verdict, we're going to have more crowd control issues. I also want to know what other family from either side may be here. As per my other order, family will have priority over anybody else. And then we will, so I'm going to need some help from the attorneys to give me some idea about how to manage all of that, and may need to draw on other resources. So anyway, those are logistical concerns that I have, but we can talk about it as we get closer to that.
Yeah, just initial thoughts on that. I think the space that we had reserved at the very beginning of trial for family probably will be sufficient, but we'll check with them to make sure that we have a good handle on, at least from a victim standpoint, who will be here and can give you that information.
You're talking about the opening statement.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. All right. And defense, let me know. And then we will go from there. And my guess is if there's not a whole lot of change in the instructions, I bet I get through them in 40, 45 minutes, something like that.
I would guess. Yeah.
So that gives you a pretty good, decent part of the day. As I said, I'm not going to put time limits on. It'd be nice to get everything done before the lunch hour so that not ever had one. I can't think of one that I've ever had where I've broken up the closing arguments with lunch somewhere in between, but we may end up having to do that simply because that's the way that it is. So just be aware of that. Okay, court will be in recess. Thank you.
Hey, Judge. Okay, we've been on this.
Oh my gosh, I was so hoping that we would find out who the last witness was gonna be, especially if they might take all day Monday. Who is it? They didn't even give us a hint. Nothing. Nothing. So frustrating. Or just the tippies? Yeah, all gray. So what do you guys think about the fact that the defense is trying to limit how long the prosecution is allowed to cross-examine Dr. Lewis after they just sat there and cross-examined the defense or the prosecution's witness for hours, literally today. And now they want the prosecution to have like a 90-minute time limit. Did you guys catch that? Who are they trying to kid? Not happening. Convenient that they don't want their expert questioned at all about how in-depth and everything was. Yeah, it's messed up. It's messed up that now they want time limits. Like, are you serious? And granted, she's going to be flying out or whatever, but it is. It's manipulative, just like Letecia. It's desperation. Don't ask her any questions. Don't ask my doctor. Yeah, they're desperate. And they know this prosecution has done amazing every time they've had to do like a redirect and stuff. And so the fact that they're literally sitting there saying like, hey, can we put a time limit, Judge, on how long they're able to cross-examine so that my doctor can't, be asked questions? Like, no. No, little bit of a double standard, exactly. I was glad that he pretty much said it can't happen. That he was worried about how long of a redirect he would have after. Please let me stand here and completely reread this book again to you guys in these articles, and it's just, I don't know. Whatever. Kind of reminds you of politics, yeah. Yep. I don't know. What a trip. What a trip. My goodness. I'm looking. Let me see. Looks like Brittany has a live planned later. I know CDT will be giving us the morning recap. I don't know if she'll do it Monday or if she will do it over the weekend here. I think that ATS News might go live on Monday mornings. I'm not sure if that's been what's happened, but I'm sure at some point over the weekend. Avery was trying to get the video from earlier with the audio improved. And so hopefully Avery will have that up at some point with it cleaned up audio. So be on the lookout for that. Furry Felines of Mass Destruction already uploaded a video if you guys need to go and de-stress from the trial today. I think, personally, Susan, I think that you should just do it live so that we can all come over and chat. Let me see. But no pressure. We're only 70 subscribers away now from your 1,000. That's awesome. Here's Susan's link. Ringo, you wouldn't be interested. She's married. There is Furry Felines of Mass Destruction. I don't know. What live is the Friday night party on tonight? Well, the Loco My Life will be live with mental health first, and then Cantina. Cantina is an open panel live where anybody can come and talk about literally anything. And so the Loco My Life, let me get you guys her link. We'll be doing that, but Cantina does not start until midnight my time, so there's probably pretty good chance that I will be asleep. But she does have a really great time there. And let me check criminality because I did not look at her channel yet to see if she has anything set up. Where are we at? So no, nothing set up on criminality for tonight. So I will see you guys probably at Locomize, probably at Brittany's for a little while. And yes, I don't know when they're going live again. Criminality, if you're here, let them know. But I don't know if she is. She's so busy trying to listen to all these. I know I need to rest and get well. I need to get rest and be well. For sure. For sure. Let me see. I need to do a members only live, to be completely honest. There's like so many of you guys now. We need to have a members only hangout at some point. And just open up panel and all get together and chill. I gotta go back and listen to so much from today because I swear, like, I missed a lot in those videos. I know I did. Sorry. Yes, God bless everyone. That's sad. There was text between Jay West and her mother about the boys. That's sad. I know, stop malingering. I know. Saturdays, and Wednesdays. Thank you so much, C-Dub. Okay. Sounds good. Sounds good. So I will see you guys all later on tonight. I know you don't want us mobbing you. We'll see what happens. Hopefully I can. I don't know. I'm not going to make any promises. I'm probably going to go take some allergy medicine and just relax, to be completely honest. But I'll be at Locomize tonight. I'll be in Brittany's tonight. And I will see you guys on the YouTube streets. Behave. Have a good evening. Love y'all. Bye.